Chapter 1. Some images, for no reason, and without our realizing it, cling on and remain obstinately lodged in our memories. Although we are barely conscious of having registered them, and they correspond to nothing of significance. So it was that, years later, Maigret could probably have reconstructed, minute by minute, gesture by gesture, that uneventful late afternoon at Quai des Orfèvres in the first place. There was the black marble clock with its bronze fittings, on which his gaze had alighted as it showed 6:18, which meant it was actually just after 6:30, in 10 other offices in the police judiciaire, occupied by the chief himself and the other senior inspectors. Identical clocks stood flanked by their candelabra, and since time immemorial, they too had run slow. Why did the thought strike him today, and not any other day? For a moment, he wondered how many administrative centers and ministries had long ago been provided with a whole consignment of these clocks, manufactured by a certain F. Ledant, whose signature, in fine running script, adorned the pale clock face, and his mind wandered to the negotiations, plots, and bribes that would have preceded such an important contract. F. Ledant had been dead for half a century, possibly even a century. To judge by the style of his clocks, the desk lamp with its green shade was lit. Since it was January, throughout the building, all the lamps, too, were the same kind. Lucas, standing up, was putting into a pale yellow folder the documents that Maigret had passed him, one by one. Shall I leave Janvier on duty at the Crillon? Not for too long. Send someone to take over this evening. Oh, there had recently been, one after another, as often happened, a series of jewel thefts in the grand hotels on the Champs-Élysées, and in each of them the police had set up discreet surveillance automatically. Maigret pressed his electric bell. The elderly usher, Joseph, with his silver chain of office, appeared at the door at once. "No one else for me?" the inspector asked. "Just the mad woman." It was of no importance. Some months she would turn up 2 or 3 times a week at Quai des Orfèvres and, without a word, slip into the waiting room to settle down with her knitting. She never came up to the desk. The first day, Joseph had asked her who she wished to see. She had smiled at him with an arch, almost mischievous air, and said, "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret will call me when he needs me." Joseph had given her a form. She had filled it in with regular convent-educated handwriting. Her name was Clementine Folien, and she lived in Rue Lamarck. That time, Maigret had asked Geneviève to receive her. "Have you been summoned?" "Detective Chief Inspector Maigret knows about it." "Did he send you a summons?" She smiled. A little woman, graceful despite her age. "No need for that. You've got something to tell him. I might have." "He's very busy just now." "That doesn't matter. I'll wait." She had waited until 7 in the evening. Then she had left. They saw her back again a few days later, with the same purple hat, the same knitting, and she took her seat as if she were a regular in the glass-paneled waiting room. They had made a few inquiries, just to check. She had run a haberdasher's in Montmartre for many years, and now had a comfortable income. Her nieces and nephews had several times tried to have her interned in a psychiatric hospital, but on each occasion she had been sent home, on the grounds that she posed no risk to anyone. Where had she chanced on Maigret's name? She evidently did not know him by sight, since he had walked several times past the glass partition when she was there, and she had not recognized him. Very well, Lucas. Time to shut up shop. They were going home early, especially for a Saturday. Maigret filled his pipe and fetched his coat, hat, and scarf from the cupboard. He went past the waiting room, turning his head away as a precaution, and once in the courtyard was faced with the yellow-tinged fog that had settled on Paris during the afternoon. He was in no hurry. The collar of his overcoat turned up, hands in pockets. He made his way round the Palais de Justice, passed under the great clock on the embankment, and crossed the Pont au Change. As he reached the middle of the bridge, he suddenly had the feeling he was being followed, and turned round abruptly. There were numerous passers-by in both directions. Nearly everyone, because of the cold, was walking quickly. He was almost sure that a darkly clad man, about 10 meters away from him, had suddenly done an about-turn. He attached no importance to it, and besides, it was just an impression. A few minutes later, he was waiting for his bus in Place du Châtelet, then found enough room on the rear platform to carry on smoking his pipe, did it really have an unusual taste? He would have sworn it, perhaps because of the fog and a certain quality in the air, a very pleasant taste anyway. He was thinking about nothing in particular, but gazed absent-mindedly at his fellow passengers' heads, nodding with the motion of the bus. Then he was back on the pavement in the almost deserted Boulevard Richard Lenoir, and glimpsing the lights of his apartment, which he always recognized from a distance. He started up the familiar staircase, saw the strips of light under the doors, heard muffled voices and the sound of radios playing. The front door opened as usual, before he had touched the handle, and Madame Maigret, silhouetted against the light, put a mysterious finger to her lips. He looked at her questioningly, trying to see past her. "There's someone here," she whispered. "Who? I don't know. He's a bit odd." "What did he say?" "That he absolutely had to speak to you." "What's he like?" "I can't say exactly, but there's drink on his breath. There was a quiche Lorraine for supper. He could tell by the smell from the kitchen." "Where is he?" "I got him to sit in the front room." She took his coat, hat, and scarf. The flat seemed less light than usual, but that again was obviously just an impression. With a shrug, he pushed the door of their front room, where for a little over a month now, a television set had been installed in a prominent place. The man had remained standing in a corner, coat on and hat in hand. He seemed intimidated and hardly dared look at the inspector. "Forgive me for following you home," he stammered. Maigret had immediately noticed the man's hare lip and was not displeased to find himself at last face to face with this person. "You've been coming to Quai des Orfèvres to see me, haven't you?" "Several times, yes." "And your name is—" "Just a minute." "Planchon. Leonard Planchon." "Yes, that's right." And he repeated more and more humbly, "Forgive me." His eyes were roving round the small room, coming to rest on the half-open door, as if he wanted to run away again. How many times had he left like that, without seeing the inspector? At least 5 times. Always on a Saturday afternoon, so that they had started calling him the Saturday Caller. It was rather like the case of the madwoman, with variations, The police judiciaire, like a newspaper office, attracts all kinds of people who are behaving oddly in some way, and in the end, some of them become known and familiar faces. I did write to you first, he murmured. Please sit down. Through the glass door into the dining room, the table could be seen laid for dinner, and the man glanced towards it. It's time for your supper, isn't it? Sit down, said Maigret again with a sigh. For once he was home early, but his evening meal was going to have to wait. Too bad about the quiche and the television news. For the last few weeks, he and his wife had adopted the habit of watching television while they ate, which had meant moving to different places at the table. You say you've written to me at least 10 letters, signed with your name. The first ones weren't signed. I tore them up. Then I tore up the others too. That's when I decided to come and see you. Maigret, too, recognized the smell of alcohol. But the man in front of him was not drunk, nervous. Yes, his clasped fingers were pressed together so tightly that the knuckles were white. Only gradually did he gather enough confidence to look straight at the inspector, and his expression was almost beseeching. How old was he? Hard to say. Neither young nor old, but he gave the impression of never having been young, 35. Nor was it easy to guess the social category to which he belonged. His clothes, although of poor cut, were of good quality. His hands, while very clean, were those of a manual worker. Why did you tear up the letters? I was afraid you'd think I was mad. And looking up, with a clear need to convince, he added, I'm not mad, Inspector. I beg you to believe that I'm not mad. This was generally a bad sign. Yet Maigret was already almost persuaded. He could hear his wife coming and going in the kitchen. She must have taken the quiche out of the oven, but it would in any case be spoiled now. So you wrote several letters to me. Then you came to Quai des Orfèvres on a Saturday, if I remember rightly. It's the only day I'm free. What is it you do, Monsieur Planchon? I've got a painting and decorating business, a very modest one, in the summer. I might have 5 or 6 men on the job. You get the idea. Because of his hair lip, it was hard to say whether he was smiling timidly or pulling a disparaging face. His eyes were very light blue, and he had fair, almost reddish hair. The first time you called was about 2 months ago. You wrote on the form that you wanted to speak to me in person. Why? Because you're the only person I feel I can trust. I read in the papers. Very well. That Saturday, instead of waiting, you left after about 10 minutes. I was scared. What of... I told myself you wouldn't take me seriously, or that you'd stop me doing what I had in mind. You came back the following Saturday. Yes, Maigret had been in a meeting that day with the chief of police and 2 other senior officers. When he had emerged, an hour later, the waiting room was empty. Were you still scared? I didn't know. What didn't you know? I didn't know if I wanted to go through with it. He rubbed his forehead. It's so complicated. You see, there are moments when I lose track. Another time, Maigret had sent Lucas to see to him. The man had refused to tell him why he was there, saying that it was personal. Then he had literally fled. Who gave you my address? I followed you last Saturday. I nearly came up to you in the street. Then I thought that wasn't the right place. Not for the kind of conversation I wanted to have. Neither was your office. Perhaps you'll understand. How did you know? This evening, what time I would be going home. And Maigret suddenly recalled the feeling he had had on the Pont au Change. You were hiding on the embankment, weren't you? Planchon nodded. You followed me to the bus stop. Yes. Then I took a taxi and got here a few minutes before you. You have some problem that's worrying you, Monsieur Planchon. Worse than a problem. How many drinks did you have before coming here? 2, maybe 3. Before all this, I hardly touched alcohol. At most a glass of wine with a meal. And now, it depends on the day, or rather the night. I don't drink on the job. If I had 3 brandies just now, it was to give me courage. Are you vexed with me? Maigret was puffing slowly at his pipe, not taking his eyes off his visitor, trying to form an opinion. He had not yet succeeded. He sensed in Planchon a pathetic side that distracted him. He had the impression of some repressed passion, of some overwhelming distress, accompanied by remarkable patience. This man. And Maigret would have put his hand in the fire about that. Had few social contacts, everything went on inside his head. He had been tormented for 2 months by the need to talk. He had tried, Saturday after Saturday, to meet the inspector, And every time he had dodged it at the last moment. Why don't you just tell me the whole story? Another glance through the door at the dining room, where two places had been laid facing the television. I feel ashamed. I'm holding up your meal. It could take a long time. Your wife will be annoyed with me. Listen, I tell you what, I'll wait here while you eat, or I can come back later. Yes, that's it. I'll come back later. He made to get up, and Maigret obliged him to stay where he was. No, Monsieur Planchon. This time we are getting to it. Aren't we? Tell me what's troubling you. Tell me face to face what you wrote in all those letters you tore up. Then suddenly, staring at the carpet with its red leaf pattern, the man burst out, I want to kill my wife immediately. His gaze went to the inspector's face. Maigret had managed, with some difficulty, not to give a start. You intend to kill your wife. I've got to. There's no other way out. I don't know how to explain it to you. Every night, I tell myself it's going to happen. It's impossible for it not to happen one day or another. So I thought that if I told you about it, taking a handkerchief from his pocket, he wiped his spectacles, searching for words. And Maigret noticed that a button of his jacket was hanging by a thread. Despite his distress, Planchon intercepted the brief glance and smiled, or rather grimaced. Yes, that too, he said bitterly. She doesn't even pretend to. Pretend to what? To look after me, to be my wife. Was he regretting having come? He was shifting about on the chair, occasionally looking at the door as if he were about to bolt outside. I'm wondering if I wasn't wrong to come, but you're the only man in the world I can trust. It seems as if I've known you a long time. I'm almost sure you'll understand. Are you a jealous husband, Monsieur Planchon? Their eyes met. Maigret thought he could see complete frankness in the other man's expression. Not anymore. I think I was, but no. Now I'm past that. But you want to kill her just the same, because there's no other solution. So I told myself, if I warned you, by letter or in person, first of all, it would be more honest. Then perhaps if I did that, I'd change my mind. You understand? No. It's impossible to understand if you don't know Renee. I'm sorry if this is coming out in a muddle. Renee's my wife. My daughter's called Isabel. She's 7. She's all I have left in the world. You don't have children, I believe. He looked around again, as if to check there were no toys lying about, or the many other signs of a child in the house. They want to take her from me too. They're doing all they can to manage that. They don't try to hide it. I wish you could see how they treat me. Do you think my mind's disturbed? No. In a way, that might be better. They could lock me up right away, like they will if I kill my wife, or if I kill him. Really, to do the job properly, I should kill them both. But if I was in prison, who'd look after Isabel? You see the problem. I've thought up a lot of complicated plans, at least 10, and every time I've worked them out in detail. The main thing was not to get caught. People would just think the two of them had gone away. I read in the paper that thousands of women go missing every year in Paris alone, and the police don't bother to look for them. And it would be even better if he disappeared at the same time as her. You know, I even decided one time where I'd bury their bodies. It was when I was working up at the top of Montmartre, on a site where concrete was being mixed. I'd have taken them there at night, in my van, and nobody would ever have found them. He was getting worked up, speaking quite volubly now, but without ceasing to watch Maigret's reactions. Has anyone ever come before to tell you he was going to kill his wife or someone else? This was all so unexpected that Maigret found himself searching his memory. Not like this, he admitted finally. You think I'm making it up, inventing a story to get your attention. No. You believe I really want to kill my wife. You certainly intended to. And you think I will? No. Why not? Because you have come to see me. Planchon stood up, too nervous and on edge to stay sitting. He threw his arms in the air. Yield. That's what I told myself. He almost sobbed. That's why. Every time I went away without being seen. And that's why I needed to talk to you. I'm not a criminal. I'm an honest man. And yet, Maigret got up in turn, went over to the sideboard, fetched the bottle of plum brandy, and poured a glass of it for his visitor. "You're not having any," the other murmured shamefacedly. Then, as he glanced at the dining room, "Of course you haven't eaten, and here I am talking away, not making sense. I'd like to be able to explain it all to you, but I don't know where to start. Would you prefer it if I asked you some questions? That might be easier. Sit down, then. I'll try. How long have you been married?" 8 years. "And you lived alone before that?" "Yes, I was always alone. After my mother died, when I was 15, we lived in Rue Picpus, not far from here. She cleaned people's houses. And your father, I never knew him." He had reddened. "You became an apprentice." "That's right. I became a house painter. I was 26 when my boss, who lived in Rue Toloze, discovered he had a bad heart and decided to retire to the country. So you took over the business. I had some savings. I hardly used to spend anything. It still took me 6 years to buy him out." "Where did you meet your wife?" "You know Rue Tholozé. It runs off Rue Le Pic, just opposite the Moulin de la Galette. It's a cul-de-sac with steps at the end. I lived just at the bottom of the steps, a small house with a courtyard. It's handy for ladders and materials." He was calming down. His speech was becoming less agitated, more evenly paced. "Halfway up the street on the left, there's a dance hall called the Bal des Copains, where I used to go for an hour or two on Saturday nights to dance. No, I'd sit in a corner and have a lemonade, because this was before I started to drink. I'd listen to the music and watch the couples on the dance floor. Any sweethearts?" He replied awkwardly, "No. Why not?" He raised a hand to his lip. "I'm not good looking. Women have always scared me a bit. I thought my deformity would disgust them. So, anyway, you did meet one, called Renee." "Yes, the place was full that evening. They put us at the same table. I didn't dare speak to her, and she was as shy as me. You could tell she wasn't used to it. To dance halls, everything, Paris. In the end, she spoke first, and I found out she'd only been in the city a month. I asked her where she came from, and she was from Saint-Sauveur, near Fontenay-le-Comte in the Vendée, which just happens to be my mother's home village. I went there a few times as a child to see aunts and uncles, so that made things easier. We could say the names of people we both knew. What was Renee doing in Paris? Working as a housemaid for a dairy woman in Rue Lepic. And she was younger than you. I'm 36 now, and she's 27. Nearly 10 years between us. She was just 18 at the time. Did you get married very soon? Not until about 10 months later. Then we had a child, our little girl, Isabel. All the time my wife was expecting. I was frightened. What of? He pointed again at his lip. I'd been told it was hereditary, but thank God, my daughter is normal. She looks like her mother, except she has my coloring. Fair hair and blue eyes. Your wife's dark, like a lot of folk in the Vendée, because of the Portuguese sailors who used to call in there. They say, and now you want to kill her. I can't see any other way out. We were happy, the three of us. Perhaps Renee wasn't a perfect housewife. I wouldn't want to speak ill of her. She'd grown up on a farm where they didn't bother overmuch, keeping things clean and tidy. In the marshes down there, they call those farms the cabins, and in winter they often get flooded. Yes, I know. You've been there, yes. Sometimes I'd end up cleaning the house when I got in from work in those days. She was crazy about the cinema, and she'd leave Isabel with the concierge in the afternoons to go and see a film. He said this without bitterness. I didn't complain. I mustn't forget, she was the first woman to look at me as if I was a normal man. You can understand that, can't you? He didn't dare turn to look at the dining room again. I'm stopping you eating. What will your wife think? Go on. For how many years were you happy? Wait a moment. I never kept track. I don't even know just when it started. My business was paying well. I spent all the money I made doing up the house, painting, modernizing. I put in a nice kitchen. If you saw it, but you won't come, or if you did, it would mean. He clasped his hands together again, the fingers covered with ginger hairs. You probably don't know how the decorating trade works. Some times of year we have plenty of jobs on, other times hardly any. It's difficult to hold on to the same team of workmen. Apart from old Jules, the one we call Granddad, who was already there under my old boss. I used to hire different workmen almost every year until the day Roger Prue turned up. Oh, he's good looking. He's strong. smart, knows his way around. At first, I was delighted to have found someone like him, because on sight I could trust him absolutely. And he started to make advances to your wife. No, honestly, I don't think so. Women, well, he had as many as he wanted, even customers sometimes. I can't say, because at the beginning I didn't notice anything. But I'm pretty sure it was Renee that took the first step. I can understand her a bit. It's not just that I have this disfigured face. I'm not the kind of man a woman thinks is fun. What do you mean? Nothing. Just, I'm not very sociable. Don't care much for going out. What I like to do in the evening is stay home, and on Sundays go for a walk with my wife and daughter. For months I didn't suspect anything. When we were on a job, Prue would sometimes return to Rue Tholozé to fetch materials. Then one day I went home myself without warning, about 2 years ago, and found my daughter on her own in the kitchen. I can see her now. She was sitting on the floor. I asked her, "Where's Mama?" And she pointed to the bedroom, saying, "In there." She was only 5. They can't have heard me coming. I walked in and found them half naked. Prue was embarrassed, but my wife just looked me straight in the eye and said, "Well, now you know. What did you do?" I walked out. I didn't know where I was going or what I was going to do. I found myself standing at a bar, and I got drunk for the first time in my life. I was thinking about my daughter most of all. I promised myself I'd go and fetch her out of there. I kept telling myself, "She's yours. They've no right to keep her." Then, after wandering about half the night, I went home. I was feeling very sick. My wife just watched me with a beady eye, and when I vomited on the rug, she spat, "You disgust me." Well, that's how it all began. The day before that, I had been a happy man, and all at once, where's Roger Prow now? In Rue Tholozé, Planchon stammered, dropping his eyes. He's been there for the last 2 years. More or less, yes. He's living with your wife. We're all living there, the 3 of us. He wiped his glasses again, and his eyelids fluttered. Does that seem unbelievable to you? No. Do you understand? I just couldn't bring myself to leave her. Your wife. At first, it was for her I was staying. Now I'm not sure. I think it's simply for my daughter. But perhaps I'm fooling myself. You see, it seemed impossible to me to live without Renee, to be all alone again. And I couldn't throw her out. It was me that courted her, begged her to marry me. So I was responsible, wasn't I? He sniffed and glanced at the bottle. Maigret poured him a second glass, which he drank in a single gulp. You'll think I'm a drunkard. And it's true. I've practically become one. In the evenings. They don't like me being around the house. If they haven't kicked me out yet, it's come close. You wouldn't believe how vicious they are to me. And Prue came to live in your house from the day you surprised them. No, not at once. Next day, it was a shock to see him turn up at work as if nothing had happened. I didn't dare ask him what he meant to do. I was afraid of losing her. Like I said, I didn't know what I ought to do. I played it gently. I'm sure they went on seeing each other, and pretty soon they stopped pretending. It was me that would hesitate at the door, taking care to make a noise, to signal I was coming in. Then, one evening, he stayed to supper. It was his birthday, and Renee had made a special effort with the meal. There was a bottle of bubbly on the table. When we got to the dessert, my wife said, "Why don't you go for a walk? Oh, can't you see you're in the way?" So I went out. I ended up in a bar. I was asking myself questions, trying to find answers, telling myself stories. I wasn't thinking about killing them at that stage. I swear. Tell me you believe me. Inspector, tell me you don't think I'm crazy. Tell me you don't think I'm a disgusting individual, like my wife says. Madame Maigret's silhouette was coming and going behind the glass door into the dining room, and Planchon groaned again. I'm stopping you eating. Your wife's going to be so angry. Why don't you go and eat? It was too late for the television news in any case. Chapter 2. 2 or 3 times. Maigret had been tempted to pinch himself to be sure that the person gesticulating in front of him was real, that the scene was actually taking place, and that they were both living characters. His visitor appeared to be a very ordinary man, one of the thousands of obscure, hard-working people you meet every day in the metro. on the bus, or walking along the pavement, making their steady, dignified way towards heaven, only knows what tasks and futures. Paradoxically, his hare lip made him seem less individual, as if that particular infirmity gave all those affected by it the same physiognomy. For a brief moment, Maigret wondered if Planchon had chosen deliberately, as part of some diabolical scheme, to come and see him in Boulevard Richard Lenoir, instead of being interviewed in the regular office on Quai des Orfèvres. Or rather, was it intuition that had made him several times flee from the glass-paneled waiting room, with its walls carrying photographs of police officers who had been killed in the line of duty at the police judiciaire, where he had heard thousands of confessions, where he had prompted so many people to make desperate avowals. Maigret would have viewed his visitor in a rather colder light. Here he was at home, in his own familiar atmosphere, with the presence nearby of Madame Maigret, the smell of the dinner being prepared, the furniture and ornaments he was accustomed to, the same lamplight falling on the domestic scene as it had done for years and years, the moment he stepped inside his front door. This atmosphere enveloped him, like an old jacket you put on when you come home from work, and he was so used to his surroundings that he still, even after a month, regarded the television set facing the glass door of the dining room as a foreign body. In this atmosphere, would he be capable of as lucid and detached a mode of questioning as in his office? During one of those interrogation sessions that could sometimes last all night, leaving him as exhausted as the person in front of him. For the first time in his career, a man had come to find him after hesitating for weeks, after following him in the street, after writing to him, or so he claimed, and then tearing up the letters after sitting for hours in the waiting room. A man who did not seem in any way exceptional in his looks or his clothes, yet had contrived to introduce himself into his home, humble yet obstinate, to tell him effectively, "I intend to kill 2 people, my wife and her lover. I've prepared everything, right down to the smallest details so as not to get caught." And instead of reacting with skepticism, Maigret was listening to him with intense concentration, not missing a single one of his facial expressions. He scarcely felt a twinge of regret for the variety program he had planned to watch that night on television, sitting alongside his wife, since they were still new to it, and everything on the small screen fascinated them. What was more, he had almost, when the man pointed towards Madame Maigret coming and going in the dining room, suggested to him, "Why don't you have a bite to eat with us?" Because he was hungry, and he sensed this was going to carry on for a long time. He needed to know more, to ask questions and make sure he was not mistaken. 2 or 3 times, the other man had asked him with desperate anxiety, "You don't think I'm mad, do you?" Maigret had, in fact, considered that hypothesis. There are many degrees of insanity, as he knew from experience, and the old woman from the haberdasher's shop, who brought her knitting and sat smiling in the waiting room in case he might need her, was one example. The man had been drinking before he had arrived. He admitted that he drank every night, and if Maigret had offered him alcohol, it was because he was clearly desperate for it. Alcoholics go off into a world of their own, one that resembles the real world, but with a certain discrepancy, which is not always easy to detect. And they too are sincere. All these ideas had gone through his head while he was listening, but he was not satisfied with any of them. He wanted to understand better, to penetrate deeper into the frightening universe of Leonard Planchon. That's how I began to feel I was a nuisance to them, the man was saying now, looking straight at him with his light blue eyes. I don't know how to explain it. I loved her. I think I still love her. Yes, I'm almost sure I love her. And I'll go on loving her, even if I have to kill her. Apart from my mother, she's the only person who has ever taken any interest in me, without being troubled by my face. And anyway, she's my wife. Whatever she does, she's still my wife, isn't she? She gave me Isabel. She carried her in her womb. You can't imagine what I went through when she was pregnant. I would even go down on my knees in front of her, thanking her for... I can't find the words. There was a whole part of my life tied up in her life. Do you see? And Isabel is a bit of both our lives. Before that, I was lonely. No one cared about me. No one waited for me at home in the evenings. I went on working without knowing why. Well, suddenly, she took a lover, and I could hardly feel angry with her. She's young. She's beautiful, And him, Roger Priu, he's got a lot more life in him than me. He's like an animal, bursting with health and strength. Madame Maigret, by now resigned, had gone back into the kitchen. Maigret was slowly filling a fresh pipe. I told myself all sorts of things. I said it wouldn't last, that she'd come back to me. She'd realize we were bound to each other. Whatever she might do. Am I boring you? No, no. Carry on. I don't quite know what I'm saying anymore. I think it was clearer in my letters, and much less long-winded. If I still went to church, like I did when my mother was alive, I'd probably have gone to confession. I can't remember now why I thought of you. At first, I didn't think I'd have the courage to come and find you. Now that I'm here, I'm trying to tell you everything at once. I swear to you that if I'm talking so much, it's not because I've been drinking. I prepared every sentence. Where was I? He blinked several times, and his hand toyed with a little ashtray he had picked up absent-mindedly from a coffee table. The evening of Prou's birthday, they threw you out. Not exactly, because they knew I'd come back. They sent me out so that they could spend the evening together. And you still hoped it would just be a brief affair. You probably think I'm naive. So what happened after that? He sighed, shaking his head like a man who has lost the thread of his thoughts. So many things. A few days after the birthday, when I got in at about 2 or 3 in the morning, I found a camp bed in the dining room. I didn't understand at first that it was meant for me. I pushed open the bedroom door, and they were both in our bed, asleep, or pretending to sleep. What could I have done? Roger Prue is stronger than me, and I wasn't very steady on my legs. I think he'd have been quite capable of beating me up. And I didn't want to wake Isabel. She still doesn't understand. In her eyes, I'm still her father. So I slept on the camp bed, and by the time they were up next morning, I was already in the workshop. My workmen didn't bother to hide their smiles. Only Jules, the one I told you we call Granddad. His hair's quite white now. He took a different line. He'd worked for my old boss before I arrived. I think I said, and we're on familiar terms. He came to find me and muttered, "Listen, Leonard, it's time you chuck that woman out. If you don't do it now, it'll end in tears." He realized I didn't have the courage to do it. He looked me in the eye, put a hand on my shoulder, and said, "I didn't know you were as sick as this." I wasn't sick. I just went on loving her, needing her, her presence, even if she was sleeping with another man. Please, Monsieur Maigret, answer me frankly. He didn't say inspector, as he would have done at Quai des Orfèvres, but Monsieur Maigret, seeming to stress that it was the man and not the police chief he had come to see. Have you ever met a case like mine before? Are you asking me if there are other men who have stayed with their wife, even if they knew she had a lover? Yes, more or less. There are plenty of them. Only, I suppose they're allowed to keep their place at home, and everyone at least pretends that they count for something, not me. For nearly 2 years now, they've been gradually pushing me out of my house. They hardly even bother to lay a place for me at table. It's not Pro who's the outsider. It's me. During meals, they just talk to each other or to my daughter as if I was just a ghost. On Sundays, they take the van and go out to the country. At first, I'd stay with Isabel, and I found things to amuse her. If it wasn't for Isabel, would I have left? I don't know. Anyway, these days Isabel goes with them because it's more fun to ride in a car. I asked myself every question I could think of, not just at night when I'd had a few drinks, but in the morning and all day while I was at work, because I still put in my hours at work. Questions about my feelings, and also practical questions. I even went to see a lawyer 3 months ago. I didn't tell him as much as I've told you, because I got the feeling he was hardly bothering to listen to me, and I didn't interest him. "What is it you actually want?" he asked me. "I don't know. A divorce." "I don't know. I want to be able to keep my daughter. That's the main thing." "Have you proof of your wife's misconduct?" "I told you. Every night I have to sleep on a camp bed while they're both in our bedroom. You'd need to get that verified by a senior police officer." "What kind of marriage contract do you have?" He explained to me that because we didn't have a specific marriage contract stating otherwise, Renee and I were married under the Convention of Common Assets, which means that my business, the house, the furniture, everything I own, even the clothes I'm wearing, belong to her just as much as to me. "But what about my daughter?" I asked. "Will they let me have my daughter?" That depends.
If the misconduct is proved and the judge thinks. Here Planchon gritted his teeth. He said something else. He went on, after a pause. Before I went to see him, like this evening when I've come to see you, I'd had a drink or two to give me courage. And he noticed that right away. I could tell by the way he spoke to me. Well, the judge would have to decide which of you is better able to provide your daughter with a normal upbringing. And my wife has said the same thing to me, using different words. She several times said, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you leave? Have you no dignity? Don't you realize you're not wanted here?" But I kept saying to her, "I won't abandon my daughter." And she said, "She's my daughter too, isn't she? Do you think I'd let her go off with a drunkard like you? I'm not really a drunkard, Monsieur Maigret. I beg you to believe me. In spite of appearances. Before all this, I didn't drink at all, not even a little pick-me-up from time to time. But what else was I going to do? Out on the street on my own at night, I got in the habit of going into bars and standing at the counter, so as to have people round me, to listen to them talking, to hear human voices. I'd have a drink, then one more, and I'd start thinking, and that would drive me to drink another and another. I've tried to stop, and I've felt so bad I wanted to throw myself in the Seine. I've often thought of doing that. It's the easiest way out. All that's holding me back is Isabelle. I just don't want to leave her with them. The very idea that one day she might call him Papa. Now he was weeping and unashamedly took out a handkerchief. While Maigret stared at him, there was something wrong. Certainly. Alcohol or no alcohol, the man was launched, plunging deliberately into his despair. From the point of view of the police, there was nothing to be done. He had committed no crime. He intended to kill his wife and her lover. At least that was what he claimed. But he had never indicated this intention to them, so he could not be accused of making death threats. From a legal point of view, the only thing to say was, "Come back here afterwards." In other words, when he had actually committed the crime, and Maigret could even have added, without fear of being mistaken, "If you tell the jury your story as you have just told it to me, and if you have a good lawyer, you'd probably get off." Was this the solution Planchon had come to wring out of him in some way? For a few seconds, Maigret really suspected that. He disliked men who shed tears. He distrusted men who confessed too readily. And sentimentality boosted by alcohol irritated him. His dinner was already spoiled, and he had missed his television program. Planchon showed no sign of being about to leave. He too seemed to appreciate the warm atmosphere in the Maigret apartment. Was he going to be like one of those stray dogs that you pat and comfort when you meet them, and then can never get rid of, "I'm sorry," Planchon stammered, wiping his eyes. "I must seem ridiculous to you. It's the first time in my life I've confided in anyone." Maigret wanted to say to him, "Why me?" because the papers had all too often published profiles of him, and reporters had given him the reputation of being a policeman who was humane and understanding. "How long is it," he asked, "since you wrote to me the first time?" "It was about 2 months ago, from a little cafe on the Place du Tertre." Maigret's name had been in the papers a great deal round about that time, in connection with a crime committed by an 18-year-old youth. "And you wrote a dozen or so letters and tore them all up in the space of about a week." "Yes, something like that. I'd write 2 or even 3 the same evening, and only tear them up next day."
So, for 6 or 7 weeks, you came every Saturday to Quai des Orfèvres. With his way of presenting himself, then waiting in the glass cage and disappearing before he could talk to anyone. He had become almost as legendary a character as the old lady with her knitting. Was it Janvier or Lucas who had dubbed him the Saturday Caller? And yet during the whole of that time, Planchon had not put his plan into effect. He had returned every night to Rue Toloset, lain down on his camp bed, then risen before anyone next morning to go to work, as if nothing was wrong. But this man was more subtle than one might have thought. "I can guess what you're thinking," he said mournfully. "What am I thinking? That I've accepted the situation for almost 2 years, and for the last 2 months I've been thinking of killing my wife, or both of them, and so, because I haven't done it yet, admit it. You're telling yourself, I never will have the courage to do it." Maigret shook his head. "You don't need courage to do that. Murder can be committed by any fool. But when there's no other way out, put yourself in my place. I had a solid little business, a wife, a child, and I've lost everything. Not just my wife and child, but my living.
because they never talk of leaving. The way they see it, I'm the one who's unwanted, so I should be the one to leave. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. What can I say? It's even been the same with the customers. It happened very gradually. Prow was just one of my workmen, an intelligent and hard-working one. I have to say, he has much more of the gift of the gab than me. So he gets on better with the customers, especially if they're women. And without my realizing it, he was gradually stepping into my shoes as the boss. And when people telephone these days because they want some work done, it's almost always him they ask for. If I was to disappear tomorrow, hardly anyone would notice. Would even my daughter miss me? I'm not so sure. He's a more cheery character than me. He tells her stories, sings songs to her, carries her on his shoulders. What does your daughter call him? She calls him Roger, like my wife does. She's not surprised they sleep in the same room. During the day, the camp bed's folded up and put in a cupboard. It's as if every trace of my presence has been wiped out. But look, I've kept you too long. I must apologize to your wife. She must be getting really annoyed with me. But this time, it was Maigret who would not let him go, since he was determined to understand. Listen, Monsieur Planchon, I'm listening. For 2 months, you've been setting out to see me, to say, in short, I intend to kill my wife and her lover. Is that correct? Yes. And for 2 months, you've lived every day with that thought. Yes, there was nothing else. Wait, I presume you're not expecting me to say, well, get on with it. You'd have no right to say that. But you think I must share your point of view. A brief gleam in the other man's eye indicated that he was not far off the mark. So, it's one thing or the other. Forgive me if I sound brutal. Either you don't really mean to kill anyone at all. It's just a vague intention, especially after a couple of drinks. Planchon nodded sadly. Let me finish, or else. What I'm saying is that you haven't really decided, and you want someone to tell you to stop. The man came back at him with his eternal refrain. There's no other way out. You were hoping I'd come up with a solution. There isn't one. All right. Let's imagine that theory is mistaken. I can see only one other possibility. You genuinely have made plans to kill your wife and her lover. You have even gone so far
as to identify the place where you will get rid of their bodies. I've thought of everything, and you come to see me, man whose job it is to try and catch criminals. I know. What do you know? That it doesn't seem logical. From his obstinate expression, it was no less clear that he was clinging to his idea. He had started life without money, without means, or any education to speak of. As far as Maigret could judge, he was only of moderate intelligence. Having been left alone in Paris after his mother's death, he had nevertheless managed in a few years, by sheer graft and willpower, to become the boss of a quite prosperous small painting and decorating business. Could it be said that the man wasn't clear-headed, even if he had started drinking? You mentioned the confessional just now. You said that if you were still religious, you'd have gone to a priest. I think so. And what do you think the priest would have said? I don't know. I suppose he would have tried to stop me carrying out my plan. What about me? You would too. Sicken. So you want someone to stop you, to prevent you from doing something foolish. Planchon suddenly appeared lost. A moment earlier, he had been looking at Maigret with confidence or hope all at once. It was as if they were no longer speaking the same language, and all the words exchanged up till now were of no consequence. He shook his head, and there was reproach in his eyes. Disappointment, at any rate. He muttered under his breath, "It's not that." Perhaps he was on the verge of picking up his hat and leaving, regretting this pointless visit. Wait a moment. Planchon, try to listen to me instead of following your own thoughts. I'm trying. Monsieur Maigret, what good or comfort would it have brought you to confess to a priest? All in one breath, he replied, "Oh, I don't know." He was still there, but he was no longer present. He had begun to retreat into himself, not hearing the inspector's voice, any more than he heard the anonymous voices in the bars where he went drinking. You would have gone ahead and killed them after that. I suppose so. I'd better be going. And Maigret, feeling almost pained to be disappointing this man, persisted in probing for the grain of truth he felt he had glimpsed somewhere. You don't want anyone to prevent you doing what you've decided. No, Planchon added, with a strange smile. The only way would be to put me in jail. But you can't put me in jail if I haven't done anything. So what you're after? what you've come here for is some kind of absolution. You need to know that you will be understood, that you're not a monster, and that your plan is the only outcome left to you. He repeated, I don't know. And he seemed so distracted that Maigret was tempted to shake him by the shoulder, look him in the eye, and speak loudly to him. Listen, Planchen. He too was repeating himself. It was perhaps the 10th time he had said those words. As you say, I have no right to lock you up, but I could have you watched. Even if it doesn't stop you, you'd be arrested immediately. It's not me that would pass sentence on you, but the courts, and they won't necessarily understand, and will, in all likelihood, concentrate on the idea that the crime was premeditated. You've told me you have no family in Paris or anywhere else. So what would become of your daughter, even for the months it would take for the case to be investigated and come to court? And after that, yet again, he said, I don't know. So, nothing. What are you going to do? I don't know. I just don't know anymore. But I'm going to try. Try what? To get used to it. Maigret wanted to shout at him that that was not what he had meant. What's stopping you just leaving? With my daughter. You're still the head of the family. And what about her? You're thinking of your wife. Shamefacedly. Planchen nodded. Then he added, and there's my business, which indicated that passion wasn't the only motive in this case. I'll see. Will you come and see me again? I've told you everything. I've taken too much of your time already. Your wife. Don't worry about my wife. Let's think about you, all right. Don't come back to see me, but I would like us to remain in touch. Don't forget that it was you who came to find me. Yes, and I apologize. You're going to phone me every day, here or in my office. All I'm asking is that you call me. Why? No reason. Just to stay in touch. You can just say, I'm here. That will do. Very well. I'll do that. Every day. Every day. And if, at some stage, you were to feel on the point of putting your plan into operation, you'd call me. He hesitated, as if balancing between yes and no. That would mean I wouldn't do it, he said at last. He was bargaining like a peasant at a fair. Look, if I phoned you to say that, answer my question, I'll try. That's all I ask you. And now you must go home. Not yet. Why not? It isn't time yet. They'll both be in the dining room. What would I do? You're going to hang around in bars all evening. He shrugged his shoulders in a resigned way and glanced at the plum brandy bottle. Maigret, although infuriated, ended up pouring him another glass. You might as well drink it here as outside. The man hesitated, glass in hand, looking ashamed. Do you despise me? I don't despise anyone, but if you did, it certainly wouldn't be you. Are you saying that just to keep my spirits up? No, because it's what I think. Well, I thank you. Then, this time, he had his hat in his hand and was glancing round, as if looking for something else. I wish you would explain to your wife. Maigret pushed him gently towards the door. I've spoiled your evening, and hers. He was on the landing now, and already more anonymous than in Maigret's apartment. A very ordinary little man, such that nobody would turn round in the street if they saw him. Goodbye, Monsieur Maigret. At last the door was shut, and Madame Maigret burst out of the kitchen. I thought he'd never stop, and you'd never manage to get rid of him. I was on the point of coming in to give you an excuse. She looked hard at her husband. You seem preoccupied. I am. Is he crazy? No, I don't think so. She rarely asked him questions, but this was something that had happened at home. As she brought in the soup, she ventured to murmur, what did he come here for? To confess. She sat down at her place without blinking. You're not putting the television on. The program will be almost over by now. In the past, on Saturday evenings, they would both go to the cinema, not so much for the film itself as to be out together, arm in arm. They would head for Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle, feeling comfortable with each other. There was no need to say anything. Tomorrow, Maigret now announced, we'll go for a walk in Montmartre. Arm in arm, like other Sunday strollers, he wanted to see Rue Toloset again, to look at the house at the far end of the courtyard where Léonard Planchon, his wife, his daughter, Isabelle, and Roger Preux were living. Had he done the right thing? The wrong thing? Had he found the appropriate words? Had Planchon found what he was looking for in Boulevard Richard Lenoir? By now, he would be having a drink somewhere. No doubt, going over in his mind everything he had said. It was impossible to know whether this interview
so long desired and so often postponed, had brought him any peace, or whether, on the contrary, it was going to trigger some kind of crisis. It was the first time that Maigret had left a man standing on the landing in his own house, wondering whether that man would go and kill two people shortly afterwards. It might happen this very evening, any minute. At the moment, perhaps, that Maigret was thinking about it. What's the matter? Nothing. I just don't like this business. He wondered about telephoning the police station in the 18th arrondissement to ask them to keep a watch on the Planchon house. But you couldn't post a policeman on duty inside the bedroom. And an officer standing in the street outside would be unable to prevent anything. Chapter 3. It was a Sunday morning like any other, lazy and empty, a little dull. Maigret was in the habit of enjoying a lie-in on a Sunday. If by good fortune he was able to spend it at home, even if he was not sleepy, he would stay in bed, knowing that his wife would rather not have him under her feet before she had finished the housework. Almost always, he would hear her getting up quietly at about 7, slipping out of bed and tiptoeing to the door. Then he would hear the click of the light switch in the next room, and a strip of light would appear under the door. He would nod off again, without having woken properly. He knew this always happened, and the certainty penetrated his sleep. It wasn't the kind of sleep of other days, but peculiar to Sunday morning, and it had a different texture, a different taste, so to speak. For instance, every half hour or so, he would hear church bells ringing, and he knew how empty the streets were, with no heavy trucks going past and only a few buses. He knew, too, that he had no responsibilities, and there was nothing urgent to do, no task waiting for him outside. Later, he would hear the distant whirring of the vacuum cleaner in the other rooms, and, later still, the smell of coffee would reach him, something to which he was very alert. All households surely have traditions they cling to that lend savor to even the dullest of mornings. He dreamed about Planchon. It wasn't really a dream. He could see him, just as he was the night before, in their small front room. But his attitude was different. Instead of being troubled by emotion or despair, his features, disfigured by the hare lip, now appeared to express ironic malice. Although the man did not seem to move his lips, Maigret was aware of what he was saying. Admit it. You think I'm right. There's nothing else I can do but kill her. You daren't say so because you're employed by the state and you're afraid of getting into hot water. But you're not holding me back. You're waiting for me to have done with her and with him. A hand shook his shoulder gently, and a familiar voice said as usual, "It's 9 o'clock." His wife was handing him his first cup of coffee, which he always drank before getting up. "What's the weather like?" "Cold and windy." Already looking fresh and clean in her light blue overall, she drew the curtains. The sky looked white. The air seemed white too, a glacial white. In his dressing gown and slippers, Maigret went to sit in the dining room, now newly tidied, and the morning would go by. With certain rituals that had been gradually established over the years. Perhaps it was exactly the same in the apartments he could see on the other side of Boulevard Richard Lenoir, and indeed all over Paris or anywhere else. These little habits, the familiar round, must correspond to a certain human need. "What are you thinking about?" she asked him. She had noticed that he seemed pensive and out of sorts. That man yesterday, Planchon's wife wouldn't be waking him with a cup of hot coffee. When he opened his eyes, after the disturbed sleep of a man who has drunk too much, he would find himself on a camp bed in the dining room, and he would be the one who got up first, perhaps hearing regular breathing from the bedroom next door, and guessing at two warm, relaxed bodies in the matrimonial bed. This image distressed him more than the long monologue he had heard the evening before. Planchon had been referring mainly to weekdays, but what were his Sundays like? His workmen would not be waiting for him in the courtyard or the workshop. He'd have nothing to do, any more than Maigret had. No doubt in that house it was Renée and her lover who had a long lie-in. Did Planchon perhaps make coffee for everyone? Setting the table in the kitchen, did his little daughter, barefoot in her nightdress, her face puffy with sleep, come and join him there? The man had said that she didn't ask any questions, but there was nothing to stop Isabel using her eyes and thinking. What did she make of life in that household and of the existence her father was leading? Maigret ate his croissants while Madame Maigret began preparing lunch. From time to time, they exchanged a few words through the kitchen door,
Last night's evening papers, which he had not read, were on the table, along with the weeklies, which he left until Sunday mornings. His phone call to the police judiciaire was another tradition. Perhaps, though, he called a little earlier than usual, with a degree of anxiety. Torrance was on duty. Maigret recognized his voice and pictured him in the almost deserted offices. Nothing to report, nothing important, Chief, except there's been another jewel robbery last night. At the Crillon again, at the Plaza, Avenue Montaigne. And yet he had put officers on duty in all the grand hotels on the Champs-Élysées and the nearby streets. Who was there? Vasher. He didn't see anything. No, always the same method. They had, of course, scanned the records of known jewel thieves, including Interpol files. But this burglar's modus operandi did not correspond to any known specialist, and he seemed to be launching his coups in quick succession, as if, in the space of a few days, he wanted to amass enough money to retire. Did you send someone over to help Vasher? Dupot's gone to meet him. They can't do much for now. Most of the hotel guests are still asleep. Torrance must have found the next question odd. Nothing reported from the 18th arrondissement. Not that I can remember. Hang on. I'll check the cards. Wait a minute. Bercy. I'm just passing over all the Bercies. Bercy was the term used by the police for the more or less disorderly drunks who were regularly brought in to spend a night in the cells. There was a bit of a fight at 3:15 on Place Pigalle. A con man cheated someone. Another swindler. Nearby. Knife attack outside a dance hall. Boulevard Rochechouart. Just the usual litany of Saturday night incidents. No murders. No, can't see any. Thanks. A good day to you. Then, call me if there's anything new from the plaza. And he hung up. Madame Maigret, standing in the doorway, asked him, as he put the phone down, "Is it because of that man that you're worrying?" He looked at her without knowing what to say. "You think he really will end up killing them?" Last night, as they went to bed, he had told his wife about Planchon's confession, but light-heartedly, as if he were not taking it too seriously. "You don't think he's wrong in the head? I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist. Why did he come to find you? Then, as soon as I saw him on the landing, I realized this wasn't an ordinary visit, and I admit he frightened me.
What was the point of worrying? Was it any of his business? Not yet. Anyway, he replied evasively and, sitting down in his armchair, was soon deep in the papers. He had been there hardly 10 minutes when he got up again to look for the telephone directory and found the name of Planchon. Léonard, painter and decorator, Rue Tolozé. So the man had not concealed his identity. Maigret hesitated a moment before dialing the number, finally did so, and as the telephone rang in that unknown house, he felt a little tug at his heart. He thought at first there was no one home, since it rang for a long time. Eventually, there was a click, and a voice said, "What is it?" It was the voice of a woman who did not sound in a very good mood. "I wanted a word with Monsieur Planchon. He's not here. Am I speaking to Madame Planchon?" "Yes, that's me." "Do you know how long he will be?" "He's just gone out with his daughter." Maigret noticed that she had said, "his daughter," not "my daughter" or "daughter." He also gathered that someone else was in the room, speaking to the woman and no doubt telling her, "Ask him his name." And indeed, after a brief pause, she said, "Who's this speaking?" "Just a customer. I'll call back." He hung up. Renee was alive and well. Roger Prue, too, evidently. And Planchon had gone for a walk with his daughter, which proved that in Rue Tolozé, like everywhere else, there were Sunday morning traditions. He hardly thought about all that for the rest of the morning. Once he had finished the papers, without any great interest, he stayed for a while standing at the window, watching people walking quickly home from Mass, hunched forward, their faces blue with cold. Then he took a bath and dressed. As the smell of cooking spread throughout the apartment, at midday, they ate their meal facing each other, not the television. They chatted about Dr. Pardon's daughter, who was expecting her second child, then about various other things that did not stay in his memory. At 3 o'clock, when the dishes had been washed and everything put away, he suggested, "Shall we go for a walk?" Madame Maigret put on her astrakhan coat, and he picked his warmest scarf. "Where do you want to go?" "Montmartre." "Yes, I remember. You said so yesterday. Shall we take the metro? It would be warmer there." They came out of the Place Blanche metro station
and began walking slowly up Rue Le Pic, where the shutters of all the shops were closed.
Where it meets Rue des Abesses. Rue Le Pic makes a long dog leg. Rue Tolosa, by contrast, climbs up straight ahead to rejoin it at the Moulin de la Galette. Is this where he lives? Bit higher up, just by the steps, about halfway along, on the left. Maigret noticed a purple-painted facade and a sign which would light up at night the Bal des Copains. 3 young men standing on the pavement outside seemed to be waiting for someone, and from inside came the sound of an accordion. It was too early for anyone to be dancing. The accordionist, at the back of an almost dark room, was just practicing. So it was here that, 9 years earlier, the lonely Planchon had met René by chance, because the place was crowded and a harassed waiter had sat a girl at his table. The Maigrets walked on up the street, a little out of breath from the slope. Between the 5- and 6-story buildings, there were still a few smaller houses dating from the time when Montmartre was a village. They eventually found themselves in front of an open gate leading to a cobbled courtyard. At the far end was a small house, built of characteristic Parisian millstone, the kind you see in the suburbs. It was a 2-story building, old-fashioned and showing its age, with red and yellow bricks round the windows. The woodwork, however, was freshly painted, a bright blue that clashed with the rest of the facade. He lives here. They dared not linger, contenting themselves with seeing as much as they could by walking slowly past. Madame Maigret later remembered that the curtains at the windows were very clean. Maigret himself noted the ladders in the courtyard, a handcart, and a wooden shed with large cans of paint visible through the windows. The van was not in the courtyard. There was no garage. The curtains did not move. No sign of life was visible. Should they conclude that Planchon, his wife, Isabelle, and Pro had all gone out together in the van, what shall we do now? Maigret didn't know. He had wanted to see, and now that he had seen, he had no further plans. Well, since we're here, shall we go up to Place du Tertre? They drank a small carafe of rosé wine, and a long-haired artist offered to draw their portraits. By 6 p.m., they were back home. He telephoned Quai des Orfèvres. Dupeau was there. He was no further forward with the theft at the plaza, where some guests, having been out all night, had not yet ordered their breakfast. This time, Maigret did not miss his television program, although it was a police drama that made him grumble out loud all evening. At heart, although he appreciated the monotony of Sundays, he liked even better the moment on Monday morning when he took possession once more of his office. He went to the daily briefing and shook hands with his colleagues. Each of them reported back on current cases at greater or lesser length, and he preferred to keep quiet about the visit he had received on Saturday evening. Was he afraid of looking ridiculous if he attached too much importance to it? Monday was the only day of the week when they all shook hands. He found Lucas, Janvier, young Lapointe, and the others there. And all of them, unless they happened to be on weekend duty, would, like him, have spent Sunday at home with their families. He chose in the end to call in Lapointe and Janvier to his office. "Have you kept the cards we had made for the Raymond case?" It went back a few months, to the early autumn. They had needed to find some evidence against a certain Raymond, who went by several identities and was suspected of having committed crimes in most of the countries of Europe. He lived in furnished lodgings in Rue de Ponthieu, and in order to gain admission while he was away, without raising the landlady's suspicions, Janvier and Lapointe had turned up one morning with official-looking cards from some vague office for re-evaluating the surface area of the building. "We have to measure all the rooms and the corridor," they had announced. They had briefcases stuffed with papers under their arms, and young Lapointe, looking conscientious, had taken notes, while Janvier brought out his tape measure. This wasn't very legal, but it was not the first time the trick had been used, and it could be tried again. "You're to go to Rue Tolosa, up at the end on the right. There's a small dwelling house at the far end of a courtyard." Maigret would have dearly liked to go there himself and sniff round the corners of the house, about which he wanted to know everything. He gave detailed instructions, and once his colleagues had left, turned to current matters. The sky was still pale and unyielding, the Seine a vicious gray. It was almost midday when Janvier and Lapointe returned, and he took the time to sign a few administrative papers and ring for Joseph to collect them. "Well, boys," Janvier spoke first. "We rang the bell." "Yes, I imagine you did." Was it the wife who came to the door? What's she like? They looked at each other. Dark-haired, quite tall, good figure, attractive woman. This time, Lapointe broke in, George's female, if you ask me. What was she wearing? Red dressing gown, slippers, hadn't done her hair, yellow nightdress underneath. Did you see the daughter? No. She must have been in school. Was the van in the courtyard? No. And there wasn't anyone in the workshop. How did she receive you? She seemed wary. She peered at us first, through the curtains. Then we heard footsteps in the corridor. She opened the door, just a crack, only showing half her face, and said, "What is it? I don't need anything." We explained what it was. Did she seem taken aback? She asked, "Are you doing this to all the houses in the street?" And when we said yes, she decided to let us in. Will it take long? Half an hour at most. Do you really have to measure the whole house? Next, the two inspectors gave their impressions. What had struck them most was the kitchen. It was a magnificent kitchen, chief, very light and modern, all the latest gadgets. You wouldn't expect to find a kitchen like that in an old house. They've even got a dishwasher. Maigret was not surprised. It seemed in character for Planchon to have given his wife every possible luxury. Well, the house looks nice inside. You can see at once it belongs to a painter. Everything's newly decorated. In the little girl's room, the furniture's all been painted pink. This, too, corresponded to the character of the Saturday caller. Go on. Next to the kitchen, there's quite a big living room they use as a dining room, and it has rustic-type furniture. Did you find the camp bed? Yes, it was in a cupboard, Janvier added. I said casually to her, "That's handy, isn't it, if you have friends to stay?" And she didn't react. No. But she followed us everywhere, watching everything we did. Not too sure we'd really come from an official agency. She asked at one point, "What's the purpose of all these measurements you're taking?" I trotted out our formula from time to time. Because people alter their houses, we need to review the basis for the local land tax. And as long as they hadn't extended their place, they had nothing to worry about. I don't think she's all that bright. But she's not the sort of woman who'd let herself be taken advantage of either. And I was thinking a moment would come when she'd pick up the phone to call our supposed agency. Because of that, we hurried up. 2 more rooms on the ground floor, a bedroom and a little room that seems to be an office, where the telephone is. The bedroom,
nicely painted too, hadn't been tidied. There was stuff everywhere. The office was the kind of cubbyhole small businesses all have: filing cabinets, bills on a spike, a stove in the fireplace, and samples piled on the mantelpiece. The bathroom's not downstairs, but on the first floor, next to the daughter's room. That's all. Lapointe broke in. The telephone rang while we were there. She made the caller repeat the name twice, wrote it on a pad, and said, "No, he's not here at the moment. He's out on a job." "What? Monsieur Prue?" "Yes." "I'll pass on the message, and he'll be over to see you, probably this afternoon. Now, Chief, if the size of the rooms interests you." They'd done what they were asked, although Maigret was not much further forward than before. Now, at least he had a clearer idea of the house, and it was exactly as he had imagined it. Did the two men, the husband and the lover, work on the same site, or, on the contrary, did they choose to take on different jobs? Surely they were obliged by their work to speak to one another. If so, what tone did they use? Maigret returned home for lunch and asked if there had been any phone calls. No, there had not. And it was a little after 6 p.m. when he received in his office the call he had been waiting for. "Hello, Monsieur Maigret. Yes, it's me. Planchon here? Where are you?" "In a cafe in Rue des Abbesses, just next to a house I've been working on all day. You see, I've kept my word. You asked me to phone you. How are you feeling?" There was a silence. "Are you feeling calm?" "I'm always calm." "I've been thinking a lot. Did you take your daughter out for a walk yesterday morning?" "How did you know?" "Yes, I took her to the flea market." "What about the afternoon?" "They took the van." "All three of them?" "Yes." "And you stayed home?" "I went to sleep." So he had been in the house when Maigret and his wife had walked past it. "I've thought a lot." "What conclusion have you come to?" "I don't know. No conclusion. I'm going to try and hang on as long as possible. When it comes to it, I'm wondering if I really want things to change. And anyway, as you said the other day, I'd be in danger of losing Isabel." Maigret could hear the clink of glasses, the murmur of voices, and the sound of a cash register. "Will you call me tomorrow?" The man at the other end hesitated. "Do you think there's any point?" "I'd prefer it if you called me every day." "You don't trust me?" What could he say to that question? "I'll survive. Don't you worry." He laughed a little bitterly. "I've survived 2 years. I'm enough of a coward to carry on the same way because I am a coward, aren't I? Admit it. That's what you think, instead of acting like a real man would have done. I come whimpering to you. You were quite right to come. And you didn't whimper. You don't despise me. No. Did you tell your wife everything the minute I was out of the door? No. She didn't ask you who was the annoying person who had spoiled your dinner. You ask yourself too many questions, Monsieur Planchon. You're too self-conscious. I'm sorry. Go home. To my house. Maigret did not know what to say to that. He could not remember feeling so embarrassed in his life. Well, for goodness sake, it is your house, isn't it? If you don't want to do that, go somewhere else. Just don't go trailing from bar to bar, because you'll only get yourself more distressed. I get the feeling you're angry with me. No, I'm not angry. I'd just like you to stop mulling over the same ideas. Maigret did feel some irritation, but with himself, he was perhaps wrong to be talking like this. It's difficult, especially over the telephone, to find the right words to say to a man who is thinking of killing his wife and his foreman. The situation was absurd, and it was as if Planchon had sensitive antennae as well. Although Maigret wasn't really angry, he was certainly annoyed with this man for troubling him with a story he wouldn't have dared tell his colleagues in case they thought him naive. Keep calm, Monsieur Planchon. He could only think of those empty phrases used for condolences. Don't forget to call me tomorrow and tell yourself that what you have in mind wouldn't solve anything. On the contrary. Well, thank you. Anyway, his heart wasn't in it. Planchon was disappointed. He'd just finished work, and no doubt hadn't yet drunk enough alcohol for a different mood to take over, letting him see things the way he had on Saturday evening. When he was sober, he must be without illusions. What kind of image did he have of himself? And the ridiculous or odious figure he cut in a house that belonged to him, that last, well, thank you, anyway, had sounded bitter, and Maigret would have preferred to carry on talking. But the other man had hung up. There was another solution, which Planchon had hardly mentioned on Saturday, and which suddenly made the inspector anxious. Now that Planchon had articulated his troubles by telling them to someone, now that he could have no illusions about himself, wouldn't he be tempted to end it all by killing himself? If Maigret had known where he was phoning from, he would have called him back at once. But what could he say, damn it all? It wasn't really anything to do with him. He wasn't obliged to intervene. It wasn't his job to put people's lives right. He was supposed to find those who had committed a crime. He went on working for an hour, in a bad mood, on the jewel thefts, which would probably take weeks to solve. It seemed clear that on each occasion, the thief had been a guest at the hotel from which the jewels had disappeared. The thefts had taken place in 4 different hotels at 2 or 3 days interval. That being so, it should have been easy enough to study the lists of guests and catch the person or persons who turned up on the different lists. But that didn't work. And the descriptions provided by the reception staff were no assistance either. Weeks, it would probably take months. And it was quite likely that the denouement would take him to London, Cannes, or Rome, unless the jewels could be traced through some known fence in Antwerp or Amsterdam. Still, this was less depressing than worrying about Planchon. Maigret took a taxi home. Since it was late, he ate his dinner, watched television, went to bed, and was woken as usual by the smell of coffee. In the office, he growled, "Get me the station in the 18th. Hello? Is that the 18th? That you, Bernard? Nothing on your patch last night. No, no murders. No one gone missing. Listen, I'd like someone to keep a discreet eye on a house at the top end of Rue Tolosa, just by the steps. Yes, no, not 24 hours a day. Of course, just at night. If the man on patrol could glance in. Check, for instance, that the house painter's van is in the courtyard. Thanks. If by any chance the van's not there at night, can you call me? No. Nothing precise. Just a hunch. You know how it is. Thank you. Another routine day. People to question. Not just about the jewels, but in connection with 2 or 3 other less important cases. From 6 o'clock, he was waiting for the telephone to ring. It rang twice, but it wasn't Planchon either time. By 6:30, he had still not called, nor at 7, and Maigret felt angry with himself for being on edge. Nothing dramatic could have happened during the day. It was highly unlikely, for instance, that, while his child was at school, Planchon would have come home to kill his wife.
then waited for Prue to return before killing him too. In fact, Maigret realized he had not asked him how he proposed to do the deed. Had the painter not declared that he had prepared his plan for a double murder down to the smallest detail, he surely did not possess a revolver, and even if he did, it was unlikely he'd use it. Men like him, with a manual trade, mostly prefer to use one of their usual tools. But what tool would a painter and decorator have? He could not help laughing to himself as he thought of a paintbrush. At 7:15, there had still been no call, so he went home. The telephone did not ring there, either during dinner or in the course of the evening. "You're still thinking about him?" asked his wife. "Not all the time, of course, but it's bothering me. You once told me that people who talked a lot didn't generally take action. No, as a rule, they don't. But it does happen. Have you caught cold? Perhaps from walking round Montmartre on Sunday. Does my voice sound hoarse?" She went to find him an aspirin, and he slept soundly all night, waking to find rain beating on the windows. He waited until 10 next morning before calling the 18th. "Bernard." "Yes, Chief." "Nothing in Rue Tolosa?" "No, the van didn't leave the yard. It was only at 7 that night." Having heard nothing further, that he decided to telephone the house in Rue Tolosa, where a man's voice he did not recognize replied, "Planchon." "Yes, that's right, but he's not here. He won't be back this evening either." Chapter 4. Maigret had the impression that the man at the other end had tried to hang up on him abruptly, but that at the last moment he had hesitated, as if suspicious. The inspector hastened to ask, "Is Madame Planchon there?" "She's out, and she won't be in tonight either. She should be back any minute. She just went to do a bit of shopping round the corner." Another silence, and the line was so good that Maigret could hear Prue breathing. "What do you want with him? Who are you?" He was on the point of pretending to be a customer, saying anything that came to mind. After a pause, he preferred to ring off. He had never seen the man he was speaking to. The little he knew of him had come from Planchon, who had good reason to be biased. Yet, immediately, as soon as he had heard his voice, Maigret had felt antipathy for René's lover, and was annoyed with himself on that account.
It was not because of the husband's story that the feeling came.
It was the voice itself, the aggressive drawl. He would have sworn that Prow, at the other end, was staring at the telephone with suspicion, and that he never replied directly to questions. This was a kind of man he knew well. Men who don't let anyone get the better of them, who look you up and down with a beady eye and, at the first awkward question, frown with their bristling eyebrows. Did he really have bristling eyebrows? And did his hair grow down low on his forehead bad-temperedly? Maigret sorted out his papers and followed his usual routine by calling Joseph. Nobody else for me. Then he put his head round the door of the inspector's office. If anyone wants me, I'm at home. On the embankment, he opened his umbrella. Standing on the deck of the bus, he found himself crammed against someone with a streaming wet raincoat. Before sitting down to dinner, he called Rue Toulouse again. He was feeling unhappy about everything and everyone. He felt aggrieved at Planchon, who had come to him with his pathetic and ridiculous story. He felt aggrieved at Roger Prow. Heaven knew why. And he felt angry with himself. He almost felt annoyed with his wife, who was looking at him anxiously. Was it their normal practice in that house not to pick the phone up at first? It sounded as if it was ringing in an empty space. Then he remembered that the telephone was in the little office. No doubt they would be eating their meal in the kitchen, so they would have some distance to come. At last, someone, a woman. Madame Planchon. Yes, who is that? She was speaking naturally, in a low-pitched and not unattractive voice. Wanted a word with Leonard. He's not here. You don't know when he'll be back. I'm a friend of his. This time, as with Prue, there was a silence. Was Roger Prue alongside her, and were they exchanging questioning glances? What friend? Never mind. You don't know me. I was supposed to meet him this evening. He's gone away. For long. Yes. Can you tell me when he'll be back? No, I don't know. Is he in Paris? Another pause. If he is, he didn't leave an address. Does he owe you money? Maigret hung up once more. And Madame Maigret, who had overheard him, asked as she served the soup, "Has he disappeared?" "Looks like it." "You think he might have committed suicide?" He muttered, "I don't think anything." He saw the man again,
sitting in their front room, his knuckles white from clasping his fingers together. He saw above all his pale blue eyes staring at him beseechingly. Planchon, after several drinks, had been under pressure. He had talked a lot. Maigret had allowed himself to go along with that. And there were a number of precise questions he ought to have asked, and had not. After dinner, he phoned the emergency services. It was the time when duty officers would be eating, watching their switchboards, and the man who replied had his mouth full. No, Chief. No suicides reported since I got in Michigan. Wait while I check the daytime log. One moment. Old woman threw herself out of a window in Boulevard Barbès. Corpse pulled from the Seine at the bridge at Saint-Cloud at 5 p. Condition suggests it's been in the water about 10 days. Can't see anything else. It was Wednesday evening. Next day, in his office, Maigret began scribbling on a piece of paper. It had been on the Saturday evening that he had found Planchon waiting for him at home on Boulevard Richard Lenoir. On Sunday morning, he had telephoned the house in Rue Toulouse, and Madame Planchon had told him that her husband was out with his daughter. That was true, because the painter had confirmed it to him later. Isabel and her father had gone off hand in hand to the flea market in Saint-Ouen. On the same Sunday afternoon, Maigret and his wife had walked past the entrance to the house. The van had not been in the yard. No one could be seen behind the curtains, but he had later learned, again from Planchon, that he was at home, asleep, on Monday morning. Janvier and Lapointe, using methods bordering on the illegal, had gone to Rue Toulouse, where under René's suspicious gaze they had looked in every room, pretending to take measurements. In the late afternoon, Léonard Planchon had telephoned him at Quai des Orfèvres from a café on Place des Abbesses. Or so he said, and Maigret had certainly overheard voices, glasses clinking, and the sound of a till. The man's last words had been, "Thank you. Anyway," he hadn't mentioned taking a trip, nor given any hint at all of suicide. It was on the Saturday that he had vaguely mentioned that solution, which he was rejecting, so as not to leave Isabel in the care of René and her lover. On the Tuesday, no phone call. In order to put his mind at rest, Maigret had asked the police in the 18th arrondissement to take a look at the house in Rue Toulouse during the night. Not constant surveillance.
The officers doing their rounds would just have glanced in to see that nothing unusual was happening and that the van was still in the yard, which it was. Wednesday, finally, nothing, no call from Planchon. And when Maigret had phoned the house at about 7 p.m., Roger Prue had said that Planchon would not be back that evening. He seemed vague, as if wary. Renee was not home then either, but as her lover had said, she was there an hour later, and from her replies he had deduced that she did not expect to see her husband again for quite some time. He attended the daily briefing, as he did every morning, still avoiding any mention of the case, which did not exist officially. A little after 10, in the freezing cold drizzle, he left the police judiciaire and took a taxi to Rue Toulouse. He did not yet know how he would handle this. He had no precise plan. "Shall I wait?" the taxi driver said. He preferred to pay, since he might be there for a while. The van was not in the yard, but a workman in white overalls stained with paint was coming and going in the shed. Maigret went straight to the dwelling house and pressed the bell. A window opened on the first floor above his head, and he did not budge. Then he heard footsteps on the stairs, and the door opened a little way, as it had for Janvier and Lapointe, and he glimpsed black tousled hair, one eye almost as dark, a face with very pale skin, and the red fabric of a dressing gown. "What is it?" "I would like a word with you, Madame Planchon." "What about?" The door remained open 15 centimeters at most. "About your husband. He's not here." "It's precisely because I need to see him that I would like to speak to you." "What do you want with him?" He decided at last to reveal himself. "Police." "Do you have a card?" He showed her his badge, changing her attitude. She opened the door wider and stood back to let him go past. "I'm sorry. I'm alone in the house, and there have been some mysterious phone calls lately." She was looking hard at him, perhaps wondering if he had been the caller. "Come in. The house is still in a mess." She took him into the living room, where a vacuum cleaner was standing in the middle of the carpet. "What has my husband done? I need to get in touch with him to ask him a few questions." "Has he been in a fight?" She indicated a chair to him, but was hesitating to sit down herself, pulling the dressing gown more tightly around her. "Why do you ask that?"
because he spends the evening and half the night in bars, and when he's had a few, he gets violent. Has he ever hit you? No. Well, I wouldn't have stood for it, but he has threatened me. What kind of threat? To bump me off. He didn't go into detail. And has that happened several times? Several times, yes. And do you know where he is just now? I don't know. And I don't care. When did you last see him? She took time to think. Wait a minute. It's Thursday. Wednesday yesterday. Tuesday the day before. It was Monday evening. At what time? Late at night. You don't remember the exact time. It must have been about midnight. You'd gone to bed. Yes. Alone. No. No reason I need to lie to you. Everyone round here knows how it is. And I should say they're all on our side. Roger's and mine. If it wasn't for my husband being so obstinate, we'd have got married long ago. You mean you have a lover, not without a certain pride, she answered, looking him straight in the eye. Yes. And he lives here, in this house. Why not? When a man like Planchon clings on and refuses a divorce, you have to. Since when? Nearly 2 years now. And your husband has accepted the situation. He's been my husband in name only for a good while now, and it's a long time since he was a real man either. I don't know what you want with him. What he does when he's out of the house is no business of mine. What I can tell you, and no one will tell you any different, is that he's a drunk, and you can't expect anything from him anymore. If it wasn't for Roger, the business would have collapsed. Can I take you back to Monday evening? You were in bed, in the bedroom. Its door was open, and an orange eiderdown was visible on the bed. Yes, with this man called Roger. Roger Prowse his name. A good sort, who doesn't drink, and who's prepared to put his back into his work. She spoke of him with pride, and Maigret sensed that she would have flown at anyone who dared disparage him. Did your husband eat with you that night? No. He hadn't come home. Did that happen often? Quite often. I'm beginning to know what alcoholics are like. For a while, they can keep up a bit of a show, some dignity, but they end up drinking so much they're not hungry, and instead of eating, they have a few more drinks. And your husband had reached that stage, yes, but he carried on working, didn't he? Wasn't there a danger he might hurt himself, falling off a ladder or scaffolding? He didn't drink, well, not much, during the day. As for his work, if the whole business had depended on him. You have a daughter, I believe. How do you know? Oh, I suppose you asked the concierge. Well, it doesn't bother me. We've nothing to hide. Yes, I've got a daughter. She's nearly 7. So on Monday evening, you ate supper together. Roger Prow, yourself, and your daughter. Yes, in this room, in the kitchen. I don't see what difference that makes. We usually eat in the kitchen. Not a crime. Is it? She was getting impatient, puzzled by the turn the questions were taking. And I presume your daughter would go to bed first. Of course. Upstairs. She was clearly surprised to find him so well informed. Had she already made the connection between his visit and that of the 2 men who came to measure the rooms? At all events, she did not become flustered, but continued to look straight at her visitor, not averting her gaze. Then suddenly it was she who asked a question. Wait a minute. Aren't you the famous Detective Chief Inspector Maigret? He nodded and she frowned. If an ordinary policeman, a local inspector for instance, had come round to ask about her husband's doings, that would not be so remarkable, given the life Planchon led in the evenings. But that Maigret in person should trouble to come, so it must be something important. And with a certain irony, she said, "You're not going to tell me he's killed someone. Do you think he's capable of it?" "He's capable of anything, in my view." When a man reaches that point, was he armed? I've never seen a gun in the house. Did he have any enemies? To the best of my knowledge, his real enemy was me. In his mind, anyway. He hated me. It was out of hate, pure hate, that he insisted on staying here, in conditions no man would ever accept, if only for his daughter's sake. He should have realized. Let's get back to Monday. When did you go to bed? You and Roger Prow. Let me think. I went to bed first. What time was that? About 10. Roger stayed up doing the invoices in the office. So he's been taking care of the paperwork and the accounts. In the first place, if he hadn't, no one would have, because my husband wasn't capable of doing it anymore. And secondly, Roger has put enough of his own money into the business.
You mean they were partners, he and Planchon? Practically. There wasn't anything down on paper. Or rather, yes. They did sign something. Only about a fortnight ago. She interrupted herself to go into the kitchen, where something was boiling over on the stove, but came straight back. What else do you want to know? I've got to finish the housework and get the lunch. My daughter will be back from school presently. I'm sorry. I need to keep you a little longer. You still haven't told me what my husband's done. I'm hoping your answers might help me to find him. Do I understand correctly? Your lover has put his own money into the business. Every time there wasn't enough to pay the bills. And then a fortnight ago, they signed a paper. What sort of paper? One saying that in exchange for a certain sum of money, Roger would take over the business. And do you know how much money that was? I typed the document myself. You can type. After a fashion, there's this old typewriter in the office. It's been there for years. Planchon bought it before I got pregnant, soon after we got married. I was bored and wanted something to do. So I started typing invoices, just with 2 fingers. And then I did the letters to customers or suppliers. And you still do that when it's needed. Do you have the document here? She looked at him more sharply. I'm wondering if you've got the right to ask me all these questions. I wonder if I'm obliged to answer them. For the moment, no. You are under no obligation. For the moment, well, I could summon you to attend my office as a witness. A witness to what? Let's say your husband's disappearance. But he hasn't disappeared. Well, what would you call it? He just left. That's all. And it was high time he did. She stood up. Nevertheless, I don't see why I need to hide anything from you. If this document interests you, I'll go and fetch it. She went to the office and could be heard opening a drawer. She returned a few moments later, holding a sheet of paper. It carried a letterhead in the name of Léonard Planchon, painter and decorator. The text had been typed with a violet ribbon and rather irregularly. Some letters were on top of one another, and 2 or 3 spaces between the words were missing. I, the undersigned, Léonard Planchon, grant to Roger Prue, in exchange for the sum of 30,000 new francs, my share in the painting business located Rue Tolosa in Paris, which I own equally with my wife, Renée née Babeau. This transfer includes the lease of the building. all the equipment and furniture, excluding my personal possessions. The document was dated 28th December. Normally, Maigret objected, looking up. This kind of agreement would be signed in front of a solicitor. Why didn't you do that? To save money. What would be the point? When people are in good faith. So your husband signed it in good faith. Well, we did. At any rate, this paper is dated 3 weeks ago.
So Planchon no longer had any part in the business after that. I'm wondering why he went on working for it. And why he went on living in this house, although he had been nothing to me for even longer. So he was carrying on, just as a workman. You could say that, and being paid, I suppose so. You'd have to ask Roger. And the 3 million old francs were paid by check. No, in cash. Here, well, not in the street, in front of witnesses. We were all three present. Our personal affairs don't concern anyone else. And no condition was attached to this agreement. This idea seemed to strike her, and she stayed silent for a moment. There was one, but he didn't keep it. What was that? That he'd go away and finally let me have a divorce. Well, he has gone away. After 3 weeks, let's get back to Monday. What? Again? Is this going to take long? I hope not. So you were in bed. Prow came to join you.
Were you awake when he came in? Yes. Did you notice the time? If you really want to know, we had other things to do. So you were both asleep by the time your husband came home? No. He opened the door with his own key. Well, he didn't use a biro. I just thought he might be too drunk to manage it himself. Yes, he was drunk, but he could get the key in the lock all right. Where did he sleep as a rule? Here, on a camp bed. She stood up again, opened a cupboard, and pointed to a camp bed, folded up. This was already put up for him. Yes, I would do it myself before I went to bed, so he wouldn't be making a racket for half an hour. But on Monday evening he didn't sleep in it. No, we heard him go upstairs. To kiss his daughter good night, perhaps. No, he never went to kiss his daughter when he was in that state. So what was he doing? That's what we wondered. We listened. He opened a cupboard on the landing where he keeps his things.
Then he went into the little box room where we store stuff, because there's no attic. Then there was a clattering noise on the stairs, and I had to hold Roger back, because he wanted to go and see what was happening. And what was happening
He was carrying down his suitcases. How many? Two? There were only two in the house, because we hardly ever went away. And you didn't talk to him. You didn't see him leave. Yes, I did. When he came down and back into the dining room up. But I made Roger stay where he was to avoid a scene. And you weren't afraid. You told me that when your husband had been drinking, he was violent, and he had threatened you. Well, Roger was within earshot. So what happened the last time you spoke to him? Already, through the door, I'd heard him talking to himself, and he seemed to be laughing. When I went in, he just looked me up and down and laughed again. Was he very drunk? He wasn't drunk in the usual way. He didn't threaten me. He didn't start acting up. And he wasn't crying. Do you see what I mean? He seemed pleased with himself. And you'd have thought he was going to play a good trick on us. He didn't say anything. Well, first he said, "Now then, old lady," and he showed me the two cases. Just as she did not take her eyes off Maigret. He too was attentive to the slightest quiver of her face. She must have realized that, but it did not appear to trouble her. And that was all. No, he muttered something along the lines of, "Go on, search them if you want, to see I am not taking anything of yours." He was stumbling over the words and talking to himself more than to me. And you say he looked pleased with himself. Yes, like I said, it was as if he was going to play some kind of trick on us. I asked him, "Where are you going?" And he waved his arm around and almost fell over. "Have you got a taxi waiting?" He just looked at me and laughed again, without answering me. He'd picked up his cases, and I pulled his coat sleeve. I said, "That's all very well, but I'll need your address to get started on the divorce." What did he say to that? I remember exactly what he said, because I repeated it afterwards to Roger. "Oh, you'll have it, my beauty, and sooner than you think." He didn't mention his daughter. No, he didn't say anything else. He didn't go up to kiss her goodbye. We'd have heard him if he had, because Isabel's room is directly over our heads and the floorboards creak. So he went off with his two cases. Did they look heavy? I didn't pick them up. A bit heavy, perhaps, but not very, because he would only have taken his clothes, his underwear, his shaving things, and so on. And did you go to the door with him? No. Why not? Because it would have seemed like I was seeing him out. You didn't watch him cross the courtyard. The shutters were closed. All I did was wait a bit and then bolt the front door. You weren't afraid he'd take the van. I'd have heard the engine if he had. So you didn't hear any vehicle. There wasn't a taxi outside on the street. I've no idea. I was only too glad to see him leave the house at last. I ran back into the bedroom, and if you want to know, I rushed into Roger's arms. He'd got up and heard everything through the door. And all this was Monday evening. Monday. That's right. It was only on the Tuesday that Maigret had asked his colleagues in the 18th to keep a discreet eye on the house. If René Planchon was to be believed, it was already too late by then. And you've no idea where he could be. Maigret could still hear Planchon's last words to him over the phone that same Monday at about 6 o'clock, when he had been in a cafe on Place des Abbesses. Well, thank you. Anyway, it had seemed to him at the time that there was something in the man's voice, a certain bitterness or even irony. He had felt so sure of it that he would have called him back if that had been possible. Your husband hasn't got any relatives in Paris. No, or anywhere else either. I know that for a fact, because his mother was from the same village as me, Saint-Sauveur in the Vendée. She couldn't have known that Planchon had been to see Maigret and taken him into his confidence. Everything she said corresponded to what he already knew. Do you think he might have gone back there? What for? He hardly knew it. He'd just been there a few times with his mother when he was a child, and if there was any family left, it'd be some vague cousins that have never been in touch. And you don't know of any friends he might have when he was a more normal man. He was shy and timid, so I still wonder how he ever found the courage to speak to me. Maigret tried a little test. Where did you meet? Just down the street, in the Bal des Copains. It was the first time I'd set foot there. I'd just arrived in Paris, and I worked nearby. Should have been more suspicious. What of a man with an infirmity? What would that have to do with his character? I don't know. But yes, I do have this feeling that people like that think about it all the time. They feel different from other people. They get it in their heads, everyone's staring at them and making fun of them. So it makes them more touchy. They're jealous, bitter. Was he already bitter when you married him? I don't remember. But he didn't want to see people. We hardly ever went out. We lived in here like prisoners. He liked it that way.
He was quite happy. She paused and looked at him as if to say that the questions had been going on long enough. "Is that all?" she asked. "Yeah, for now. But I'd like you to let me know if you have any news of him. I'll leave you my telephone number." She took the card he gave her and put it on the table. "My daughter'll be home in a few minutes. She wasn't surprised that her father has gone away. I told her he's gone on a trip." She accompanied him to the door, and it seemed to Maigret that now she was more worried, that she was the one who wanted to keep him longer, to ask him questions, but about what? Goodbye, Inspector. He didn't feel at ease either as, hands in pockets and collar turned up, he walked down the street, meeting on the way a little girl with long blonde plaits. He turned round and watched as she went into the courtyard. He would have liked to be able to put questions to Isabel, too. Chapter 5. Planchon's wife had not invited him to take off his coat, so Maigret had been wearing it for more than an hour in the overheated house. Now, in the fine rain made up of invisible icy crystals, the cool air struck into him. Since his Sunday afternoon walk in the same neighborhood, he had felt he was getting a cold in the head, which was what gave him the idea of turning left into Place des Abbesses, instead of going down Rue Le Pic to find a taxi on Place Blanche. It was from there that Planchon had telephoned him on Monday evening, which had been their last contact, much more than the Place du Tertre, now a tourist trap. This other square, Place des Abbesses, with its metro station, its own playhouse, the atelier, looking like a toy theater or a stage set, its shops, and its bistros, was to Maigret's eyes the real Montmartre, the people's Montmartre. And he remembered that when he had first come across it, on a chilly but sunlit spring morning shortly after arriving in Paris, he had thought he had walked into a Utrillo painting. The square was thronged with ordinary folk, local residents, coming and going as they might in a small town on market day, and it was possible to detect a sort of kinship among them, as in a village. He knew from experience that some of the older inhabitants would hardly ever have set foot outside the 18th arrondissement. And there were still some small shops that had been handed down from father to son for several generations. He peered through the windows of 2 or 3 cafes before he noticed on the counter of a tobacconist's, a small cash register that looked new. This was the one he chose to enter, remembering the background noises overheard during his conversation with Planchon. He was greeted by a welcome warmth and a familiar smell of cooking and wine. The tables, 7 or 8 at most, were covered with paper cloths, and a slate announced that the lunchtime special was andouillette with mashed potatoes. 2 builders in overalls were already eating at the back of the room. The owner, a woman in black, was seated at the till in front of a display of cigarettes, cigars, and national lottery tickets. A waiter, his sleeves rolled up to the elbow and wearing a blue apron, was serving wines and aperitifs at the counter. About 10 people were standing there to drink, and all eyes turned towards him. It was quite some time before the conversation started up again. "A grog," he ordered. Hadn't Madame Maigret confirmed that very morning that his voice sounded unusual? It was probably hoarse. "With lemon." "Yes, please." At the back of the room on the left, near the kitchen, he could see a telephone cabin with a glass door. "Tell me, does a customer come in here who has a hare lip?" He knew that his neighbors were listening, even the ones with their backs to him. He was almost sure they had all guessed he was from the police. "A hare lip," the waiter, with rolled up shirt sleeves, repeated, as he put the grog down in front of him on the counter, then began pouring wine from one bottle to another. He was reluctant to answer, perhaps out of some sort of solidarity. "A little fellow, fair to reddish hair," Maigret insisted. "What's he done?" One of the drinkers, who looked like a traveling salesman, broke in. "Oh, come on, Leon. If you think Detective Chief Inspector Maigret is going to tell you that." There was a burst of laughter. Not only had people guessed he was from the police, they knew who he was. "He's gone missing," Maigret murmured. "Who?" "Popeye." And Leon explained, "We call him Popeye because we don't know his name. And he looks like Popeye in the cartoon, putting his hand to his mouth so as to press it into 2 halves. He said, 'The gap looks just right for a pipe.' And he's a regular." "Not really, because we don't know who he is, though he must live round here. But he's often been in, practically every evening." "Did he come here this Monday?" "Wait a minute. Let's see. It's Thursday, Tuesday. I was away to a funeral. Nana's. That's the old woman who sold newspapers here. Monday. Yes. He was in here Monday. He asked me for a token for the telephone. The woman at the till broke in at about 6 p.m., a bit before dinner time, and he didn't speak to anyone else. He never spoke to anyone. He'd just stand at the end of the counter, about where you are now, and order his first cognac, and he'd stay there with his own thoughts. They can't have been too happy. He looked pretty down in the mouth. Were there a lot of people in on Monday evening? Not as many as now. We don't do food in the evening. Some customers were playing belote at the left-hand table. That was the one where the two builders were eating their grilled andouillette, piquing Maigret's appetite. Some dishes always taste better in a restaurant, especially a little cafe like this, than they do at home. How many cognacs did he drink? 3 or 4, I'm not sure. Do you know? Matilda. 4. That was about what he usually had. He'd sometimes stay for a bit, sometimes not. He might come back again about 9 or 10, and if he did that, he'd be looking pretty rough. I suppose he'd done the rounds of the bars in the neighborhood, and he never joined in conversations, not that I know of. Anyone here talk to him? The traveling salesman spoke up again. I did try once, and he just looked at me as if I wasn't there. It's true, he'd already sunk a few. Did he ever get rowdy? No, that wasn't his style. The more he drank, the quieter he seemed to get. I could swear I've seen him crying all alone at the end of the counter. Maigret ordered a second grog. So who is he? The waiter asked him. He's a painter and decorator from Rue Toloze. I told you he must be from round here. Do you think he's committed suicide? Maigret didn't think anything, especially not at the moment. After his long talk with Renée, as Janvier had said, or was it Lapointe? She made him think not so much of a woman as of a female of the species clinging to her mate and prepared to defend him fiercely. She had not seemed anxious. She had answered all his questions, and if she had sometimes hesitated, that might be because she wasn't very intelligent and was trying to understand what he meant. The less sophisticated people are, the more distrustful they appear, and she had probably not changed a great deal since leaving her village in the Vendée. How much do I owe you? As he left, all eyes followed him.
and no doubt as soon as the door had closed, they would be talking about him. He was used to that. He spotted a taxi almost at once and went straight home. He ate his roast veal without appetite, and his wife wondered why he suddenly said, "Tomorrow, let's have andouillette." By 2 o'clock, he was back at Quai des Orfèvres. Before going up to his office, he looked in on the hotel agency, the police squad checking out hotels and lodging houses. "I'd like you to see if you've got anything on Léonard Planchon. He's a painter-decorator, aged 36. Home address, Rue Tholoze." It's possible that on Monday night, quite late, he checked into a hotel, probably a cheap one, and probably in the Montmartre area. He was carrying 2 suitcases, quite short, fair to reddish hair, and he has a hare lip. They would check their registration cards and visit lodging houses in the area. A few minutes later, sitting in front of his pipe rack, wondering which one to choose, he called Lucas in. "Can you put out a message to taxi drivers? I want to know if anyone picked up a customer with 2 suitcases about midnight on Monday in the area of Rue Lepic or Place Blanche." He repeated the description, mentioning once more the famous hare lip. "And while you're at it, you could send it to the railway stations, just in case." It was routine, and Maigret did not look as if he expected much from it. "Your Saturday caller's gone missing." "Looks like it." For a good hour, he managed not to think about it, as he dealt with other matters. Then he stood up to light the lamps. As the sky was growing darker, suddenly he decided to go to see the chief of police. "I need to talk to you about something that's been worrying me." He felt a little ridiculous to be attaching such importance to it, and as he talked, describing the interview in his apartment on Saturday night, he realized that his account was not very convincing. "You don't think this is someone who's deranged, or at least a bit unbalanced?" The police chief had also seen his fair share of such people, because certain among them, by persistence or deception, managed to make their way through to him. Sometimes it was only at the end of their monologue that you realized the whole thing made no sense. "I don't know. I've interviewed his wife," and he summarized his conversation with René, the chief of the police judiciaire. As he had expected,
did not see things in the same light as he did, and seemed surprised at Maigret's concern. "You're afraid he's committed suicide. That's one possibility. You just said he talked about killing himself. But if so, I don't see why he'd bother to collect his belongings and go off lugging a couple of suitcases around." Maigret puffed on his pipe without speaking. Perhaps he meant to leave Paris, but he could have just gone to the first hotel he came to. The chief went on. Maigret nodded. "I'd like to know a bit more about it," he said, with a sigh. "I wanted to ask your permission to summon the wife's lover to come into my office. What's he like? I've never met him, but from what I know of him, he's rather a difficult character. And I'd like to ask the workmen a few questions too. Given our current relations with the public prosecutor's office, I'd prefer it if you could have a word with him first. Always the same antagonism, more or less latent and concealed, between the police judiciaire and the lawyers in the Palais de Justice." Maigret could recall the time when he was able to conduct an investigation through to the finish without having to consult anyone, making contact with the examining magistrate only when the case was over. But since then, there had been new laws and endless decrees, and to stay within legal limits, he had to take care what he said or did. Even his visit in the morning to Rue Toloze. If Renée Planchon took it into her head to complain, would attract a severe reprimand. "You're not going to wait for results from the searches. I've got a feeling they won't help. Go ahead then, if you insist. Good luck." So it was that at 5 p.m. Maigret went through the small door, separating the police judiciaire from the very different world lodged inside the same Palais de Justice. On this side were the prosecutors, the examining magistrates, the courtrooms, the vast corridors thronged with lawyers whose black gowns looked like wings flapping. The legal offices were solemn and sumptuous compared with those of the police. Strict etiquette was required, and people spoke in low voices. "I'll announce you to Deputy Prosecutor Méchan. He's the only one free at the moment." He had to wait a long time, just as other people waited in the glass cage of the police judiciaire. Finally, a door opened onto an Empire-style office, and his feet were treading on a red carpet. The deputy prosecutor was tall and fair-haired, and his dark suit
was beautifully cut. Do sit down. What is this about? He glanced at the platinum watch at his wrist, like a man to whom moments are precious, and it was easy to imagine he was expected for afternoon tea in some aristocratic salon. It seemed vulgar, almost in bad taste here, to describe the little house painter in Rue Tolosa, his Saturday evening recital, punctuated by 2 or 3 glasses of plum brandy, his tears, and his passionate outbursts. As yet, I don't know whether this is simply a missing person, a suicide, or a crime. He summed up the situation as best he could. The lawyer listened, contemplating his own exquisitely manicured hands, very fine hands with long, slender fingers. So, what do you propose to do? I'd like to be able to question the wife's lover, this Roger Pro, and perhaps too the 3 or 4 workmen who are employed in the Rue Tolosa painting business. Is the man you mentioned someone who might complain and give us trouble? I'm afraid he is. Then is it really necessary, even more than in his chief's office? The case was taking on a different complexion here, and Maigret was tempted to give up, to wipe from his memory the little man with the hare lip who had so grotesquely intruded on life in Boulevard Richard Lenoir. What's your idea about this? I don't have one. Anything's possible. It's precisely because I need a better idea that I'd like to call Roger Prow in. He had almost given up hoping to receive permission when the deputy prosecutor rose. After once more looking at his watch, send him a summons to come and provide information, but take care. As for the workmen, well, if you insist. A quarter of an hour later, Maigret was filling in an administrative form in his office. Then he called Lucas back. I want the names and addresses of the workmen employed at Planchon's business. On Rue Tolosa. You can ask the Social Security office. They must have the lists on file. An hour later, he was filling in 3 more forms. Since apart from Roger Prow, there were only 3 workmen, one of whom was a young Italian, Angelo Massaletti, after which, until 9 in the evening, he listened to the accounts of witnesses about the jewel thefts, mainly staff from the hotels where the thefts had occurred. He dined on sandwiches, went home, and had another grog with a couple of aspirins before going to bed. At 9 next morning, a stocky man with white hair and pink cheeks
was already waiting in the antechamber, and after a few minutes he was shown into Maigret's office. Jules Levis, is that right? Also known as Granddad. Some of them call me St. Peter, too. Maybe on account they think my hair's my halo. Sit down. Thank you kindly. I'm more often up a ladder than on a chair. Have you worked a long time for Leonard Planchon? I was working with him when he was just a whippersnapper. The boss was called l'Empereur back then. So you know what's happening in the house in Rue Tolosa. Now, that depends on what you're going to do with anything I say. I don't understand. If it means you're going to talk to the boss's wife or Monsieur Roger, I'm just a workman who knows nothing, especially if there's any question of saying it in court. What makes you think this is a matter for the courts? Because when you call people in here, means something's not right, doesn't it? And you get the feeling that something's not right in Rue Tolosa. You've not answered my question. There's every chance that this conversation will remain between ourselves. What do you want to know? What were relations like between your boss and his wife? She didn't tell you I saw you coming through the yard yesterday, and you stayed an hour with her. Has Prue been her lover for long? Lover? I couldn't say. But he's been sleeping in the house for nearly 2 years now. And how did Planchon take that? The old painter smiled knowingly. Well, like a man whose wife's cheating on him, eh? You mean he accepted the situation willingly? Willing or not, didn't have much choice. Did he? But it was his own house. Perhaps he thought he was in his own house, but really he was in hers. When he married her, she didn't have anything. Yes, I remember, all the same. First time I set eyes on her, I knew he'd be led by the nose. You think Planchon's weak-willed? Maybe that's the word. I'd say he's a good fellow who's had bad luck. He could have been happy with any woman, and he had to pick that one. But they were happy for a few years. The old man nodded, looking skeptical. If you say so, you don't agree. Maybe he was happy, and then again, maybe she was happy for herself, but they weren't happy together. She was cheating on him. I think she was already cheating on him before they moved to Rue Tolosa. I didn't see her then, of course. Soon as she was Madame Planchon anyway. Who with? Anything in trousers. Practically all the workmen he hired. If I'd been younger myself, and Planchon didn't suspect anything. Do husbands ever suspect anything? What about Prue? Then, well, there she'd picked on a tough guy with his own ideas.
He wasn't going to be satisfied like the others with a quickie behind the door. You think he was planning to take the boss's place from the start? In bed, to begin with, then running the business. But now, if you're going to repeat what I say, I'll be looking for a new job. Not to mention, he could be waiting for me round some street corner. He's violent. Never seen him strike no one. But I wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of him. When did you last see Planchon? Getting there, are we? You took your time. I had my answer already. Thought it'd be the first thing you'd ask me. So, Monday, 5:30 in the afternoon. Where? Rue Toloze. I wasn't working on the same job as him. I was painting a kitchen for this old lady in Rue Colincourt. The boss and all the others were working on a new house. Avenue Junot. Very big job. 3 weeks at least. I called back at Rue Toloze at 5:30, like I said, and I was in the workshop when the van came in. The boss was driving. Prue was with him, and Angelo and Big Jeff behind. And you didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. No. They unloaded the gear and the boss. He went into the house as usual to change his clothes. He always changed after work. You know how he spent the evenings. I sometimes met him out. Where? In bars. Since Prue got his feet under the table, the boss has taken to hard drinking, especially evenings. You didn't get the impression he was thinking of killing himself. No, never crossed my mind. Why not? Because when you've put up with something like that for 2 years, no reason you won't go on doing it forever. You hadn't heard people saying he wasn't really the boss anymore? Oh. It's a long time since he was the boss of the outfit. They let him think so. But really, nobody's told you that Prow has bought him out of the business. The old man, known as Grandad, stared at him with his sharp little eyes, then nodded. So they got him to sign a bit of paper. And as if talking to himself, he went on, "Ah, they were smarter than I thought. Then, Prow didn't tell you. First I've heard of it, but it doesn't surprise me. Is that why he's away? They finally kicked him out the door. Though that seemed to displease him. What I don't get is why he didn't take his daughter with him. I thought it was because of her he put up with it. Were you told anything on Tuesday morning? Prow told us Planchon had left. He didn't say what the circumstances were, only that he was sloshed when he came to pick up his stuff. And you believed him. Why not? Wasn't that what happened? His gaze became suspicious. You've got some idea about this, haven't you? What about you? Oh, me. Ideas. You know.
You weren't surprised. What I said to my wife when I got home that night was, I didn't think Planchon would last long. If ever a man loved his wife, you could say he did, to the point of being daft. As for his daughter, well, she was the Holy Sacrament. And you took the van out on Tuesday morning. Yes, we all got in. Prue drove us. He dropped me off at Rue Colincourt by the old lady's place. You didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Cans of paint like always, rolls of wallpaper, brushes, sponges, stuff like that. What do I know? Thank you, Monsieur Lavis. Is that all? The old man looked disappointed. You want me to ask you some more questions? No. Just I thought it'd take longer. It's the first time I've been here. If anything else comes to mind, don't hesitate to come and see me or telephone. Prow's going to ask me what we talked about. Tell him I was trying to find out about Planchon, how he had been behaving, and what the possibility was of his having committed suicide. Is that likely? I don't know any more than you do. The old man went out, and a few moments later, the young Italian, Angelo, took his seat while it was still warm. He had been in France only 6 months, and Maigret was obliged to repeat every question 2 or 3 times. One of them seemed to surprise him. Did the boss's wife ever make advances to you? Because he was a beautiful youngster with large, soulful eyes. Advances. She didn't try to get you into the house. That made him laugh. And Monsieur Roger, he protested. He's jealous. I think. He mimed plunging a dagger into someone's chest. And you haven't seen Monsieur Planchon since Monday. That was all for him. While the third workman called in for 11 o'clock. The one the others called Big Jeff simply replied, I don't know, to most of the questions. He had no desire to get mixed up in anyone else's business, and apparently had no friendly feelings towards the police. Indeed, Maigret later discovered that he had been arrested 2 or 3 times for causing an affray, and once for grievous bodily harm, after breaking a bottle over the head of another man in a bar. Maigret lunched at the Brasserie Dauphine with Lucas. Although his sergeant had no more to tell him, the circular to the taxi drivers had produced no result. That meant nothing, because some of them avoided contact with the police as much as possible. They were well aware that it meant time wasted facing questions at Quai des Orfèvres. Then, from the examining magistrate,
and sometimes 2 or 3 days hanging about in the witnesses' waiting room outside the court. As for the hotel agency, which was one of the most efficient services, it had found no trace of Planchon. And yet, as far as could be guessed, he was not the kind of man to get himself a false identity card. If he had checked into a hotel or furnished lodgings, it would have been under his own name. The last sighting of him that Maigret could envisage was of a little man, lugging 2 suitcases down Rue Tolosa at midnight. He could, of course, have taken a bus to one of the railway stations, where probably no one would have noticed him. "What are you thinking, Chief?" "He promised to phone me every day. He didn't on Sunday, but then he did call me on Monday." Well, he hadn't killed Renee and her lover. Had he suddenly decided to go away? He had left the tobacconists on Place des Abbesses at about 8 p.m. and had already had a few brandies. It was highly likely he had then gone into other bars. By investigating the neighborhood, it should be possible to trace his movements. Once he was well and truly drunk, what kind of ideas would have gone through his head if he threw himself in the Seine? It could be weeks before we fish him out. Lucas muttered. It was indeed a grotesque thought to imagine the man with the hare lip packing his suitcases with all his clothes and personal effects, then hauling them through the streets before throwing himself in the Seine. Maigret, who still felt a cold coming on, although it had not quite declared itself, took a cognac with his coffee and was back in his office at 2 o'clock. Roger Prue did not arrive until a good 10 minutes later, and Maigret in turn, as if playing tit for tat, left him twiddling his thumbs in the waiting room until 2:45. Lucas had peered at him a few times through the glass. What does he look like? Difficult. What's he doing? Reading a newspaper. But he keeps glancing up at the door. Finally, Joseph ushered him in, and Maigret remained seated, pipe between his teeth, scrutinizing documents which seemed to have his full attention. "Sit down," he muttered, waving to one of the chairs. "I haven't got all afternoon to waste. I'll be with you in a minute." But he went on reading and striking out certain sentences with his red pencil. This lasted another full 10 minutes, after which he opened the door into the inspector's office and gave some instructions in a low voice.
Only then did he look in the face the man sitting on one of the green velvet upholstered chairs, and in the most neutral voice he could manage, he said as he regained his place behind the desk, "Your name is Roger Prue." Chapter 6. Roger Etienne Ferdinand Prue, he replied, pronouncing every syllable. Born in Paris, Rue de la Roquette. Lifting himself up slightly on the chair, he pulled a wallet from his hip pocket and brought out an identity card, which he put on the desk, saying, "I presume you want me to confirm that." He was freshly shaved and wearing a dark blue suit, which must be his Sunday best. Maigret had not been wrong in imagining him with bristling eyebrows and thick dark hair, growing low down on his forehead. He was a fine male of the species, just as Renee was a fine female. And in their aggressive tranquility, they made him think of wild beasts. Although he had protested a little on principle about the waste of his own time and that of his men, Prue did not allow himself to be disconcerted by Maigret's classic little gambit, and his gaze was more ironic than anything.
In the countryside, he would have been cock of the walk, the one who on Sundays would drag his friends off to have a fight with the lads in the next village, and who would casually get local girls in the family way in a factory. He would have been a troublemaker, standing up to the foreman and creating incidents deliberately to impress his workmates. The way he looked, and with the character Maigret guessed at, he could equally well have been a pimp. Not in the West End of Paris, but at the Porte Saint-Denis or in the Bastille neighborhood, it was easy to imagine him playing cards all day long in a cafe, keeping a sharp eye on the pavement, and possibly, too, he could have been a gang leader, not necessarily violent, but organizing nighttime burglaries. For example, in the warehouses round the Gare du Nord or in the inner suburbs. Maigret pushed back to him the identity card, which was perfectly in order. "Have you brought the document I asked you for?" Prue had kept his wallet in his hand and, remaining quite calm, his thick fingers showing no sign of shaking, he pulled out the paper signed by Léonard Planchon, which made him the co-owner with his mistress of the decorating business. He held it out to the inspector, continuing to display the same disdainful patience. Maigret stood up and went back to the inspector's office, positioning himself between the two rooms so as not to lose sight of his visitor. La Pointe, and then quietly, go and show this to Monsieur Pirouet. He knows about it. That would be up in the attics, under the roof of the Palais de Justice, where the police forensic lab was situated. Monsieur Pirouet was a fairly recent addition to the team, an odd fellow, plump and jolly, who had been regarded with some suspicion when he was appointed assistant chemist, because he looked more like a traveling salesman. It was facetiously that they had taken to calling him Monsieur Pirouet, stressing the Monsieur. But he had turned out to be a first-class colleague, an inventor brimming with ideas, who had already constructed several ingenious pieces of equipment, and they had also discovered that he was a remarkable handwriting expert. Before Prue's appearance in his office, Maigret had already sent an inspector to the Social Security offices to obtain specimens of payslips carrying Planchon's signature. It was a gray day. Fog had started to descend on the streets, as it had the previous Saturday. The inspector came back to his desk in slow motion, and it was Prue who, despite his cool pose, spoke first. "I suppose, since you've called me in, you want to ask me some questions." Maigret returned his gaze quite amiably, with hardly any irony in his expression. "Certainly," he said with a casual air. "I always have questions to ask, but I'm not quite sure which one. Look here, if you're setting out to make a fool of me, I have no intention of making a fool of you. Monsieur Prue, your former employer, Monsieur Planchon, has disappeared, and I would like to know what has become of him. Renee told you. She told me that he left the house on Monday night with 2 suitcases, and you saw him go too, didn't you? Now then, don't make me say things I haven't. I heard him go. I was behind the door. So you didn't actually see him go. As good as I could hear what they were saying. I heard him go upstairs to get his things, then his feet in the corridor, and the door banged. More footsteps. Out in the yard. From that moment on, he's gone missing. How do you know that? Just because a man walks out doesn't mean he's missing. The thing is, Planchon was supposed to telephone me on Tuesday. Maigret had not prepared the questions in advance, and this apparently anodyne sentence was uttered on the spur of the moment. Of course, he did not take his eyes off the other man. Did Prou's reaction disappoint him? He certainly seemed to register a slight shock.
Clearly, he had not been expecting this revelation. His bristling brows knotted in a frown. For a few seconds, he seemed to digest the information, thinking over what the words might mean. How do you know he was supposed to phone you? Because he promised me. So you knew him. Maigret, avoiding any answer, carried on stuffing his pipe with tiny gestures which would have annoyed anyone. But Roger Pro still showed no sign of nervousness. Let's talk a bit about you. Rather, your age 28, 29. You were born in Rue de la Roquette. What did your father do? Cabinet maker. He had, and still has, his workshop in a cul-de-sac there. And since you want to know everything, he specializes in restoring antique furniture. Any brothers or sisters? Just sisters. So you were the only boy in the family, and your father didn't try to take you into his trade. I don't think there are many cabinet makers left now. I believe you can make good money. I did work with him till I was 16. He was deliberately reciting this in a sing-song way, as if at school. And then I got fed up. You preferred to become a house painter. Not right away. I wanted to be a racing cyclist, not on the road, not the Tour de France, but on the track. I raced as a junior in the velodrome for 2 years. Could you make a living that way? Ah, no, of course not. And it was because I realized I was too heavy and I'd never make it to the top that I gave up cycling. You want to know what I did next? Maigret nodded, puffing at his pipe while his other hand toyed with a pencil. I went early for my call-up to military service. To get it over with. You had a good idea of what you wanted to do afterwards. Yes, no reason not to tell you. I wanted to make enough money to be an independent man. So, what did you do when you got back to Paris? First, I worked in a garage, but that was too boring. The boss was always on my back, and I was working more like 10 or 12 hours a day than 8. I tried being an apprentice locksmith for a few months. Then a pal got me a job in a decorating business. Planchons. No, not at first, with Desjardins and Brosse on Boulevard Rochechouart. They were getting nearer to Montmartre and Rue Tolosa now. Were you putting money aside? Prue recognized the signal. Yes, of course. A lot. As much as I could spare. When did you start working for Planchon? A bit more than 2 years ago. I'd had a row with one of my bosses. Anyway, the business was too big. I preferred to work in a smaller outfit. you were still living with your parents. No, I'd been on my own in furnished rooms for a while. Where? Bottom of Rue Le Pic, the Beaux Jours lodging house. And I suppose you met Planchon one day in a cafe, and he said he was looking for a good workman. Once more, Prow frowned at him from under his beetling brows, and Maigret was not too surprised to find that this man's reactions were similar to René's. What are you trying to make me say? Nothing. I'm just asking. Planchon used to go to all the bars in the neighborhood, so it's natural to think you're way off the mark. It could, of course, have been Madame Planchon that you met one day when she was out shopping, or you haul me over here from work to come out with this kind of claptrap. It almost looked as if he was going to stand up and make for the door. 1. I never met René before I went to work in Rue Toulouse. And 2. It was not her that got me a job with her husband. Clear. Maigret replied with a slight smile. Clear. So you answered an advertisement. Or you were just passing the gate and saw a notice saying a workman was wanted. No, there wasn't any notice. I just took my chances and went in. And it turned out he did need someone. How long was it before you became Madame Planchon's lover? What is this? Do you have the right to go prying into people's private lives? Planchon's disappeared. So you say? You're under no obligation to reply. And if I don't, I shall just draw my own conclusions. Prow gave in, disdainfully. Well, about a week. So it was a sudden passion. We just clicked right away. Her and me. You knew that it had already clicked, as you put it, with most of your workmates. At this, Prow's blood rose to his face, and for a few seconds he clenched his jaw. Did you know? Maigret persisted. That's none of your business. You love her. That's my private affair. And how long was it before Planchon caught you out? He didn't catch us out.
Maigret pretended to be surprised. I thought he had found you in flagrante, and that was why. Why what? Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. You were one of Planchon's employees, and when you got the chance, you slept with his wife. Were you still living in Rue Le Pic then? Yes, but one fine day, you went to live in Rue Toulouse, and more or less threw Planchon out of his own bed to take his place. Have you seen him? Who? Planchon. You said just now he was meant to phone you, so he must have been in touch with you. Did he come to see you? Was he making a complaint about us? At moments like this, Maigret's expression would become vague, and his whole person seemed to embody an exasperating passivity without appearing to have heard the question. He looked absent-mindedly towards the window and, still puffing on his pipe, murmured, as if speaking to himself, "I'm trying to visualize the scene." Planchon comes home one evening and finds a camp bed set up for him in the dining room. Well, I imagine he's astonished. Until then, he's had no idea what's been going on behind his back. And suddenly, from one moment to the next, he finds he's lost the right to sleep in his own bed anymore. You think that's funny? Although he was still apparently calm, Prow's eyes were shining hard, and from time to time his jaw clicked. You love her that much. She's my woman. Legally, she's still Planchon's wife. Why didn't your mistress get a divorce? Because it takes two to get a divorce, and he constantly refused. So he loved her too. What do I know? That's nothing to do with me. Go and ask him yourself. If you've seen him, you know as well as I do that he's no kind of a man. Just a washout, a wreck, His voice was becoming thick with emotion. He's Isabel's father. And you think Isabel wouldn't prefer to have me in the house than a man who gets drunk every night and even goes and cries over her bed. He didn't drink before you came to work for him. Did he tell you that, and you believed him in that case? Everything we've been saying is pointless, and we're wasting our time. Give me back my paper. Ask me any other questions, and let's get it over with. I don't care if you make me out to be the bad guy. There's something I don't understand. Just one thing, he said with sarcasm in his voice. And as if he hadn't heard, Maigret went on, still speaking slowly and monotonously. Just a little over a fortnight ago, Planchon sold you his share in the business. So you and your mistress are now the proprietors. I presume Planchon didn't intend to stay on and work under you. Well, to prove it, he's gone. Still, he stayed for 2 weeks or more. That surprises you, doesn't it? Because you think people ought to do this or that. Whatever's the logical thing I tell you, that man didn't do anything logically. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slept on a camp bed for 2 years. With his wife in bed, with me next door. Can you understand that? So,
After signing the deed of sale, he was resigned to leaving. That's what we'd agreed. In a way, you had the right to send him packing. I don't know about that. I'm not a lawyer. But we were patient enough to wait a couple of weeks. As he listened, Maigret saw once more the little man with the hare lip pouring out his confession in the front room in Boulevard Richard Lenoir, while the table was laid for dinner behind the glass door. Planchon had certainly had a few drinks in order to pluck up the courage to come, as he said, and when he seemed to falter, Maigret had topped him up with plum brandy. All the same, he had given a strong impression of speaking the truth. And yet, even on that Saturday night, had Maigret not felt a certain unease? Had he not had doubts every now and then, and looked more sternly at the man in front of him? His long monologue had shown every sign of passion, but Renee, yesterday morning, although calmer in manner, had been equally passionate, and even Pro, who was trying to maintain his composure, was now and then gritting his teeth. So, why do you think he made up his mind suddenly on Monday night? The other man shrugged his shoulders with indifference. Did he have the 3,000,000 old francs on him? Maigret insisted. I didn't ask him. When you gave him the money 2 weeks before that, what did he do with it? He went upstairs. I presume he hid it away somewhere. He didn't take it to the bank. Not the same day anyway, because we arranged things in the evening, after supper, in the office. No, in the living room. We waited till the little girl was in bed. And you had already discussed it together. It had all been agreed by you, including the price. And I suppose you had the cash ready in the office. No, in the bedroom. You were afraid he might take it. No, because the bedroom was our private place. You're 29 years old. You can't have had the chance to save much money until after your military service. So how did you manage to get together such a large sum of money in such a short time? I only had some of it myself, 1/3, to be precise. Where did you get the rest? He did not seem in the least embarrassed. On the contrary, it was as if this was the question he had been expecting the inspector to put to him all along, and he barely concealed his satisfaction as he said, "My father lent me another 1,000,000 old francs. He's had plenty of time to put savings by, and the last 1,000,000 came from my sister's husband. He's called Maurier, Francois Maurier, And he's got a butcher shop on Boulevard de Charonne. When did you arrange these loans? On Christmas Eve. We were hoping to finish with Planchon next day. Finish with him. Give him his money and see him leave the house. You know quite well what I meant. And I presume you signed receipts. Even when it's in the family. I like things to be done properly. Maigret pushed a notepad across the table to him. Could you write down the exact addresses of your father and your brother-in-law? I see you trust me completely. Nevertheless, he wrote down the two addresses. His writing was laborious, but regular, almost like a schoolboy's. And as Maigret took the pad back, the telephone rang. Pirouette here. I've finished. Do you want to come up? Or shall I come down? I'll come up. And to Prow. Excuse me for a moment, please. He went into the next office, leaving the door open, and told Lapointe, go in there and keep an eye on him for me. A few minutes later, he was up in the attics, where he shook hands with mowers, brushed past the model used for reconstructions, and went into the laboratory. Monsieur Pirouet, his face gleaming with perspiration, was standing in front of two photographic enlargements, still damp, pegged up on a line. Well, I need to ask you something. Chief, was the man who signed these papers a drinker? Why? Because that might explain the difference in the handwriting. See, here we have the signature on the Social Security form. The writing isn't very confident. I'd say it belongs to a man who is unstable, but still in command of himself. You know him. Yes. I've had him in front of me for almost a whole evening. Do you want me to give you my impression of him? And as Maigret nodded, he's someone who's had only an elementary education, but has always taken pains with things. He is timid, almost to extremes, but has outbursts of pride. He tries to stay calm and controlled, but really he has a passionate nature. Not bad. Something's wrong with his health. He's sick. Or believes himself to be. And what about the signature on the deed of sale? That's why I asked you if he drank. The writing's rather different. It could be the same hand, but if so, the person signing was drunk, or else in the grip of a strong emotion. Take a look for yourself. Compare the two. Here the strokes are regular, if a little wobbly, as might be the case with a man who drinks, but was not in a state of drunkenness when he signed this. On the deed of sale, by contrast, All the letters are shaky, but you think it could be the same man in the circumstances I just described. Yes. Or, alternatively, it could be forged. Often, when people forge handwriting, you see the same signs of emotion. Thank you. And does the writing here have anything in common with this? And Maigret showed him the two addresses Roger Prow had written down a few minutes earlier. Monsieur Pirouet needed no more than a quick glance. Absolutely not. I could explain. Not now. Many thanks, Monsieur Pirouet. Maigret picked up the original papers and went back downstairs. He found Prue still sitting on his chair and Lapointe standing by the window. You can leave us. So, asked Renee's lover. So nothing. Here you are. Here's the deed of sale. I presume it was typed by Madame Planchon. She told you, didn't she? There's no mystery about it. Was her husband drunk when he signed it? He knew what he was doing. We didn't take advantage of him. That's not to say he mightn't have had a few drinks, like always by that time of night. Can I reach your father by phone? You have his number. Still looking disdainful, Prow gave him the number as Maigret dialed it. His name's Gustave Prue. You'll have to speak up. He's hard of hearing these days. Monsieur Gustave Prue, my apologies for disturbing you. I have your son here, and he tells me that in December you loaned him the sum of 1,000,000 old francs. Yes, I'm with him. What? You'd like to speak to him? The older Prow was distrustful too. Maigret held out the phone to the son. Yeah, it's me, Papa. Recognize my voice. Good. You can go ahead and answer the questions he's asking. No, it's just a formality. I'll explain later. See you soon. Yes. Yeah, everything's fine. Yes, he's gone away. Not now. I'll be round Sunday. He handed back the receiver. So, Monsieur Prue, can you now reply to my question? You lent him 1,000,000. Good. Fine. In cash. You took it out of the bank the day before, from the savings bank. Yes, I can hear you. And your son, he signed a receipt. Did he? Thank you very much. Yes. Someone will call round to check. Normal procedure. You just need to show him the receipt. One moment. When was this Christmas Eve? Prow's eyes glared more than ever with scornful irony. I suppose you're going to call my brother-in-law now. There's no hurry.
I'm quite sure he'll confirm what you say. Can I go, then, unless you want to make a statement? What statement? I don't know. You might have some idea where Planchon went when he left the house. He doesn't seem to be very strong, and he was also drunk, lugging 2 big cases. He can't have got very far. Well, that's your job, isn't it? Or are you expecting me to find him for you? No, I'm not asking you to do that. Merely, if you do have any idea, to let me know, to save time. Why didn't you ask Planchon himself when you saw him? Or when he phoned you? He's better placed than me to give you an answer.
Curiously enough, he had no plans to leave Rue Tholoze. That's what he told you. Prue was the one now asking leading questions. He told me a lot of things. He came here in spite of his calm demeanor. Prue was showing slight signs of anxiety. Maigret took care not to reply, but looked at the other man with his most neutral expression, as if he had ceased to attach any importance to the interview. One thing surprises me, he said. However, what I don't know whether he still loved his wife or whether he had started to hate her. I suppose that depended on the moment. What do you mean? On how drunk he was. Different times of day. He wasn't the same man. Sometimes we'd lie awake listening to him grunting away in the next room, wondering whether he was planning some nasty surprise. What kind of surprise? Do I have to draw a picture? I'll tell you something else. I always made sure to be working on the same job as him, so as to keep an eye on him.
If during the day he showed any sign of wanting to go back to the house, I'd go with him. I was afraid for Renee. You really think he'd have been capable of killing her? Well, he'd threatened her with death, not in so many words, perhaps, but when he'd been drinking, he would talk to himself with a sort of knowing tone. I couldn't tell you exactly what he said. It was always a bit incoherent, like this. So, I'm just a coward. All right. Everyone makes fun of me. But one day they'll sing a different tune. See the kind of thing, and his eyes would light up in a nasty way. He'd make like he understood himself exactly, and he might suddenly burst out laughing. Poor old Planchon, poor little feller, a nobody, with a face that disgusts people. Ha! But perhaps the poor little feller isn't as cowardly as all that. Maigret listened attentively, with a tight feeling in his chest, because this did not sound as if Prue was making it up.
He'd seen Planchon in Boulevard Richard Lenoir, and the man that Prue was now imitating with cruel sarcasm, the Planchon of Rue Tholouzé, was recognizably the same person, barely exaggerated. You think he really meant to kill his wife? I'm sure he thought of it. It was an idea he got into his head regularly when he was far gone drinking. And you? Yeah, me too, perhaps. And his daughter. Oh, he probably wouldn't have touched Isabel. Still, suppose he'd got a bomb and blown up the whole house. Maigret got up with a sigh and walked towards the window indecisively. And the same idea had never occurred to you, of killing Renee. No, not her. Him. That'd have been the quickest way to get rid of him. Right enough. But perhaps you'll believe me when I say if I was going to do that, I wouldn't have waited 2 whole years. Have you got any idea what it's been like for us the last 2 years? With that man always there, being a nuisance. But what about for him? He should have got the message earlier and gone away. When a woman doesn't love you anymore, when she's fallen for someone else and tells you so frankly, then you know what you've got to do. He had stood up as well. He'd lost a little of his poise. His voice had become more vehement. But even now, he's still blighting our lives. Because you go questioning Renee in the house. You've had my workmen in here, and for the last hour you've been trying to get me to say God knows what. Anything else you want to ask? Am I still a free man? Can I go? Yes, you can go. Goodbye, then. And he went out, slamming the door. Chapter 7. That evening, Maigret was able to watch television, wrapped up warm, wearing his slippers, with his wifey at his side doing her knitting. But he would have preferred to change places with Janvier and Lapointe, who were just then doing the rounds of the Montmartre he knew so well, walking through streets familiar to him, each of them entering one cafe or bistro after another, moving from yellow lamplight to a brighter glare, from old-fashioned decor to modern fittings, from the smell of beer to the smell of Calvados. He had, of course, been glad of promotion, rising in the end to the top job of detective chief inspector, in charge of the serious crime squad. He still retained, nevertheless, a nostalgia for certain assignments, even if it meant shivering on a winter's night, for the concierge's lodges that all smelled different, and that you might visit for days on end asking the same, apparently futile questions. Wasn't it true that in high places he was still criticized for being too willing to leave his office and go out in person on a job that was really one for a bloodhound? How could he explain, especially to the prosecutor's office, that he needed to see, to smell, to absorb the atmosphere of a case as if to mock him? The television that evening was showing a tragedy by Corneille. Kings and warriors in costume on the small screen, declaiming noble lines of verse that reminded him of school days, and it was a strange sensation to be interrupted every half hour or so by the telephone. Then to hear the voice of Janvier, who always called in first, telling him in much less declamatory tones, "Think I'm on the right track, Chief," calling from a bar in the Rue Germain Pilon, couple of 100 meters from Place des Abbesses. It's called Au Bon Coin. The owner's already gone to bed, his wife serving at the counter, then going back to sit by the stove. I just had to mention the man with the hair lip, and she remembered him. "Has something happened to him?" she asked. "He came here often, apparently, about 8 in the evening, for a couple of drinks. The cat liked him and would go and rub against his legs for him to stroke it. It's a little bar, dim lighting, dark paint. I don't know why it's open in the evening at all, because the only customer's an old man sipping a grog by the window. Has she seen Planchon since Monday? No. She's almost sure the last time he was in was Monday. Just yesterday, she said to her husband that she hadn't seen the man with the hair lip and wondered if he was ill. And he never told her anything about himself. Hardly spoke at all. She felt sorry for him, because he seemed sad, and she tried to cheer him up. Keep on searching, then. Janvier would be going back out into the cold and the dark, and later he would walk into another cafe, another bar. La Pointe was doing the same elsewhere. As for Maigret, he returned to Corneille's characters on screen and to his wife, who was looking at him questioningly from her armchair at 9:30. It was Lapointe's turn. He was calling from Rue Lepic, from another bar, bigger and better lit, where the regulars were playing cards and where Planchon had been seen. Always had his cognac. Chief. Here, they knew who he was, that he lived up on Rue Toloze. because they'd seen him go past driving a van with his name on it in big letters. They all felt sorry for him. By the time he got here, he was generally well on the way to being drunk, never spoke to a soul. One of the card players remembered the last time he came was Monday night. He ate 2 hard-boiled eggs from the basket on the counter. Janvier must have chosen the wrong trail to follow. Since when he next telephoned, he had inquired in 5 bistros, but the man with the hare lip had not been seen in any of them, and Cornell's heroes had been replaced by singers on the television screen when, at about 11 o'clock, Lapointe phoned again, sounding excited. "Something new to report. Chief, I wonder whether we hadn't better meet up at Quai des Orfèvres. There's a woman here I'm watching from the phone booth because I don't want her to slip away. I'm in a brasserie on Place Blanche. The terrace has glass round it and braziers heating it. Are you still there? Yes, I'm listening." The first waiter I talked to knew Planchon well by sight. Seems he would turn up late in the evening, and by then he wasn't too steady on his legs. He'd sit on the terrace and order a beer, probably to chase all those cognacs from other bars. I don't know if you know this place. There are 2 or 3 women always on the terrace, and they watch the passers-by. They work mostly when the show is over at the cinema next door. The waiter pointed to one of the women and said, "You could ask Clementine over there. She might know more than me. I've seen her go off with him a few times. She guessed at once I was from the police, and at first she wasn't giving anything away. She just kept asking, 'What's he done? Why are you looking for him? What makes you think I know him?' After a bit, she did consent to talk, and I think what she said would interest you. In fact, I think it'd be a good idea to get a statement from her in writing. While she's still willing, what shall I do? Take her to the police judiciaire. I'll get there about the same time as you." Madame Maigret, looking resigned, was already fetching his outdoor shoes. "Shall I call a taxi?" "Yes." He put on his overcoat, not forgetting a scarf. Having swallowed another grog, since he was still sure he was sickening, perhaps for flu, at Quai des Orfèvres. He greeted the solitary clerk at the desk, went up the broad, gray, ill-lit staircase, found the corridor empty, switched the light on in one room, and pushed the door of the inspector's office. Lapointe, hat still on his head, was there, and a woman who had been sitting in a chair, stood up. At this hour of the night, all over Paris, hundreds of women who could have been her sisters were walking the streets in the dark. Not far away from furnished lodgings with discreetly open doors. She was wearing extremely high heels, and her legs were slender. Indeed, the entire lower half of her body was long and thin. Only from the hips upwards did she carry any weight, and the disproportion was the more striking since she was wearing a short fur jacket made of something like long-haired goatskin. Her cheeks were rosy pink, and her sooty eyelashes were like a doll's. Mademoiselle was good enough to come with me, Lapointe said gallantly, and she replied, sarcastically, but without malice, as if you couldn't have carted me down here anyway. She seemed impressed by the inspector, looking him up and down, taking off his coat. Maigret motioned to her to sit down again. Lapointe had taken his place at a typewriter, ready to take her statement. What's your name? Antoinette Lesour. But they mostly call me Sylvie. Antoinette's a bit old-fashioned. It was my grandmother's name, and you knew Planchon? I didn't know his name. He used to come nearly every night to the brasserie, and he was usually pretty far gone. I thought at first he was a widower, drowning his sorrows. He looked so sad. Did he address you first? No, it was me, and the first time I thought he was going to run away, so I said, you know, I've got my problems too. I know what it's like. I married a good-for-nothing who ran off one day with my little girl. It was when I mentioned my daughter that he perked up a bit. Turning to Lapointe, she said, you're not going to write all this down, just the essentials. Maigret intervened. How long is it since you first met him? Few months. Let's see. I went to work in Caen in the summer when the Yankee fleet was in. Got back here in September. Must have met him beginning of October. And he went back with you the first evening. No, he bought me a drink. Then he said he had to go home to get up early for work, and it was late now. It wasn't till 2 or 3 days later that he came back with me. To your place? Oh, no. I never take anyone home. My concierge wouldn't let me. It's a respectable house. There's a magistrate even. Lives on the first floor. So I go to this little hotel in Rue Lepic. You know it. Now, don't go causing trouble for them. With all the new regulations, You don't know where you are these days. And did Planchon often go there with you? No, not often. Maybe a dozen times all told. And sometimes, even then, nothing happened. Did he talk to you? Once he said, "You see, they're right. I'm not even a real man." He didn't give you any details about his home life. I'd noticed his wedding ring. Of course. One night I asked him, "Is it your wife that's giving you all this grief?" And he said that his wife hadn't deserved to end up with a man like him. When was the last time you saw him? From the glance Lapointe directed at him, Maigret realized he was reaching the interesting point. Monday night. How can you be sure it was Monday? Because next day I was picked up by your people, and I was 24 hours down the cells. You can ask your colleagues. My name'll be on the list. They carted off a whole van load of us. What time was it on Monday when he came into the brasserie? Not quite 10. I'd only just come out. Because in Montmartre there's no point starting earlier. How did he seem? He could hardly stand up. I saw at once he'd drunk more than usual. He came and sat by me at the terrace, near the heater. He was trying to lift his arm to call the waiter, and he was stuttering. A cognac, and one for Madame, too. We almost had a row. I didn't want him to have any more alcohol, the state he was in. But he just wouldn't give in. "I'm sick," he said. "I need a good big cognac to put me right." And he didn't say anything else that struck you particularly. Another glance from Lapointe. Yes, something I didn't understand. He said it a few times. He doesn't believe me either. He didn't explain. No, he just muttered, "Never mind. I know what I mean. And one day you will too." Maigret remembered the tone of voice in which Planchon, just a few hours earlier that Monday evening, had spoken to him over the phone when he was still in the bar on Place des Abbesses. "Well, thank you, anyway." He had sensed not only bitterness and disillusion, but also something like a threat. "And you went back together to the hotel." He wanted to, but when we got outside, he fell flat on his face on the pavement. I helped him get up. He was ashamed, humiliated, and he kept groaning. "I'll soon show him I'm a man." I had to prop him up. I knew the hotel owner wouldn't let him in that state, and anyway, I didn't want him being sick in the bedroom, so I asked him, "Where do you live?" "Up there." "Up where?" "Rue Tholo." "Rue Tholo." "Well,
He could hardly get it out. Ruth Olose, I said. Yes, right up, right up. It's not much fun when this happens. I can tell you, I was scared a cop might see us and think I was going to swindle him out of his money. They'd have said it was me got him drunk. You can bet on that. Not wanting to be rude about the police. But you have to admit there are times. Go on. So you called the taxi. Not on your life.
I was stony broke. I helped him walk, and we took half an hour to get up to the top of Rue Tholozé because he kept stopping. His legs were folding under him, and he kept saying every time we went past a bar that another big cognac would sort him out. In the end, he stopped by a gate, and then he fell over again. The gate wasn't shut. There was a van in the yard with a name on. Don't know what it was. It was dark. I only let go of him when we got to the door. Was there a light in the windows? There was light coming from under the blinds on the ground floor, so I leaned him up against the wall, hoping he'd stay on his feet long enough. And I rang the bell. Then I ran off. The whole time she was speaking, the typewriter was clicking away. Has something happened to him? He's gone missing. I hope no one's going to start thinking I had anything to... No, no, don't worry. Will I have to say my piece in front of the magistrate? I hope not. But even so, you have nothing to worry about. Lapointe had taken the sheet of paper out of the typewriter and held it out to the woman. I've got to read it and sign it. This isn't going to get me in trouble, is it? In the end, she wrote her name in big clumsy lettering. So what do I do now? You're free to go. Will there still be buses? Maigret took a banknote from his pocket. Here's some money for a taxi. She had hardly left when the telephone rang. It was Janvier he had called, Boulevard Richard Lenoir, and Madame Maigret had told him her husband was at the quay. Nothing to report, Chief. I went all the way down Boulevard Rochechouart to Metro Anvers. I've been up about 10 side streets. It's all right. Janvier, you can go to bed. Did Lapointe find anything? Yes. Tell you about it in the morning. As he went home, Maigret had one overwhelming fear that he would wake up with a fever in the morning. He felt an unpleasant tickle in his nose, and his eyes were very sore, and his pipe didn't taste as usual. His wife made him another grog. He lay sweating all night. At 9 he was sitting,
feeling a little light-headed, in the antechamber of the law courts, where he had to wait a good 20 minutes for the deputy prosecutor to arrive. Maigret must have been looking serious, since the lawyer asked him, "So the man you called in is making difficulties?" "No, but something's come up. Have you found your house painter? What's his name again?" "Planchon." "No, we haven't found him. We've been able to reconstruct his movements during Monday evening. When he got back home, round about 11, he was so drunk he couldn't stand up straight, and he fell over several times in the street between Place Blanche, where he had his last drink, and Rue Toloze. Was he alone? No, a street walker with whom he'd had some dealings helped him up the road." "And you believe her?" "Yes, I'm quite sure she's telling the truth. She was the one who rang the doorbell before going away, leaving Planchon propped up more or less against the wall. It's quite impossible the same man could have gone upstairs to the first floor a few minutes later, packed up 2 big suitcases, and carried them back down before walking out of the house. Perhaps he took something to sober up. There are drugs, I believe. If so, his wife and Preux would have said so. Preux's the lover. The man you called in, what does he say?" His head feeling heavy, Maigret patiently explained the story about the 3,000,000 old francs and the receipts. First, he described the receipt signed by Planchon. "Monsieur Pirouet, our handwriting expert, is not entirely sure. According to him, the paper could have been signed by Planchon when he was drunk, but the result would have been similar if his signature had been imitated by someone else." "Why did you mention several receipts?" "Because on 24th December, Prue borrowed 2,000,000 old francs, 1,000,000 from his father, the other from his brother-in-law. One of my men went round and photographed the receipts. The one signed by the brother says the money'll be repaid in 5 years, and Preux will pay 6% interest. The one agreed with the father, on the other hand, is to be paid back in 2 years. No interest mentioned. And you think they're not genuine? No, they're perfectly in order. My colleagues checked everything out. On 23 December, the day before handing them over, the elder Preux took 1,000,000 old francs in cash out of his savings account, where he had just over 2,000,000 deposited. The brother-in-law, Maurier,
drew the same sum out of his post office account on the same day. But you mentioned 3 million. The third million was withdrawn by Roger Prow from his own bank account, the Crédit Lyonnais. So that means there genuinely were 3 million old francs in cash in the house in Rue Toulouse on that date, 24 December. What's the date on the deed of sale? 29 December. It's as if Prow and his mistress had made all their arrangements before Christmas and were waiting for a good moment to get her husband to sign the deed. Well, I don't see. In that case, as if to compound the difficulty, Maigret went on. Monsieur Pirouet analyzed the ink on the signature without being able to put an exact date on it. He thinks it goes back more than 2 weeks. What do you intend to do? Drop the case? I've come to ask you for a search warrant after what you just told me. Maigret, not feeling very confident, nodded his head. What are you hoping to find in the house your man Planchon's corpse? That's hardly likely. The cash, that I don't know. You're really set on this. Planchon was incapable of walking anywhere at 11 p.m. on Monday night. Wait here for me. Will you? I can't take a decision like this on my own. I'll have to have a word with the prosecutor. Maigret remained alone for about 10 minutes. He's no keener on it than I am, especially just now, when the police is already getting a lot of criticism in the press. Oh, well. But it was a yes, and a few moments later, Maigret was carrying off the warrant duly signed. It was 10 to 10. He opened the door brusquely to the inspector's office. Did not see Lapointe, but spotted Janvier. Get a car round to the courtyard. I'll be right down. Then he called the Criminal Records Department and gave mowers some instructions. They should get there as fast as they can, and pick your best men. He went downstairs in turn and got into the small black car alongside Janvier. Rue Toulouse. You got the warrant. Then, blood out of a stone. I'd rather not think what'll face me if we don't find anything. And if the wife or her fancy man starts kicking up a fuss. He was so deep in thought that he hardly noticed that the sun had appeared for the first time in days. Janvier was speaking as he wove his way between buses and taxis. Painters wouldn't normally be at work on a Saturday. I think it's banned by the unions unless you pay double time. So we ought to find Prow at home. But he wasn't. It was Renee who opened the door after having peered at them from a window. and she was more suspicious and ill-tempered than ever. "What again?" she exclaimed. "Prow isn't in. He had to go and finish off an urgent job. What do you want this time?" Maigret took the warrant out of his pocket and gave it to her to read. "You're going to search the house. Oh, for God's sake! That's the limit." A van belonging to Moore's staff, crammed full of men and equipment, was just driving into the courtyard. And who might they be? My colleagues. I'm sorry, but we shall be some time. Will you be turning things upside down? I'm afraid so. Are you sure you've got the right to do this? The warrant is signed by the deputy prosecutor. She shrugged her shoulders. As if that means anything. I don't even know what a deputy prosecutor is. But she let them in, eyeing them all darkly. I hope this is going to be over by the time my daughter gets back from school. That depends. On what? On what we find. If you would only tell me what you're looking for. Your husband left on Monday night, did he not, carrying 2 suitcases? I already told you. And I suppose if he did that, he took the 3,000,000 old francs that Prow paid him on 29th December. I don't know. We gave him the money. It was none of our business what he did with it. He didn't pay it into his bank account. Have you checked? Yes. You told us yourself that he doesn't really have any friends. So it's unlikely he would have entrusted the money to anyone else. Isn't it? What are you getting at? Since 29th December, he can't have been going round all day with the cash on him. That would be a big packet. 3,000,000 in cash. Well, nothing. Is that what you're looking for? I don't know. The experts had already set to work, starting with the kitchen. This was something they were well used to, and they went about it methodically, leaving no corner unexplored. Looking inside the tin canisters holding flour, sugar, and coffee, as well as in the rubbish bins. It was done so smoothly, like a kind of ballet, that the woman watched them with astonishment, almost fascinated. Who's going to tidy everything up after this? Maigret didn't reply. Can I make a phone call? She inquired. She telephoned an apartment in Rue Lamarck, a certain Madame Fajon, and asked if she could speak to the painter who was working there. That they've come back. Yes, the big chief with a lot of men, and they're turning the house upside down. There's one even taking pictures. No. Apparently they've got a warrant. They showed me a paper signed by someone called a deputy prosecutor.
Yes, I'd like it better if you came home. She looked at Maigret with a grim expression containing a hint of defiance. One of the men was scratching some stains on the parquet in the dining room, collecting the dust in little sachets. What's he doing? Doesn't he think my floors are clean? Another, using an upholstery hammer, was tapping the walls, while all the photographs and reproductions of pictures were taken down, one after another, then replaced, more or less crookedly. Two men had gone upstairs, where they could be heard moving about. Are they going to do this to my daughter's bedroom too? I'm afraid so. What am I going to tell Isabel when she gets in? This was the only time Maigret made a joke. Tell her we've been playing treasure hunts.
You don't have a television? No, we were going to buy one next month. Why do you say we were going to buy one? We're going to, are going to. Same thing, isn't it? If you think I'm in a state to mind my words. She had recognized Janvier, of course. When I think that that one came and measured all the rooms in the house on some phony excuse, they heard a motor in the yard, a door slammed, and footsteps approached. Renee must have recognized them, since she headed straight for the door. See what's happening, she said to Roger Preau. They're going into everything, my saucepans, my underwear. There are people upstairs in the little one's room. Preau's lips were trembling with anger as he looked the inspector up and down. And you have the right to do this. Do you? He asked in a voice that shook. Maigret handed him the warrant. And if I telephone a lawyer, you have the right to do so. But all he can do is be present at the search. At about midday, there was a rattling of the letterbox, and through the window Maigret saw Isabel arriving back from school. Her mother rushed across, hustled her into the kitchen, where the men had finished their search, and shut the door behind them. By asking the little girl a few questions, they would probably have learned some interesting things. But unless it was absolutely necessary, Maigret disliked questioning children. The office had been searched without result. Some of the men now went towards the workshop in the courtyard, while another was climbing inside the van. They were going through everything with a fine-tooth comb. As the highly experienced experts they were. Would you come up here, Sir Preau, who had heard it too, followed Maigret up the stairs. A child's bedroom, with a teddy bear still on the bed, but looking as if it was in the middle of a house move. The mirrored wardrobe had been pushed into a corner.
None of the furniture was in the right place, and the men had taken up the red linoleum covering the floorboards. One of the boards had been prized up. Take a look in here. What Maigret saw first was Prue's expression as he stood framed in the doorway. It looked so thunderous that Maigret called, just in case, "Watch out, down there." But Prue did not make a move, as one might have expected. Nor did he come right into the room, or feel the need to look into the hole in the floor in which they could see a packet wrapped in newspaper. They didn't touch anything until the police photographer came up. Then they dusted the floorboards for fingerprints. Finally, Maigret was able to bend down, pick up the packet, and open it. Bundles of 10,000 franc banknotes. 3 bundles, each of 100 notes in one of the bundles. The notes were brand new and crackling. Anything to say, "Prue, I know nothing about this."
It wasn't you that put the money in this hiding place. Why would I do that? And you're still claiming that a Monday night your ex-boss took off with 2 suitcases full of his belongings, but that he didn't take the 3 million francs. I've got nothing to say. So it wasn't you that lifted the lino, forced up the floorboard, and hid the money here. I don't know any more than I told you yesterday. It wasn't your mistress. His eyes showed a slight hesitation. What she might or might not have done is no concern of mine. Chapter 8. What she might or might not have done is no concern of mine. That sentence, the tone of voice in which it had been uttered, and the look that had accompanied it remained lodged in Maigret's memory in the following months. That Saturday night, the lights were on at Quai des Orfèvres until the small hours. The inspector had taken precautions, advising each of the 2 lovers to appoint a lawyer, since they did not know of any. They had been provided with a list of members of the bar and had chosen at random. So the rules had been strictly observed. One of the lawyers, René's, was young and fair-haired, and as if she could not help it, she immediately started putting on the charm for him. Prowse, by contrast, was a middle-aged man with a loosely knotted tie, a grubby shirt, and black fingernails, who could be seen hunting for clients for days on end in the Palais. 10, 20, 100 times. Maigret repeated the same questions to René Planchon on her own, then to Prou, and sometimes to both of them together. At first, When they were brought face to face, they seemed to consult each other by looks. But as the questioning proceeded, and they were kept separately for a while before being brought together again, their expressions became more distrustful. When he had seen them for the first time, Maigret had been reminded, not without a certain admiration, of a couple of wild beasts. The couple no longer existed. There remained two wild beasts, and the moment could be sensed approaching when they would want to tear one another apart. Who attacked your husband? I don't know. Don't know whether he was hit. I went upstairs before he left. But you told me. I can't remember what I said. You've confused me with all these questions. Did you know the 3 million francs were in your daughter's bedroom? No. You didn't hear your lover move the furniture. Take up the lino and force up one of the floorboards. I'm not in the house all day long. I tell you I know nothing about this. You can ask me all the questions you want for as long as you like. I've nothing else to say. And you didn't hear the van drive out of the yard on the night of Monday to Tuesday. No, but the neighbors did. Good for them. It wasn't actually true. Maigret had used a rather crude trick. The concierge in the neighboring house had heard nothing. It is true that her lodge was on the other side of the courtyard. The other tenants had been questioned without success. As for Prue, he obstinately repeated what he had said to Maigret the first time he had been questioned at Quai des Orfèvres. I was in bed when he came in. Renee got up and went into the dining room. I heard them talking for quite a while. Then someone went upstairs. You weren't listening behind the door. If I told you that, that's the truth. You could hear everything being said next door. Not very well. Could your mistress have knocked Planchon on the head without your knowing it? I went back to bed and went to sleep right away before he left the house. That I can't say. And you didn't hear the door slam. I didn't hear anything. The lawyers approved of these replies, each one adopting the same attitude as his client. At 5 a.m., Prue and his mistress were taken separately to the cells. As for Maigret, he spent only an hour in bed and drank off 5 or 6 cups of black coffee before returning once more to the uncomfortably grandiose offices of the law courts. This time, although it was a Sunday, he was granted an audience with the prosecutor in person,
and remained for 2 hours in tete-a-tete with him. They still haven't found a body. No traces of blood in the house or the van. Not so far. Without a corpse, it was not possible at this stage to charge the couple with murder. There remained the money, which, as the receipt made clear, belonged to Planchon, and there was no reason for it to have been under the floorboards in Isabel's room. The little girl had been taken to a children's home. Maigret put in 2 or 3 more hours of questioning on the Monday morning in the lawyer's presence, after which an examining magistrate was assigned the case. These were the new arrangements which he had to accept. Was the magistrate more successful than he had been? He didn't know, since nobody took the trouble to keep him informed. It was not until a week later that a body was pulled out of the Seine at the Suresnes-Weir. A dozen or so people, in particular the owners of bars in Montmartre, frequented by Planchon, as well as the prostitute known as Sylvie, identified him. As for Prue and Renee, they were brought in separately to view the decomposed corpse, but neither would speak a word. According to the pathologist, Planchon had been killed by several blows to the head with a heavy implement, probably wrapped in some kind of cloth. He had then been trussed up inside a sack, and there was later quite a dispute between the experts about the sack and the rope used to fasten it. They had found similar sacks in the workshop in the courtyard, as well as ropes used to secure the ladders, which seemed to be of identical composition. Maigret heard nothing of all this for several months. Spring had arrived. The chestnuts were in blossom. You could go out without a coat. A young Englishman was identified as the jewel thief from the grand hotels, and Interpol traced him as far as Australia, while some of the precious stones were recovered in Italy. The Planchon case came to the High Court a few days before the start of the legal holidays, and Maigret found himself sitting with various persons, known or unknown to him, in the witnesses' waiting room. When it was his turn to take the box, he realized from his first glance at the accused that the passion shared between René Planchon and Roger Prue had gradually been transformed into hate. Each of them defended his or her own position, letting suspicion fall on the other. With unforgiving and bitter eyes, they were watching one another,
You swear to tell the whole truth, and nothing but the truth." He held up his hand, as he had done so many times in the same surroundings. "I swear. Tell the jury what you know about this case." At that moment, both the accused were observing him with resentment. It had been Maigret, after all, who had instigated the investigation, and it was because of him that they had been arrested. It was clear that the whole thing had been planned well in advance. Prow had taken the steps of borrowing 2 million francs from his father and brother-in-law on 24 December. Wasn't it perfectly understandable? Though, to buy the business he worked in from an employer who had become an incompetent alcoholic. The receipts were authentic, and the money had been delivered, fair and square. But Planchon had never known anything about it. He was unaware of what was being plotted in his own house. Although he realized that they wanted to be rid of him, he did not know that the process had been started, nor that on 29th December, or round about then, his wife had typed out a false deed of sale, at the foot of which his signature had been forged, by whom Renee or her lover. The experts had a field day with that as well, and two of them clashed openly. One Saturday evening, Maigret began, "Speak up, please." One Saturday evening, when I came home from work at about 7 p.m., I found a man waiting for me. Did you know him? I didn't know him, but I guessed who he was because of his hare lip. For the previous 2 months, a man answering his description had been asking for me at Quai des Orfèvres on Saturday afternoons, but he would always leave before I had a chance to see him. And you can formally declare that this man was Léonard Planchon. Yes. What did he want to say to you? At this point, the inspector turned to face the jury so that he would not see the faces of the accused. They were surely stunned to hear that, contrary to what they were expecting. He was making a statement helpful to the defense in total silence, followed by such an uproar that the judge threatened to clear the court. Maigret pronounced distinctly the following words. He had come to tell me about his intention to kill his wife and her lover. Inwardly, he wished he could beg for poor Planchon's forgiveness. But he had just sworn that he was going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Once quiet had been restored,
He was able to reply to the judge's further questions, and having finished his testimony, he had no time to wait in the courtroom, since he had just been told about a crime in a luxury apartment in Rue Lauriston. There were no confessions, but the charges were sufficiently serious for the jury to reply in the affirmative to the first question put to them. Ironically, it was Maigret's testimony that saved Roger Prue's head, as he was granted extenuating circumstances. You have heard what Detective Chief Inspector Maigret said. Prou's lawyer pleaded, "It was one or the other. Even if my client did kill him, it was more or less a matter of self-defense." Antoinette, the streetwalker with the long, thin legs and large hips who went by the name of Sylvie, was in the courtroom when the foreman of the jury read out the verdict. 20 years for Roger Prue, 8 for Renee Planchon, who directed at her former lover a look of such hate that a shiver passed through the courtroom. See this, Chief. Janvier showed Maigret a newspaper on which the ink was still wet, proclaiming the verdict on the front page. The inspector merely glanced at it, muttering, "Poor fellow." And he was left with a nagging feeling that he had betrayed the man with the hare lip, whose last words to him on the telephone had been, "Well, thank you. Anyway." There was a moment between Quai des Orfèvres and Pont Marie when Maigret paused, so briefly that Lapointe, who was walking beside him, paid no attention, and yet, for a few seconds, perhaps only a split second, the chief inspector had been taken back to when he was his companion's age. It was doubtless something to do with the quality of the air, its luminosity, its smell, its taste. There had been a morning just like this. Mornings just like this. In the days when, as a young inspector newly appointed to the police judiciaire, which Parisians still called the Sûreté, Maigret worked the beat, tramping the streets of Paris from morning to night. Although it was already March 25th, this was the first real day of spring. All the more limpid for the fact that there had been a last shower during the night, accompanied by distant rolls of thunder. It was also the first time in the year that Maigret had left his overcoat in his office cupboard, and from time to time the breeze caused his unbuttoned jacket to billow. Because of this whiff of the past, he had, without realizing it, adopted his old pace, neither slow nor fast,
not quite the pace of someone out for a stroll and stopping to look at the minor sights of the street, nor quite that of someone with a particular purpose in mind. His hands together behind his back, he looked around him, right, left, up in the air, registering images to which he had not paid any attention for a long time. For such a short journey, there had been no question of taking one of the black cars lined up in the courtyard of the police judiciaire. And the two men were walking by the river. Pigeons flew off as they crossed the square in front of Notre Dame, where there was already a tourist coach, a big yellow coach from Cologne, crossing the Iron Footbridge. They reached Ile St. Louis in a window. Maigret noticed a young chambermaid in a uniform and a white lace cap, like something from a boulevard comedy. A little further on, a butcher's boy, also in uniform, was delivering meat. A postman was just coming out of an apartment building. The buds had opened that very morning, dappling the trees with soft green flecks. The Seine's still high, Lapointe remarked. It was the first thing he had said. It was true. For a month now, it had barely stopped raining. And then only for a few hours, almost every evening. The television showed swollen rivers and towns and villages with flooded streets. The water of the Seine was yellowish and carried all kinds of litter, old crates, tree branches along with it. The two men followed Quai de Bourbon as far as Pont Marie, which they crossed at the same calm pace. Downstream, they could see a grayish barge with the white and red triangle of the Compagnie Générale on its bow. Its name was the Poitou, and a crane was unloading sand from its hold, with a wheezing and creaking that mingled with the indistinct noises of the city. Another barge was moored upstream of the bridge, some 50 meters from the first. It looked cleaner, as if it had been polished that very morning. A Belgian flag fluttered lazily in the stern. Near the white cabin, a baby lay asleep in a hammock-shaped canvas cradle. A very tall man with light blonde hair was looking in the direction of the riverbank, as if waiting for something. The name of the boat, in gold letters, was de Zwarte Zwaan, a Flemish name which neither Maigret nor Lapointe understood. It was 2 or 3 minutes to 10. The two police officers reached Quai des Célestins. As they descended the ramp to the quayside,
A car drew up, and 3 men got out, slamming the door. Ah, we've arrived at the same time. They, too, had come from the Palais de Justice, but from the more imposing part reserved for magistrates. There was Deputy Prosecutor Perrin, examining magistrate Danziger, and an old clerk of the court, whose name Maigret could never remember, even though he had met him hundreds of times. It wouldn't have occurred to the passers-by on their way to work, or the children playing on the pavement opposite, that this was an official visit by the prosecutor's office. In the bright morning, there was nothing at all solemn about it.
The deputy prosecutor took a gold cigarette case from his pocket and mechanically held it out to Maigret, even though he had his pipe in his mouth. Oh, of course, I forgot. He was a tall, thin, fair-haired man, and distinguished-looking. It struck Maigret once again that this was characteristic of the prosecutor's office. As for Danziger, who was short and round, he was plainly dressed. Examining magistrates came in all shapes and sizes. So why did those from the prosecutor's office all look more or less like senior civil servants, with manners, elegance, and often arrogance to match? Shall we go, gentlemen? They walked down the ramp with its uneven cobbles and came to the quayside, not far from the barge. Is this the one? Maigret knew no more than they did. He had read in the daily reports a brief account of what had happened during the night, and had received a telephone call half an hour earlier, asking him to be present when the prosecutor's men arrived. He didn't mind. He was back in a world, an atmosphere he had experienced on several occasions. All 5 men advanced towards the motor barge, which was linked to the quayside by a gangplank, and the tall, fair-haired bargee took a few steps towards them. "Give me your hand," he said to the deputy prosecutor, who was the first in line, to be on the safe side. Right, his Flemish accent was pronounced. His clear-cut features, his pale eyes, his big arms, his way of moving recalled his country's cyclists being interviewed after a race. The noise of the crane unloading the sand was louder here. "Is your name Joseph Van Houte?" Maigret asked, after glancing at a piece of paper. "Jeff Van Houte. Yes, monsieur. Are you the owner of this boat?" "Of course I'm the owner, monsieur. Who else would be?" A pleasant smell of cooking rose from the cabin,
and at the foot of the staircase, which was covered in flower-patterned linoleum, a very young woman could be seen coming and going. Maigret pointed to the baby in its cradle. "Is that your son?" "Not my son, monsieur. My daughter, Yolande. Her name is. My sister's name is also Yolande. She's her godmother." Signaling to the clerk of the court to take notes, Deputy Prosecutor Perrin now decided to intervene. "Tell us what happened." "Well, I fished him out, and the skipper on the other boat helped me." He pointed to the Poitou, in whose stern a man stood leaning against the helm, looking in their direction as if awaiting his turn. A tugboat sounded its siren several times and passed slowly upstream with 4 barges behind it. Each time one of them came level with the Zwarte Zwan. Jeff Van Hoot raised his arm in greeting. "Did you know the drowning man? I'd never even seen him before." "How long have you been moored here?" "Since last night." "I've come from Dumont with a cargo of slates for Rouen. I was planning to go through Paris and stop for the night at the Suresnes lock. I suddenly noticed that something was wrong with the engine. We don't especially like spending the night in the middle of Paris, if you know what I mean." In the distance, Maigret saw 2 or 3 tramps standing under the bridge. Among them, a very fat woman. He had the feeling he had seen before. How did it happen? Did the man jump in the water? "I don't think so, monsieur. If he jumped in the water, what would the other 2 be doing here? What time was it? Where were you? Tell us precisely what happened during the evening." "You moored here just before nightfall." "That's right. Did you notice a tramp under the bridge?" "You don't notice these things. They're almost always there." "What did you do then?" "We all had dinner. Hubert, Annika, and me." "Who's Hubert?" "My brother. He works with me. Annika's my wife." "Her name's Anna, but we call her Annika." And then my brother put on his nice suit and went dancing. At his age, why not? How old is he? 22. Is he here? He went to buy supplies. He'll be back. What did you do after dinner? I went to work on the engine. I saw right away that there was an oil leak, and as I was planning to leave in the morning, I did the repairs. He kept darting suspicious glances at each of them in turn, like someone who isn't used to having dealings with the law. "When did you complete the work?" I didn't I only finished it off this morning. Where were you when you heard the shouting? He scratched his head, looking straight ahead at the spacious, gleaming deck. First, I came up on deck once to smoke a cigarette and see if Annika was asleep. What time was that? About 10. I'm not entirely sure. Was she asleep? Yes, monsieur. And the baby was asleep too. There are nights when she cries because she's teething.
Did you go back to your engine? Of course. Was the cabin dark? Yes, monsieur. Since my wife was asleep, the deck as well. Definitely. What happened next? A long time afterwards, I heard the noise of a car engine, as if someone had parked not far from the boat. Did you go and see? No, monsieur. Why would I? Go on. A bit later, there was a splash, as if someone had fallen in the river. Yes, monsieur. What did you do then? I went up the ladder and put my head out through the hatch. What did you see? Two men running to the car? So there was a car. Yes, monsieur. A red car. A Peugeot 403. It was bright enough for you to make it out. There's a street lamp just above the wall. What did the two men look like? The shorter one was broad-shouldered and was wearing a light-colored raincoat. What about the other one? I didn't see him very well because he was the first to get in the car. He immediately started the engine. Did you see the registration number? The what? The number on the license plate. I only know there were 2 nines and it ended in 75. When did you hear the yelling? When the car got going. In other words, a certain amount of time passed between the moment the man was thrown in the water and the moment he started yelling. Otherwise, you would have heard him earlier. I suppose so, monsieur. It's quieter at night than it is now. What time was this? After midnight. Was there anyone walking on the bridge? I didn't look up. Above the wall, where the street ran, a few pedestrians had stopped, intrigued by these men having a discussion on the deck of a barge. It seemed to Maigret that the tramps had moved forwards a few meters. As for the crane, it was still drawing sand from the hold of the Poitou and emptying it into the lorries waiting their turn. Did he shout loudly? Yes, monsieur. What kind of shout? Was he calling for help? He was yelling. Then there was silence. Then, what did you do? I jumped in the lifeboat and untied it. Could you see the drowning man? No, monsieur, not right away. The skipper of the Poitou must have heard him too. because he was running along the deck of his barge, trying to grab hold of something with his hook. Carry on. Von Hout was clearly doing the best he could, but it was hard for him, and you could see the sweat form on his forehead. There he was saying, "Who? The skipper of the Poitou." And you saw him. At times I could see him, at other times not, because the body was sinking. Yes, monsieur, and being dragged away by the current. Your lifeboat, too, I suppose. Yes, monsieur. My colleague jumped in, the skipper of the Poitou. Jeff sighed, probably thinking that the people he was talking to were not very clever. As far as he was concerned, it was quite simple, and he must have experienced similar scenes several times in his life. The two of you fished him out. Yes, how was he? He still had his eyes open. When we got him in the lifeboat, he threw up. Did he say anything? No, monsieur. Did he seem scared? No, monsieur. How did he seem? He didn't seem anything. In the end, he stopped moving, and the water kept coming out of his mouth. Did he still have his eyes open? Yes, monsieur. I thought he was dead. Did you go to fetch help? No, monsieur, not me. Your colleague from the Poitou? No. Someone called to us from the bridge. So there was someone on Pont Marie. At that point, yes, he asked us if someone had been in the water. I said yes. He called out that he was going to inform the police. Did he do that? I suppose so, because a bit later, 2 officers arrived on bicycles. Was it already raining? It started raining and thundering when the man was hoisted onto the deck. The deck of your barge. Yes. Did your wife wake up? There was light in the cabin. Anneke had put a coat on and was looking at us. When did you see the blood? When the man was laid out next to the helm. It was coming out through a crack he had in his head. A crack, a hole. I don't know what you call it. Did the police arrive immediately? Almost immediately. And what about the passer-by who informed them? I didn't see him again. Do you know who he is? No, monsieur. In the morning light, it took something of an effort to imagine that nocturnal scene, which Jeff Van Houte was recounting as best he could, searching for his words as if having to translate them one by one from Flemish. I assume you know that the tramp was hit on the head before being thrown in the water. That's what the doctor said, though. One of the policemen had gone to fetch a doctor. Then an ambulance came. Once the wounded man had gone, I had to wash the deck because there was a big pool of blood. What do you think happened? I don't know, monsieur. You told the police officers. I said what I thought, right? Could you repeat it? I assume he was sleeping under the bridge. But you hadn't seen him before. I hadn't paid attention. There are always people sleeping under the bridges. All right. A car came down the ramp. A red car. That I'm sure of. And it stopped not far from your barge. He nodded and held out his arm towards a particular point on the quayside. Was the engine still running? This time, he shook his head. But you heard footsteps. Yes, monsieur. The footsteps of two people. I saw two men going back to the car. You didn't see them walk to the bridge. I was below, working on the engine. And you think these two individuals, one of whom was wearing a light-colored raincoat, hit the tramp while he was sleeping and threw him in the Seine. By the time I got up on deck, he was already in the water. The doctor's report states that he can't have sustained that injury to the head by falling in the water, not even during an accidental fall from the bank. Van Hout was looking at them as if to say that this was none of his business. Can we question your wife? I don't mind you talking to Annika, but she won't understand you. She only speaks Flemish. The deputy prosecutor looked at Maigret as if to ask him if he had any questions, and Maigret shook his head if he did have any. It would be for later. Once these gentlemen from the prosecutor's office had gone. When will we be able to leave? The bargee asked. As soon as you've signed your statement, providing you let us know where you're going. To Rouen. You'll need to keep us informed of your movements after that. My clerk will come and get you to sign the documents. When? Probably early this afternoon. That obviously upset the bargee. By the way, what time did your brother get back? Just after the ambulance left. Many thanks. Jeff Van Hout again helped him across the narrow gangplank, and the little group headed towards the bridge, while the tramps, for their part, moved a few meters back. What do you think? Maigret? I think it's strange. Tramps don't usually get attacked. Against the stone wall under the arch of Pont Marie, there was something like a den. It was shapeless. It had no name. And yet, for some time now, apparently, it had been the lair of a human being. The deputy prosecutor's astonishment was amusing to see, and Maigret couldn't help saying to him, "You find them under all the bridges." There's even a shelter just like this right opposite Quai des Orfèvres. Don't the police do anything? If they're demolished, they reappear a bit further on. It was made up of old crates and pieces of tarpaulin. There was just enough room for a man to be able to huddle there. On the ground were straw, torn blankets, and newspapers that gave off a strong smell. In spite of the draft, the deputy prosecutor took care not to touch anything, and it was Maigret who bent down to conduct a rapid inventory. A cylinder of sheet metal with holes and a grill had served as a stove and was still covered in whitish ash. Close by, pieces of charcoal gathered God alone knew where. Shifting the blankets, Maigret exposed what amounted to a kind of treasure: 2 chunks of stale bread, some 10 centimeters of garlic sausage, and, in another corner, some books, whose titles he read under his breath: Sagesse by Verlaine, Oraison funèbre by Bossuet. He picked up a booklet that must have been lying for a long time in the rain and had probably been picked out of a dustbin. It was an old issue of the Presse Médicale. Finally, half a book. The second half, only the memorial of St. Helena. Danziger seemed as astonished as the deputy prosecutor. Odd reading matter, he remarked. He may not have chosen it himself. Also, under the torn blankets, Maigret discovered clothes, a much patched and paint-stained gray pullover, which had probably belonged to a painter, a pair of yellow drill trousers, felt slippers with holes in the heels, and 5 odd socks. Finally, a pair of scissors with one of its blades broken. Is the man dead? Deputy Prosecutor Perrin asked, all the while keeping his distance as if afraid of catching fleas. He was still alive an hour ago when I phoned the Hotel Dieu. Do they hope to save him? They're trying. He has a fractured skull, and they're also afraid he might develop pneumonia. Maigret was fingering a dilapidated pram the tramp must have used when searching through dustbins. Turning to the little group of tramps who were still watching, he looked at them, one after the other. Some turned away, others just looked dazed. You come here, he said to the woman, pointing a finger at her. If this had happened 30 years earlier, when he was working the beat, he would have been able to put a name to every face in those days.
He knew most of the tramps in Paris. They hadn't changed much, as a matter of fact, although there were a lot fewer of them. "Where do you sleep?" The woman smiled, as if to win him over. "There," she said, pointing to Pont Louis Philippe. "Did you know the man who was fished out of the river last night?" Her face was puffy, and her breath smelled of sour wine, her hands on her belly. She nodded. "We called him Doc because he was an educated man. They say he really used to be a doctor. Had he been sleeping rough for a long time? Years? How many? I don't know. I've stopped counting." That made her laugh, and she pushed back a gray strand of hair that was falling over her face. With her mouth closed, she looked about 60, but when she spoke, she revealed an almost entirely toothless jaw and seemed much older. Her eyes, though, were still lively. From time to time, she would turn to the others, as if calling on them to bear witness. "Isn't that so?" she would ask them. They nodded, although ill at ease in the presence of the police and these excessively well-dressed gentlemen. Did he live alone? That made her laugh again. Who would he have lived with? Has he always lived under this bridge? Not always. When I first met him, he was under Pont Neuf, and before that, Quai de Bercy. Did he do Les Halles? Wasn't it in Les Halles that most tramps gathered at night? No, she replied, the dustbins. Sometimes. So, despite the pram, he didn't specialize in old papers and cloths, which explained how come he was already asleep so early during the night. Mainly, he was a sandwich man. What else do you know about him? Nothing. Didn't he ever talk to you? Of course he did. I even cut his hair for him every now and again. We have to help each other. Did he drink a lot? Maigret knew that the question was rather meaningless. They pretty much all drank. Red wine, like everyone else. A lot. I never saw him drunk. He's not like me. And she laughed again. I know you. You know. And I know you're not nasty. You questioned me once in your office a long time ago, maybe 20 years ago, when I was still working around Port Saint Denis. Did you hear anything last night? She pointed to Pont Louis Philippe, as if to demonstrate the distance between it and Pont Marie. It's too far. So you didn't see anything?
Only the lights of the ambulance. I went a bit closer. Not too close. I was scared they'd haul me in. And I realized that it was an ambulance. What about you three? Maigret asked. Turning to the male tramps, they shook their heads, still nervous. Shall we go and see the skipper of the Poitou? The deputy prosecutor suggested. Ill at ease in these surroundings, the man was waiting for them. He was quite different from Van Hout. He, too, had his wife and children on board, but the barge didn't belong to him, and it almost always made the same journey. From the sand pits of the Haute Seine to Paris. His name was Justin Goulet, and he was 45 years old, short-legged, with cunning eyes. An extinguished cigarette hung from his lips. Here, they had to speak loudly because of the noise of the crane, which was still unloading sand very close to them. It's funny, isn't it? What is that people should take the trouble to knock out a tramp and throw him in the river? Did you see them? I didn't see anything at all. Where were you? When they hit the man. In my bed. What did you hear? I heard someone yelling. No car. I may have heard a car, but there are always cars driving by up there, and I didn't pay attention. Did you go up on deck? Yes, in my pajamas. I didn't bother to put on trousers. What about your wife? She was half asleep. She asked me where I was going. Once you were up on deck, what did you see? Nothing. The Seine was swirling about. As always, I called out, "Ahoy!" there, hoping he'd answer so I could know which side he was. Where was Jeff Van Hout at this time? The Flemish fellow. I eventually saw him on the deck of his barge. He started untying his lifeboat when he came level with me. Thanks to the current, I jumped in. The other man was still in the water. He'd come to the surface from time to time, then disappear again. The Flemish fellow tried to grab him with my gaff, a pole ending in a big iron hook, like all gaffs. Could he have been hit on the head when you were trying to hook him? Definitely not. We actually caught him by the hem of his trousers. I immediately leaned over and grabbed his leg. Was he unconscious? His eyes were open. Did he say anything? He was throwing up water. Once we got him on the Flemish barge, we noticed he was bleeding. That's everything, I think, isn't it? Asked the deputy prosecutor, who didn't seem especially interested in this story. I'll take care of the rest, Maigret replied. Are you going to the hospital? I'll go later. According to the doctors,
It'll be hours before he's able to talk. Keep me informed. I'll be sure to.
As they again passed under Pont Marie, Maigret said to Lapointe, "Phone the local police station and ask them to send me an officer." "Where shall I find you, Chief?" "Here." He solemnly shook hands with the people from the prosecutor's office. Chapter 9. Signs in an empty apartment. Gilbert's apartment on the third floor was silent. Maigret stood in the dark hallway, listening to the wind whistling through the windows on the stairs. He knocked 3 times on the door, but there was no answer. The housekeeper, Mrs. Dufour, shook her head slightly. "I haven't seen him for 2 days. Saturday night was the last time." Maigret signaled Lucas to break the lock. The door opened, and the smell of mold and cigarette smoke lingered. On the dining table, a coffee cup still had dried coffee stains on the rim, as if its owner had left in a hurry. He began to search. No clothes had been taken. Only a medium-sized suitcase was missing. In the desk drawer, under a pile of utility bills, Maigret found a brown envelope, unsealed. Inside was a business card printed in French and Turkish. Karaköy Export, Istanbul, Consigny MG. Goods will be delivered within 48 hours. Lucas frowned. "Chief, these are not the kind of documents a commoner keeps in a drawer." Maigret nodded silently. Karaköy was the name of a port in Istanbul, a famous smuggling hub in the Mediterranean. On the corner of the table, a small piece of paper fell to the floor as Lucas shifted his chair. A black wooden chess piece with the letters "For" engraved on the bottom. Maigret picked up the chess piece, a chill running down his spine. He knew this was no accident, and that Gilbert was more than a desperate, jealous husband. Outside in the corridor, the public telephone rang. Lucas picked it up, listened for a few seconds, then looked at Maigret, his face tense. "Chief," a woman's voice. She said, "If you want Gilbert alive, come to the Gare de Lyon tomorrow night, alone." Maigret put the queen in his coat pocket. The disappearance had just become another move on the chessboard. Chapter 10. Lion Station. 21. The Gare de Lyon was brightly lit, but there was something heavy in the air. Maigret stepped into the main hall, his thick coat concealing a pistol under his arm. He looked around the crowd of tourists, the hurried workers, and a few faces standing too still in one place, spies or guards.
The big clock on the wall showed 20's 58. Maigret went to the small cafe in the corner of the lobby and sat down at a table facing the entrance. Lucas was somewhere in the station, watching from afar. But his mission tonight was still alone.
21:03. A woman in a long gray coat appeared. A wide hat and a scarf covered most of her face. She sat down at the table opposite him, didn't greet him, just pushed an envelope towards him.
"Gilbert is still alive," she whispered, "but he doesn't have much time left." Maigret opened the envelope. Inside was a photograph Gilbert, hands bound, sitting on a wooden chair in a dark room. On the wall behind him was painted a symbol, a black queen with the number 4, identical to the chess piece he had found in the apartment.
"What do you want?" Maigret asked. "You will escort a package from Paris to Marseille. No police, no surveillance. If it arrives safely, Gilbert will be released. If not," she shrugged, "a piece will be missing from the board." She stood up and joined the crowd before he could say more. In Maigret's hands, the photograph of Gilbert still smelled of developing chemicals. It had been taken recently. He knew the jealous husband affair was gone. Instead, there was a new link in the network he had encountered before, and this time, Queen was leading the game. Night train to Marseille. The next morning, a middle-aged man in a leather jacket appeared at Maigret's office. Without a word, he set down a shiny black suitcase, locked it, and disappeared as quickly as he had come. Lucas walked over, picked up the suitcase, and shook it gently. "Chief," there was something heavy inside, but there was no sound of metal colliding. Maigret did not open it. The woman's message from the night before was still clear. Do not check the cargo. Instead, he signaled Janvier to prepare a covert team, but not on paper, to avoid any trace from Interpol or the local police.
That evening, Maigret boarded the night train to Marseille, car number 7 window seat, suitcase at his feet. Outside, the darkness of southern France passed by, broken only by the small gas lights.
At about 23:20 years old, said man in a white suit entered the carriage. He sat in the opposite seat, smiling faintly. Commissaire, pleased to be with you. Maigret recognized it immediately. It was the same face that appeared in the Karakuri export file that he had seen in Istanbul. So the Iveth Queen was not only in Paris, but also connected to the Turkish linky. I guess Marseille is not the final destination, Maigret asked. No, he replied, but I will show you the real thing. If you prove yourself to be true to your word. Maigret leaned back, watching the other. In his mind, a two-pronged plan was ready. Take the suitcase to the rendezvous point to save Gilbert. At the same time, attach a tracking and recording device to the suitcase to turn the entire network upside down when they reveal the command nest. But what Maigret didn't know, in the back cargo hold, there was an identical black suitcase, and the person opposite held the keys to both. As the train passed through the tunnel near Avignon, the lights in the carriage flickered for a few seconds. When they came back on, the suitcase at Maigret's feet was gone. Chapter 11. Pursuit in the Avignon cellar. The lights had just come on when Maigret jumped up, his eyes scanning the carriage. The man in the white suit had disappeared. The remaining passengers were still dozing, none of them realizing what had just happened. He rushed out into the corridor. The sound of the train wheels echoed in the long tunnel. A connecting door shook slightly. Someone had pushed it open. Maigret opened it. A cold wind blew into his face. Ahead, a figure in a white suit was moving towards the cargo hold. Stop! Maigret shouted. But the rumble of the train drowned out all sound. He drew his gun and followed through the shaking cars. When he reached the cargo hold, the door was ajar. Inside, a faint yellow light illuminated rows of wooden crates and small containers. The white vest stood in the middle of the compartment, placing Maigret's suitcase next to another identical black suitcase. He was changing the lock, working quickly. It's just a matter of swapping. Commissaire, he said without turning. One suitcase for Gilbert's life. Another for the larger chessboard you imagine. Maigret stepped in, holding the gun pointed at him. And if I take both, he smiled slightly, then you will not leave this compartment before the train reaches Marseille. The loudspeaker announced that the train was about to leave the tunnel. In the moment when the light from outside flooded in, a third figure appeared behind. Lucas.
He had followed from another car.
Chief, get your suitcase, Lucas shouted.
Maigret did not hesitate. He rushed forward, grabbing the first suitcase, while Lucas shoved the white suit into the crate. But the man rolled, grabbed the second suitcase, and jumped through the open cargo door, disappearing into the darkness of the tunnel.
As the train emerged from the tunnel, Maigret and Lucas stood panting. "We have won," said Lucas. "And lost one," Maigret replied. But what he held was the greater danger. He looked down at the suitcase in his hand. He had no idea what was inside, but it would surely lead him to the next board, and possibly to where Gilbert was being held. Chapter 12. Bait and Clue. The compartment shook slightly as the train approached Marseille. Maigret placed his suitcase on the table in the private compartment and locked the door. Lucas stood guard in the corridor. The combination lock was simpler than he had expected. A slight turn and a click. Maigret opened the suitcase. It was covered in black velvet. When he turned it over, he saw a crystal chess piece about as tall as a hand, with the number V engraved on the bottom. Beneath the chess piece was a thin envelope containing a single ticket, Marseille-Tangier, departing tomorrow evening. Maigret frowned. There was no money, documents, or contraband as he had expected. The briefcase was not real. It was simply an invitation to continue on to the chessboard, and the Crystal Queen was the official invitation. Lucas walked in, saw the chess piece. "Chief, so we're following a sequence of numbers 4 in Paris. Now, V here. And 6 could be in Tangier." Maigret nodded. "If we want to save Gilbert, we have to keep going." He stuffed the chess piece and the train ticket into his pocket, then locked the suitcase. Before closing it, he noticed a small detail in the corner of the suitcase. The stitching on the inside lining had come loose, revealing a piece of yellow paper. He pulled it out. The handwriting was in black ink, in thin italics. "When you get to Tangier, don't look for Gilbert. Look for the king." Maigret squeezed the piece of paper, his eyes darkening. Clearly, Gilbert was not the only target, and there was another player on the board who held a higher position than the queen. The loudspeaker announced the train's arrival at Marseille station. Maigret looked out the window, where the lights of the city were slowly emerging. The game had changed.
and he had to play on if he wanted to survive.
Chapter 13. Marseille. The Trackers. St. Charles Station. Marseille, 1845. The train stopped with a screech of brakes, passengers pouring out like a flood. Maigret and Lucas merged into the crowd, the black suitcase still firmly in his hand. The air here smelled of the harbor, mixed with the smell of diesel fuel. From the high steps leading down to the square, Maigret saw dozens of seagulls circling, their shrill cries drowning out the noise of the traffic. "Chief," Lucas whispered, "behind us, in the last car. Two guys got off at the same time and are still following."
Maigret did not turn, but slowly walked down the steps. "Don't give yourself away. They will lead us to their lair." They turned into an old cafe near the port. The smell of roasted coffee and tobacco mingled. Maigret sat at a table near the door, from where he could see the silhouettes of the two men standing across the street, pretending to smoke, but not taking his eyes off the cafe door.
Lucas tried to stand up, but Maigret raised his hand to stop him. "Let them think we're going to spend the night here. Meanwhile, you go out the back door and contact Janvier and his team in Paris. Tell them to track the train to Tangier tomorrow night, but leave no paper trail."
As Lucas left,
A figure sat down in the chair opposite Maigret. It was a young woman, with black hair tied back and eyes as sharp as knives. "Commissaire," she said in a light French accent, "you are holding something that does not belong to you. Queen number Vi." "And who are you?" Maigret asked. "The intermediary." She shrugged. "If you give it to him now, you will get Gilbert's position. But if you take it to Tangier, you will not see him again." Maigret looked deep into her eyes, trying to guess what was true. Outside the glass door, the two men who had been tailing him remained where they were, as if they were also waiting for his answer. He smiled slightly, sipping his coffee. "Well then, mademoiselle, perhaps I will have to go to Tangier to hear the story from the king's commander." Her eyes narrowed. This answer was clearly not part of the script she had been given. Chapter 14. Three forces on the same chessboard. Night fell over Marseille. The streets around the Vieux Port glittering with neon lights, reflecting on the dark water. Maigret walked quickly past the rows of boats moored close to the shore. Lucas a few steps behind. the two of them disappearing into the darkness between abandoned warehouses. "Chief," Lucas whispered, "the two guys from St. Charles Station are still following, but the girl in the cafe has disappeared." "No," Maigret replied. "She was only one move ahead." He knew the pattern well. One side sticks close to apply pressure. One side approaches directly to bargain. And a third side watches from afar. Either the king or his henchmen. At a small warehouse at the end of the dock, Maigret stopped. In the darkness, a white passenger ship was preparing to leave the next morning. The Atlas Star, bound for Marseille, Tangier. Lucas handed him an envelope, tickets, and a private cabin. Janvier had arranged a contact in Tangier, but he said the area was full of strangers who had arrived in the past week. Maigret opened the envelope and saw inside, in addition to the ticket, a piece of paper hastily written in capital letters. "Don't get on the train. Go by road. A friend." Lucas frowned. "Another piece of advice. Chief, what do you think?" Maigret put the paper in his pocket. His eyes turned to Atlas Star. "You know, Lucas, when all three sides want us to choose a different path, it means we should choose the path that no side thinks we dare to take." The test ship's whistle sounded, long and deep, echoing across the harbor. On the roof of a nearby warehouse, a red light flashed and disappeared, a signal that someone was watching his every move. Maigret gently tightened his grip on the suitcase containing Queen V. The game had not yet begun in Tangier, but the chessboard was already set up in Marseille. Chapter 15. Unexpected Move. 05. 15 a.m. The viewport was still shrouded in a damp fog, the yellow street lamps casting a pale light on the water. The Atlas Star was steaming, preparing to leave at 7 Adre, and all eyes expected Commissaire Maigret to step aboard. But instead of heading toward the pier, he and Lucas turned down a small alley behind the fish market where a refrigerated truck was idling. The driver, a fat, bearded man, gave Maigret a quick look and said in broken French, "Marrakech? From there, another bus will take you to Tangier. No papers, no border control." Maigret nodded and took the black suitcase into the cabin. Lucas climbed into the back seat and closed the door. The car rolled away, leaving Marseille at dawn. On the highway, Lucas whispered,
Chief, if they find out we didn't get on the train,
Then the pursuers will come out, Maigret replied, and we will know who is most anxious to keep Gilbert. As if to prove his point, a black Peugeot appeared in the rearview mirror, following the truck a few hundred meters away. It was not a police car. The license plate was temporary. 3 hours later, the truck stopped at a service station near the Spanish border. Maigret got out to buy a coffee. When he returned, he saw a small envelope stuck to the windshield, which no one knew where it came from. Inside was a new photograph Gilbert, still tied up, but this time beside him was a masked man holding an ivory king. Scrawled underneath,
Tangier, 48 hours. Take the queen and king, or lose everything.
Lucas finished reading and gritted his teeth. Chief, so the king's commander has been revealed. Maigret looked out at the highway stretching south, the smoke of trucks curling in the morning sun. He knew that from now on, every step would not be a rescue for Gilbert, but a direct blow to the center of the chessboard. Chapter 16. The King's Commander. Moroccan border. Late evening. The refrigerated truck rolled down a dirt road, past the official checkpoint. As the lights of a small town appeared in the distance, the driver nodded. Marrakesh. From there, you go on your own. Maigret and Lucas stepped out. The warm, dry air smelled of spices, leather, and sand. The night market square was bustling. The sound of drums and the cries of hawkers mingling. But in the crowd, he noticed a dark figure that had followed him since he had left the truck. They turned into a narrow alley. A carved wooden door opened, revealing a dark room lit only by an oil lamp. In the center of the room was a low table covered with a red cloth, on which sat an ivory king. Behind the desk was a tall, thin man in a white robe, his face half covered with a scarf. His voice was deep, and his French fluent. Commissaire Maigret, you have come at last. And you are the king's commander? Maigret asked. I am the one who keeps the rhythm of this game, he replied. The queen is only a messenger. As for me, I decide when the game ends. He signaled. From a side room, 2 men dragged Gilbert out. He was pale, but alive. Do you have the queen? Asked the one holding the king. Maigret put the suitcase on the table, but when he tried to open it, he stopped him. First of all,
I want to know why a jealous husband in Paris is a pawn on your table.
He chuckled, because Gilbert was the only one who witnessed a shipment that was not supposed to exist. And that shipment, he tilted his head, was on its way from Marseille to Tangier. On the ship he did not board. Lucas glanced at Maigret. They both understood at once there was a real package parallel to this game, and it could be what the entire board was protecting. "What do you want?" Maigret asked. "It is simple," replied the king's captor. "You will help me retrieve the package before it falls into the hands of others. In return, Gilbert will be released." Maigret looked at the king on the board, then at Gilbert. He knew he had just entered the most dangerous phase, a temporary alliance with the player controlling the board. Chapter 17. Temporary Alliance. Tangier Harbor. Dawn. The giant cranes stand still as statues in the fog. The steady sound of waves lapping against the sides of the ships. The Atlas Star, the ship Maigret had boarded in Marseille, is anchored offshore, waiting to dock. The king's commander, now removing his veil, revealing a gaunt face and cold gray eyes, handed Maigret a pair of binoculars and pointed out to sea. "The cargo is in container number C-17 mid-deck. When the ship docks, there will be at least 2 other factions trying to get it. You will help me get ahead of them." Maigret glanced at Lucas, signaling. In his jacket pocket, he had a miniature tracking device ready. If attached to the C-17 container, it would bring the entire chessboard into view. Their plan took place at 0530, when the ship had just arrived at Pier Number 3, taking advantage of the chaos of port procedures. Maigret and Lucas, disguised as stevedores, followed the king's captor into the cargo area. Container C-17 was in the middle of a row of tall containers stacked on top of each other. When the king's handler signaled to unlock it, Lucas quickly attached a tracking device to the bottom corner. The door swung open. There were not weapons or money inside, but dozens of small wooden crates, each labeled Caracuy Export. Maigret immediately realized this was a direct link to the Istanbul affair. "Load these 2 boxes onto the cart," the king's captor ordered. But before they could leave, a short whistle sounded from both sides. Armed men in black appeared, blocking the exit. Leading the way was the woman in the gray coat who had met Maigret at the Gare de Lyon. "The game ends here," she said, her voice cold as steel. "The queen and the king are both in my hands." The king took a slight step back, his eyes turning to Maigret. He understood immediately now was the time for a counter move. "Are you sure you have the board?" Maigret asked, lightly touching the mini radio hidden in his pocket. Only a short beep sounded. The signal for the secret task force that Janvier had arranged in advance. The shout went up. The headlights illuminated the dock, and the blue shirts of the Moroccan police poured down like waves. Chapter 18. Clash at Bridge Number 3. Police sirens echoed across the dock. White headlights swept across the stacked containers. Moroccan police poured in from all directions, but neither the black-clad faction of the woman in the gray coat nor the armed group of the king's commander would lay down their weapons. A series of gunshots rang out, the bullets hitting the wooden crate, Karakuri export sending sawdust flying. Lucas pulled Maigret into hiding behind the C-17 container, while the king-wielding man hid in the opposite corner, his eyes still glued to the 2 selected crates. "Chief, we can't let this crate get away," Lucas shouted over the gunfire. "And Gilbert cannot be left with them," Maigret replied, his eyes scanning for an opportunity. Gilbert was tied up at the edge of the pier, sandwiched between 2 men in black. A smoke grenade suddenly exploded at the main gate, filling the dock with a thick white smoke. This was the moment Maigret had been waiting for. "Lucas, get Gilbert," Maigret ordered, and rushed towards the container. In a puff of smoke, he opened the lid of a Karakuri export crate. Inside were small packages wrapped in oilcloth, heavy and cold. He only had time to stuff one into his pocket before closing it. Behind them, footsteps rushed forward. The woman in the gray coat rushed forward, but Maigret had already retreated and kicked the latch of the container door, trapping both sides inside. Lucas pulled Gilbert out of the smoke, and the 3 of them rushed toward the side gate, where a truck was waiting. Janvier's escape plan. As the truck pulled away, sirens and gunfire continued to echo behind them, but Maigret knew the chessboard side had lost the initiative. He opened his pocket and took out the oilcloth-wrapped package he had just taken. Inside was neither gold nor drug, but a stack of documents stamped confidential, written in 3 languages, bearing the names of many European political and business figures. Gilbert, voice trembling. Chief, this is why they arrested me. I saw part of this list when they hid the goods in Paris. Maigret nodded slightly. He knew that, with this evidence, not only would a queen or a king be taken down, but the whole board might collapse. Chapter 19. Return to Europe. The next morning, in a small house on the outskirts of Tangier, Maigret stood by the window, watching the dirt road leading to the port. Lucas was in the backyard, examining the old pickup truck they had just bought from a fisherman. Gilbert sat in the corner, his face still gaunt, but his eyes brighter. Are you sure you want to take me back to Paris now? Gilbert asked. The sooner the better, Maigret replied, because from now on you are the most important witness, and also the only bait that makes the chessboard continue to risk its life. The plan is simple but bold. Lucas will escort Gilbert across the ferry to Algeciras, Spain. From there, a chartered bus will take them to Madrid, then a direct flight to Paris. Maigret would stay in Tangier for another 24 hours, not to hide, but to create the impression that Gilbert was still in the city, forcing the enemy to concentrate his troops there. Before leaving, Lucas leaned close to Maigret's ear. Chief, what about the king's commander? If he survives the docks, Maigret whispered, he will follow me, and that is when I end this game. In the afternoon, Maigret left the house, carrying a black suitcase with the Queen V and a package of confidential documents. He deliberately appeared in the crowded market, stopping for long periods at outdoor cafes, leaving clear traces for anyone to follow. As expected, at dusk, he saw in the shop mirror a familiar figure, the king's leader, with a cold face, walking no more than 10 steps away from him. Maigret smiled slightly. The ferry ticket to Algeciras was in his pocket, and this time he would not hide, but lead the king's army straight into Spanish territory, where an Interpol task force was waiting. As darkness fell, the ferry whistle echoed across Tangier Bay. Maigret stepped onto the deck, his hand resting lightly on his suitcase, feeling the waves beneath his feet. He knew that in a few hours, the chessboard would be empty for his opponent. Chapter 20. The move at sea. On the deck of the Albarun ferry, the night wind blew hard off the Strait of Gibraltar, carrying the salty smell of the sea and the smell of engine oil. Maigret leaned against the railing, his black suitcase at his feet, looking like an old passenger watching the sea. But in his jacket pocket, the mini radio was still on, connected directly to the Interpol task force waiting in Algeciras, Behind him, footsteps were slow. Maigret did not need to turn around to know that it was the man holding the king's pieces. "You are taking a risk, commissaire," he said in a low voice, "bringing the queen and the documents and going alone." "Like you," Maigret replied, "followed me onto the ferry without knowing who was waiting on the other side." He smiled slightly, pulled out a small pistol from his shirt, and hid it in the palm of his hand. "We will go to another stop. Farther, quieter." Maigret still did not turn his head. Instead, he bent down and patted the suitcase. "There is only a small part in here. If you want the rest, you will have to go through me." At that moment, Lucas appeared from across the deck. He had left Gilbert in Madrid and returned faster than Maigret had expected. In Lucas's hand was a pistol, aimed straight at the king's captor. "Put the gun down," Lucas said. "The game is over." But the king's man smiled. He dropped his gun on the deck, raised his hands, and said slowly, "No, commissaire, your game is over. Mine is not." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped towards the railing and jumped into the dark sea. The sound of a motorboat could be heard in the distance, then disappeared into the night. Maigret stepped to the railing, watching the bubbling water. "He's gone." Lucas shook his head. "No," replied Maigret in a low voice. "He has only one move to make, and I know exactly where his board is." He closed his suitcase, his eyes on the Spanish coast, which was slowly emerging under the yellow lights. Gilbert was now safe in Paris, and the final part of the game would take place on the territory where this board began and where it would end. Chapter 21. The Last Battle in Paris. A week later. Paris greeted Maigret with drizzle and cold mist. The cobblestone streets slippery under the yellow lights. The office on the Quai des Orfèvres was still lit late. On Maigret's desk was a map spread out over the city. pinned with many red marks connected by string. Lucas, Janvier, and Gilbert, now under special protection, were all present. This is the entire network of chess boards in Europe, Maigret said, pointing to the pins. Each piece is a link in the chain queen, rook, knight, and finally king. They think they control the game, but from now on, they will play by our rules. Plan using a package of confidential documents as bait. They spread the news that they would be trading at an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs. Create 3 different ambush points, forcing each group of chess pieces to split up and reveal themselves. Interpol and French police coordinated and closed the siege on the same night at 10:45 m. The rain was still falling. In the main warehouse, Maigret sat alone, his black suitcase on the table. Footsteps echoed from the darkness. The woman in the gray coat appeared first, a gun in her hand. "You are stubborn, commissaire," she said. "Hand over the documents, and I will let you go." "You came earlier than I expected," Maigret replied calmly. "And where is your king?" At that moment, at 2 other ambush points, sirens and shouts rang out. Lucas radioed, "Chief, the king's group is captured. The entire port at Le Havre is under control." The woman in gray paused, her eyes blinking rapidly. In that moment, Janvier and 2 officers burst in through the back door, disarming her. When all the groups were contained, Maigret emerged from the warehouse, rain pouring down on his fedora. The game was over. There were no more queens, kings, or boards, just the records and evidence that would take the entire network to court. Gilbert was completely free, but he knew it would take the man a long time to shake off the memories of his days as a hostage in a life and death game of chess. Maigret lit a cigarette, the smoke mingling with the cold rain. He spoke softly, almost to himself. Every chess game ends, but there is always another waiting to begin. Chapter 22. The Flag After the Rain. The next morning, the rain had stopped in Paris, but the sky was still gray. Maigret sat in a small cafe near the Quai des Orfèvres, his espresso steaming in front of him. He opened Le Figaro. The front page was filled with news of the bust of an international smuggling network, with photos
of the Karakuri export containers sealed by the police.
Lucas walked in and placed a brown envelope on the table. Chief, this is the report from Interpol. They just took inventory of all the documents they seized. But there is one problem. Maigret opened the envelope. Inside was a photograph of a typewritten letter found in the king's safe. Just a few short lines. The board has collapsed in Paris. Restart in Alexandria. The new king will be in touch. Below is the familiar symbol, a black pawn. Maigret sipped his espresso, his eyes darkening. Alexandria, Egypt, the gateway to the Mediterranean. If they re-establish themselves there, there will be other Gilberts. Lucas frowned. Are you going to report to your superiors right away? Maigret nodded, but kept his eyes on the pawn symbol. He knew this was no mere remnant. It was a direct invitation to a new game. And somewhere, the new king was arranging his pieces on the board. He stubbed out his cigarette, put on his coat, and strode out into the street. The cool Parisian morning wind swept through, carrying with it the damp scent of the Seine. The game was over, but the next move was offered, and Maigret had never refused an offer like that. Chapter 23. The Gate of Alexandria. In the late afternoon, the port of Alexandria glowed under the crimson sunset. Huge cargo ships were anchored close together, their deep horns harmonizing with the sound of the Mediterranean waves. On the dock, the smells of sea fish, engine oil, and spices from the nearby market mingled, creating a mixture of aromas unique to this land. Maigret stepped down from the Cairo Express's stairs, his familiar suitcase in hand. Lucas had arrived first, disguised as a delivery man, waiting near the port gate. Chief, Lucas said quietly, the Interpol report is correct. Tonight, at the Royal Lotus Hotel, there will be a secret auction for a shipment from Europe. My sources confirm that it is the shipment that the rest of the chessboard wants to use to re-establish power. And the new king will be there, Maigret replied, his eyes looking at the white domes in the distance. That evening, in the magnificent lobby of the Royal Lotus, crystal chandeliers reflected golden light onto long tables covered in red tablecloths. Guests wore suits and white gowns, and soft chatter mixed with the clinking of wine glasses. Maigret, in a sand-colored suit, sat at the last table, observing everything through a bronze wall mirror. Lucas, playing waiter, weaved between tables. A bell rang. All was silent as a young man with sleek black hair stepped out. He wore a white suit with a small silver kingpin on his lapel. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said in English with an Arabic accent, "tonight we are not only auctioning goods, but also auctioning power." Maigret clasped his hands around his wine glass. He was the new king. Lucas leaned in and whispered, "Chief, I just saw two familiar faces from Paris. They've made contact with him." Maigret nodded, his eyes still fixed on the auction table. He knew that to break this board, he would need a move riskier than the one in Tangier, a move that could turn the entire auction house into an international arrest scene. Chapter 24. Chessboard in the crystal light. The gavel rang out with a resolute thud. The man holding the gavel was an Italian auctioneer, his voice booming. "First lot, Caracure export lot. Starting bid. Use $200,000. Below." Hands were raised in a steady stream. Maigret was not participating in the auction, but he recorded every glance and movement of the players. On the left, two former rooks in Paris. On the right, an Egyptian businessman whom Interpol suspected of financing the network. And in the front seat, the new king remained calm, only smiling occasionally. Lucas whispered into the microphone hidden in his lapel, "Chief, the Interpol team is in position. Just give the signal, and they will lock all the exits." Maigret replied softly, "Not yet. We must see him bid, so that he can tie himself to the shipment." Just as the price passed the 400,000 mark, the new king raised his board for the first time. The room fell silent for a beat. Maigret nodded slightly. This was the clue he needed. He signaled to Lucas. Immediately, three dark figures posing as waiters, actually special forces officers, moved towards the doors, locking the safety mechanism. But the new king also realized something. He put down the tablet and glanced around. A second later, four of his bodyguards pulled guns from inside their vests. "Lights!" Maigret shouted. The hall was plunged into darkness as the lights were cut. The sound of falling chairs, gunshots, and screams mingled. Maigret dashed through the side passage, chasing the new king as he tried to run for the back door. In the red-carpeted hallway,
Maigret grabbed him, and they both fell to the floor. The auction case flew open, revealing not only the goods, but also a thick envelope. Inside was a list of new chess pieces spread across North Africa and the Middle East.
Police sirens blared from outside. Lucas appeared, handcuffing the new king. "Game over," said Lucas. Maigret stood up, picked up the envelope, his eyes still cold. "No, this is just an expansion of the chessboard. And now we know how big it is." Chapter 25. Confession in the Dark. Late at night. A makeshift interrogation room in Interpol headquarters in Alexandria. The overhead light bulb casts a faint yellow glow. The new king sits back in a chair, his hands cuffed, but his eyes unwavering. Maigret entered, placed the thick envelope on the table, opened it, and let the list slide down, page by page before him. "These names," said Maigret, "are not only from North Africa, Europe, the Middle East, even South America." The new king chuckled. "Commissaire, do you think that by destroying the chessboards in Paris and Tangier you will be done? This is only one branch. The real game stretches across 3 continents." Lucas stood beside him, frowning. "So who is the real controller?" He tilted his head and spoke slowly. "We call him Grandmaster. No one has met him in person. But every chessboard originates from one of his moves." Maigret did not blink. "And the next move?" "It is happening," the new king replied, smiling, "in a place you will never reach in time." Outside, Janvier arrived with an urgent telegram. "Chief, from the Turkish border station, a container labeled Karaköy Export has just left Istanbul, bound for Odessa." Maigret tightened his grip on his unlit cigarette. Odessa, the gateway to the Black Sea. If the chessboard reached there, it would open up a corridor to Asia and Eastern Europe. He turned back to look at the new king. "It seems the Grand Master has invited me to a new game, and this time the board will be larger than anything I have ever seen." Chapter 26. The Gateway to the Black Sea. Early morning. The port of Odessa was shrouded in a cold, salty mist. Huge cargo ships were lined up offshore, their iron cranes towering like giant skeletons. Maigret, in a thick coat and fedora pulled low, stepped out of a rented truck, his eyes scanning the docks.
Lucas was waiting, a map of the harbor in his hand. Chief, the container from Istanbul was unloaded last night. It's in storage area 7 now. But there are at least 2 teams approaching.
What about the Grandmaster's mark? Maigret asked.
Not directly, but a middleman named Volkov, who is said to be the rook in this area, appeared. Warehouse 7 was deserted, save for the sound of the wind whistling through the corrugated iron. Maigret and Lucas sidled up among the rows of silver-gray containers. The Karakuri export container was in the middle, its seal broken. Maigret opened the door. Inside was not merchandise, but a large wooden chessboard on which the chess pieces were arranged in the opening move. Each piece was engraved with a strange symbol, different from one to another. Lucas whispered, "Chief, this is not contraband. This is a message." A voice said from behind, "Yes, commissaire. An invitation." The 2 men turned. Volkov, a large bearded man in a leather jacket, was blocking the exit. Beside him were 2 gunmen. "The Grand Master wants you to play this game to the end," said Volkov, pointing to the chessboard. "But the rules in Odessa are different from those in Paris. Here, the loser loses not only his pieces, but his life." Maigret calmly approached the table, his finger touching the Queen's new symbol, a spreading falcon. "Let us begin, then," he said, "but I will make the first move." Chapter 27. Bloody Chess in Odessa. The wind from the Black Sea whistled through the cracks in the warehouse door, making the wooden chess pieces on the table tremble slightly. Volkov sat opposite Maigret, his large hand resting on the black pawn. 2 gunmen stood beside him, their guns drawn. "The rules are simple," Volkov said hoarsely. "Every move you make, my men will carry out a mission out there. Every move I make, your men, if you have any, will have to do the same. Whoever refuses, loses." Maigret calmly, "And the reward?" Grandmaster's position. Lucas clenched his jaw, but Maigret raised his hand to silence him. He pushed the white knight to F3, an open move. Immediately, one of the gunmen picked up the phone and whispered something. "A truck will block the entrance to the southern terminal," Volkov explained, "to cut off the loser's retreat." Volkov moves the black pawn to E5. Lucas receives a message through his earpiece. 2 of Volkov's men have just appeared
On the real South Dock, Maigret understands each move on the board is activating a link in the real world. He moved the white pawn to d4, a frontal attack. An undercover police van, following Maigret's contingency plan, began to approach the storage area. Volkov frowned slightly, but moved the black queen to h4, threatening checkmate in just a few moves. Lucas looked at Maigret, his eyes worried. Maigret held out his hand to a particular piece, a white rook with the same falcon symbol as the queen on the container. Which board does this piece come from? He asked. Volkov laughed. The Grandmaster's chessboard. Each symbol is a territory. Odessa is just one of them. Maigret placed his rook in position, and almost immediately, police sirens sounded outside the warehouse. Lucas smiled slightly. He had just used one move to complete his mission to block all exits to warehouse number 7. Volkov glanced toward the door, realizing that the siege had closed. You dare break the rules. Maigret leaned back in his chair, his eyes cold. I don't play to win a game. I play to turn the table. And now you will take me to the Grandmaster. Chapter 28. Beehive in the suburbs. The sky in Odessa was gray, with low clouds that looked as if they were about to snow. Volkov sat in the front seat of the old truck, his hands cuffed to a metal bar. His eyes filled with anger and helplessness. Maigret and Lucas sat in the back, guns hidden in their coats. Where are we going? Lucas asked. The abandoned industrial zone to the north, Volkov replied. But you wouldn't call it abandoned after going inside. The industrial area appeared like a ghost land, dilapidated warehouses, rusted rails, wind howling through hollow steel frames. Volkov stopped in front of an intact gray warehouse with shutters closed. The control center, he said. Every global chessboard communicates through here. But if you go in, you'll find you're one step too late. Maigret signaled Lucas to escort Volkov, while he opened the shutter himself. Inside, instead of a flurry of activity, there were rows of empty desks, cut wires, and broken computer screens. The smell of electrical smoke lingered in the air. On the wall, a world map hung at an angle, with different colored pins for each continent. In the middle of the map was a picture of the Black King, with a handwritten line. The game moves on. The game continues. Lucas turned to Volkov. They moved away. No, Volkov smirked. They have moved. Odessa is just a way station. The Grand Master knows you are coming, and he wants you to follow. Maigret looked at the map. The red pin was in Eastern Europe. The yellow pin was in North Africa. And the blue pin was in Southeast Asia. He sighed, lit a cigarette. If the green pin is the next point, then the board is waiting somewhere halfway around the world. The smoke dissipated into the cold air. Maigret knew he couldn't stop in Odessa, and the Grand Master had just officially turned the game into a global hunt. Chapter 29. Heat at Saigon Port. The smell of sea salt mixed with the pungent smell of engine oil rose from Saigon Port at noon. The sound of train whistles, hawkers, and trucks jostled together in a chaotic but rhythmic cacophony. Maigret stepped out of the old taxi, a light shirt replacing Odessa's thick coat. Lucas walked beside him, sweating. Chief, the source from Interpol Asia was right. The new Karakuri export shipment had just arrived at the port this morning. But the rules are different here. The local police cannot intervene directly without hard evidence. Then we will create evidence, Maigret replied, his eyes scanning the rows of colorful containers. Amidst the crowd of porters, a small, tanned man approached. Commissaire Maigret. He spoke French slowly. I am Lam, your contact here. Lam handed Maigret a hastily taken photo. A young woman in a black coat with a white bishop pinned to her lapel. She is the Grand Master's bishop in Southeast Asia. She holds this shipment, and tonight she will appear at a club on Ben Van Don Street. Maigret nodded, putting the photo in his pocket. The white bishop, he whispered. The game is showing more pieces. That evening, the Lotus Noir Club was lit up with purple and yellow lights and pounding electronic music. Maigret sat with Lucas in a corner, his eyes glued to the entrance. The girl in the photo walked in, long black hair, sharp eyes, followed by two muscular bodyguards. Lam whispered, Chief, she doesn't just deliver goods. She is the one who connects the chessboards of Asia with Europe. Maigret clenched his glass, feeling every beat of his heart. If he could capture this bishop, half of the chessboard would be revealed. But he also knew, in a place like Saigon,
One wrong move could cause the entire game to collapse into the hands of the Grand Master.
Chapter 30. Purple Night at Lotus Noir.
The music pounded like the heartbeat of the room. Maigret put down her glass, stood up, and walked slowly toward the bar where the white bishop sat, his back to the dance floor. The purple light swept across her face, making her sharp eyes even colder. He sat down on the chair next to her and signaled to the bartender, "Give me a glass like hers." She glanced at him in the mirror. Paris, Odessa, now Saigon. You move fast, commissaire, and so do you, Maigret replied, taking a sip. But the bishop cannot win if the king is exposed. She chuckled, but her hand still held the glass tightly. Here, we don't play to win, but to prolong the game. Maigret leaned over and lowered his voice. I don't need the whole table. Just the next move from the Grand Master. Odessa is empty. She put down her glass, her eyes flashing. You think I will sell out the chessboard? No, I think you want to live, said Maigret, pulling a photograph from his pocket. A picture of a container of Caracuy export seized by Interpol in Manila last month. If the line collapses here, the Grand Master will find a new statue. She was silent for a few seconds, then said softly, There is a meeting in Singapore. Only the top soldiers are invited. If you want to meet the Grand Master, that is your only chance. Maigret stood up, leaving the money on the counter. Before leaving, she called out, But remember, commissaire, in Singapore, the rules of the game are that there are no police. There are only winners and losers. Lucas met Maigret at the club door. Chief, any news? Yes, Maigret replied, his eyes looking down at the river sparkling with lights. And it was a move that went straight to the Grand Master's hand. Chapter 31. Chessboard between the glass buildings. At night in Singapore. The sky reflects the neon lights from the forest of skyscrapers. Maigret and Lucas stand in front of the Meridian Tower building, 60 floors, all black glass. The lights inside like hundreds of giant chessboards suspended in midair. Chief, Lucas whispered, heavily guarded, are we sure we haven't wandered into a beehive? No, Lucas, this is a beehive, Maigret replied, straightening his tie.
The 58th floor was a large lobby with alternating black and white marble floors, just like a giant chessboard. Each guest who entered was given a badge with the chess pieces pawn, knight, rook, bishop, queen. Maigret received a white knight badge. A thin man in a gray suit approached. "Welcome, commissaire. Tonight, we are not just playing for fun. Every move will directly affect real-life wealth and power." Lucas, given the white pawn badge, was led to the back of the table. Maigret was invited into the inner circle, where the Grand Master was presumably watching from a private room behind a frosted glass wall. The game begins, but instead of wooden pieces, real people move around the squares, following the instructions of the master. When a piece is captured, they are immediately removed from the hall. No one knows where to go. Maigret moved on command, but at the same time, he memorized every face, every gesture between the players and the guards, every hand sign. Every look was a clue to the real network. Midway through the game, a black queen was eliminated, and Maigret saw them being escorted through a steel door in the corner of the hall, presumably the entrance to the Grand Master's room. He knew he had to become a capture to be allowed to pass through, and to do so, he would have to sacrifice the White Knight himself, or Lucas, the pawn waiting at the back. Maigret glanced at Lucas. Lucas nodded slightly, ready to take the risk. Chapter 32. Sacrificial Water. The game continued. The footsteps of the living chess pieces echoed on the black and white stone floor. Maigret, the White Knight, was in a position to capture a black bishop, but if he made that move, Lucas, the white pawn, would be wide open to the black rook. He glanced at Lucas. Lucas's eyes said go. Maigret darted to the right, capturing the black bishop in a ritualistic gesture. A bell rang, and immediately, black-suited guards entered, escorting the black bishop out. But less than 10 seconds later, the black rook advanced, capturing the white pawn. Lucas was pinned between two tall men, dragged toward the steel door in the corner of the hall. A man in a black suit approached Maigret, smiling. "Congratulations, White Horse. You have qualified to enter the inner board area." The steel door closed behind him, completely blocking out the sounds from outside. The corridor was narrow.
the light cold and white. 2 guards led Maigret into a large room with frosted glass walls overlooking the entire chessboard below. In the middle of the room sat a long ebony table, and at the end of it sat the Grandmaster, a man of about 50, with slicked back silver hair, dressed in a black suit and a gold kingpin. His gray eyes studied Maigret's every move. "Commissaire," the Grandmaster said in a low, slightly sarcastic voice, "you have finally made enough moves to get here. But as you can see, every piece has to pay a price to advance. Your Lucas is now a prisoner of the board." Maigret stepped forward, took out a pack of cigarettes, but did not light them. "I do not play to win a game, but to turn the table." Grandmaster smiled faintly. "And I don't play to lose." He gestured, and the large screen behind him lit up a map of the world with dozens of flashing dots of light at major ports. "You've only touched a portion of this board. Commissaire, the question is, do you have time to remove each piece? When I only need one move to checkmate." Maigret was silent, but in his mind he was already plotting his next move, a move that was not within the Grandmaster's rules. Chapter 33. The Final Move at Meridian Tower. The Grandmaster stood up and walked slowly around the table, his gray eyes never leaving Maigret. "You know, Commissaire, a game of chess is only interesting when both sides have enough pieces. If you want Lucas back, you will have to play by my rules." Maigret took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and let the white smoke curl up. "I still play," he said, his voice low, "but the rules will change now." Down in the living chessboard hall, the chess pieces continued to move. No one realized that outside the building, Interpol armored trucks and Singaporean special forces were already in position. Lucas, though confined to his room, managed to send a signal via a device hidden in the white pawn badge, reporting his coordinates and the situation. On the large screen behind the Grandmaster, the world map was still flashing. Maigret looked straight at him. "Your problem is that you always think you control the whole board. But you forget that there are pieces that are not on the board." As soon as he finished speaking, the phone in his pocket vibrated. The signal had been sent. 3 seconds later,
An emergency call from Interpol cut off the entire power system in the building. The chessboard hall was plunged into darkness, with only the flashlights of the task force scanning each square, each person. Grandmaster stood still, his eyes cold as steel. "Do you think this is the end?" "No," Maigret replied, stubbing out his cigarette in the ashtray. "But this is when I turned the table." The door to the room opened, and Lucas and 2 agents rushed in, downstairs. Dozens of network members were being subdued. The containers and servers that controlled the global transactions of the chessboard were sealed on the spot. The Grand Master raised his hands while being handcuffed, but the corners of his lips still curled up. One board collapse will only open the way for another. And Commissaire, you have just been invited to be a player in the next game. Maigret did not reply, just turned and walked out into the hallway, where the sound of Singapore rain was hitting the glass windows like the rhythm of a new game of chess about to begin. Chapter 34. The Letter. Without a Sender. Autumn in Paris was mild, with scattered yellow leaves falling on the stone steps leading to the Quai des Orfèvres. Maigret stood by the window of his office, a steaming cup of coffee in his hand, his eyes looking out at the Seine sparkling in the early morning sun. Lucas knocked lightly on the door, carrying a brown envelope. No return address. Just arrived. Chief, not by post. Someone left it on the doorstep. Maigret opened the envelope. Inside was a black and white photograph. Chessboard, but with only the white king in the center. On the king's body was engraved a small line in French. The game continues. The game continues. Attached to the photo was a first-class airline ticket. Destination Buenos Aires. Lucas frowned. Grand Master is still in prison. It can't be him. Maigret put the photo down on the table, his fingers tapping slowly. Maybe the Grand Master is just a piece, not the one holding the table. Outside, the church bells were ringing in the distance. Maigret sighed, took off his hat, and put on his coat. Lucas, pack your bags. We have a new game in South America. Lucas smiled, both uneasy and excited. Starting again, Chief. Maigret lit a cigarette, the white smoke dissolving into the morning light. No, Lucas, this game is never over.